Gosh dang it. It's my fault this time. I forgot to turn it on. That was just my fault. Damn it. And the AMA is still. You know what? Yep. There we go. What can I say? Hello everyone and welcome back to An Iron Plays. I am as always An Iron, and today we are going to be looking once more into the depths of history, to the beginning of the gaming industry, as we look at the legacy of Atari and the first console war. Before we get into that, however, I want to say a big welcome to everyone. How are you guys doing today? I hope you're having a good day. I woke up today, you know, a year older, getting ever so closer to 40. And, yeah, suddenly I've got opinions on taxation, on immigration. Yeah, getting old is horrible. You get this download. And what happens is, like, as soon as you tick over to a certain age, right, they download political opinions into your head, and it's awful. I don't have time for politics. I've got video games to play. Anyway, there's actually something which I forgot to do, so I'm going to do it very, 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 very quickly. I didn't make the banner that I said I was going to for the merch store, so I'm gonna just quickly throw that together right now. We're doing it live, okay? Hang on. Gotta find the right bloody thing though. Promotions? Is that where I put it? Yes, it is. I need to make a banner for the merch store. It's going to be an easy, simple one to do. Merch store. So, I learned something today. Before we get into Atari and stuff like that, I learned something today. I discovered that on November the 26th, day before my birthday, excuse me, there was an announcement made. It was an announcement by Nintendo that was made, which I thought, ooh, I like Nintendo announcements. Can we have more of those? What they've done is they've officially stated where in the timeline Echoes of Wisdom is going to be, which is fantastic, right? There's two things that we learn specifically about Echoes of Wisdom, and one thing that we kind of learn about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, which I find very interesting. Firstly, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are not present in the standard timeline. That means they do not come at the end of the Downfall child and adult timelines. They are not a combined universe. They are a separate continuity. And that makes perfect sense, because the Zonai stuff in Tears of the Kingdom makes absolutely zero sense when you compare that to the events of, say, Ocarina of Time, because they are the same events as Ocarina of Time, right? What you see in Tears of the Kingdom, where Ganondorf is bowing to King Rauru, that's the same scene that you get in Ocarina of Time, where Zelda tells you at the beginning to take a look through the window, and you see Ganondorf bowing. That's the exact same scene in a different continuity. Confirmed. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is not in the timeline. Done. Problem solved. Just this time. Yeah, it was just this time, okay? I've been having issues with the PNG Tuber app for a while. and it just keeps crashing on me. I don't know why. It could be something to do with the graphics card that I have. It could be something to do with just the app. The app got updated, and it's been a little bit wonky ever since it updated, even on my old PC when it was mostly working fine. So I think it's just the app. I will be switching to a different app in the future, so yeah. Yes, so this time it was me. Yeah, but going back to Zelda, the really cool thing about Echoes of Wisdom is that they've confirmed that it takes place in an era of the timeline that we've heard of, but we've not seen before. In Zelda 2, all the way back in the 80s, right? In Zelda 2, the backstory for that game says that there was a golden age of Hyrule and an age of expansion, where Hyrule became this massive kingdom. And once it had, gone so far, the kingdom became corrupt and it declined and became the downfall era that we recognize. The version in Legend of Zelda where it's gotten so bad that people are living in caves. So, but there's a huge time gap between, like, when you see A Link to the Past, A Link Between Worlds, and Triforce Heroes, all of those games have, you have towns, you have the castle, you have everything, and it makes you wonder, like, how did we go from this medieval civilization, a high fantasy medieval civilization, to the crumbling cave people that we've got in Legend of Zelda: A Hyrule Fantasy? Well, the answer is because the kingdom became corrupt and was cursed. And there was never a proper explanation. It was just a backstory in Zelda 2. But it has now been confirmed that Echoes of Wisdom is the first game in the Golden Era timeline. Oh, so in the Downfall timeline, in the Golden Era. Meaning that the Zelda that you play as in Echoes of Wisdom could actually end up being the Zelda that you rescue at the end of Zelda 2. Because it was said in Zelda 2 that she'd been asleep for like 1,000 years. That's really interesting. That opens up a lot of different avenues to go down for theorizing, like, who is this Zelda? Is this Zelda, really important to the kingdom? Is this the reason why she ended up being cursed? We're not going to know. I don't know because I haven't played Echoes of Wisdom yet. But we're not going to know until more games come out. And thankfully, that was another thing that was confirmed, is that they will be continuing development of 2 separate teams working on Legend of Zelda going forward. You'll have the Zelda team that's working on top-down Zeldas, and you have the Zelda team led by Aonuma, who is going to be doing the open-world Zeldas. That is a lot of information that has just dropped on my lap, and I'm still processing a lot of it. Like, what does this mean? Unfortunately, it still means that Triforce Heroes is canon, which sucks. I'm sorry. I didn't like that game. It's not a terrible game. As a game itself, it's fine. The problem is that it doesn't really feel like it fits Zelda, There's issues with it, The way it plays, the sort of storyline that it has, it feels a little bit weird. It doesn't feel like it fits the Zelda story, But apparently it's still canon. So, there we go. But yeah, I'm actually quite excited about all of this. It's, Ooh. No. Yeah, I'm really excited about this. I love Legend of Zelda. I love reading about the storyline. I love reading about, you know, all of these things that have come up. You know, all the theorizing. It's something that I really like to do. And I can't tell a lie, though. I often find that a lot of the theorizing done on YouTube kind of just pisses me off. I find a lot of people that do Zelda theorizing, they claim to know a lot about Legend of Zelda, but quite often they come up with these really bonkers theories, and then they refuse to let them go. Like, they come up with these ideas like the Sheikah were evil, you know? And that's one of those ones that's always bothered me, is the Sheikah are evil. It's like, do you have a source? Yes, my source is I made it up. So I'm just cleaning a couple of images a second. Hang on. Ooh, I don't like that. Okay. Select, modify, expand. So, what I'm actually doing right now, I know you can't see it, so it's probably not that interesting. Just to hear me saying, oh, I gotta hit the modify button. I've gotta select this. I gotta select that. I'm making the promo banner, which I said that I was going to make and then completely forgot to do so because I was really busy last night, for the new merch store. So I gotta remind you all that I have one. That's kind of the, you know, that's important. Because if I don't remind you, you're not gonna know to go looking for it, are you? I gotta keep shilling myself so that you remember, oh yeah, I was gonna buy one of an iron shirts. That's good. Busy or busy? Just busy, unfortunately, Max. Oh. Moontax. Oh, right. Yeah, there we go. It suddenly makes Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom more enjoyable as a neat bundle. I agree. I agree, because that is one of the... like, I tried... when I played Breath of the Wild, everything was fine. You know, Breath of the Wild does kind of fit. It fits into the Downfall timeline. It doesn't fit into any of the other timelines. Well, it kind of does. It fits into the child timeline. It fits into the Downfall timeline. It doesn't fit the adult timeline. I don't care what anyone says. People can make up all kinds of stories. It doesn't fit, right? It just doesn't, okay? I've seen so many people theorizing that, oh, Breath of the Wild is clearly in the adult timeline. It's like, have you played any Zelda games? Any at all? It doesn't fit, damn it! Yeah, so it doesn't fit in the adult timeline at all. There's a bunch of references like the salt. If you find the rock salt in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, it says the remnants of an ancient sea, And everyone's like, oh my goodness, that's evidence of the Great Sea from the adult timeline in Wind Waker. Oh, proof, it's the adult timeline. The description on rock salt is the one and only solid piece of evidence, and I'm using the word solid very loosely, that it's the adult timeline. There's a couple of other things that are mentioned in, like, the history of the Zora, which kind of references the Great Sea. But we're talking about salt. You know, salt is evidence that there was a Great Sea. Quite often. There are places like salt flats. There you can find salt marshes, even up on the top of mountains, which make no sense because how did salt water get on top of the mountains? Well, yes, because it's been there for thousands of years. Salt doesn't just appear overnight, you know? Salt deposits, especially things that would be the results of a Great Sea that you were capable of mining under Hyrule, didn't happen like a few hundred years ago to 1,000 years ago. It would be thousands and thousands and thousands of years old. And not only that, but the salt could also be referring to the Lanayru Sea, which became the Lanayru Desert. These timelines can get so confusing. I've never had issue with the Zelda timeline being confusing. I just find that a lot of people make it confusing. Hey Tim, welcome to the stream. I'm a salt deposit. Shut up, Max! You finished your semester. Congratulations. I hope your finals have done, you've done really well in your finals. I hope you get the results that you're looking for. And yeah, massive congratulations, sir. Beg your pardon, sir. Shut up, Max. You heard me. Nah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'll be finished in just a moment. I'm still working on it. I got distracted by talk of amazing Zelda news. But yeah. But no, yeah, as it currently stands, the Legend of Zelda timeline, I think it's in good hands. One thing I would definitely say is, and I've said that I said this all along, there's a lot of people who claim to know what they're talking about when it comes to the Legend of Zelda series, but they're more interested in telling their story and using the Legend of Zelda as a vehicle to tell what their headcanon is and try to make their headcanon into a fact. That's not how it works, right? So if you listen to someone and they turn around and they say something along the lines of, oh yeah, Legend of Zelda, the timeline is completely wrong, Ocarina of Time is actually in the adult timeline, and, you know, your immediate response is, I don't think so. It's a good idea to stop listening to them roundabout there, you know? If someone says something that isn't backed up by the games themselves, or is completely contradictory to the games themselves, it's a bad theory. I have wanted to do theory videos in the past, but I eventually decided I don't want to be associated with game theorists because they've got such a bad reputation at this point in time. There's some really good people out there. Like, I still say Loxton does an amazing job with his Pokemon theories. But when it comes to Zelda theories, I feel like there are so many bad theorists out there that just make shit up. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Because it just makes things more confusing. The timelines are not confusing. It's really easy to understand. The problem is there's so many theorists that try to force their headcanon into the Zelda timeline that they have made it confusing. I have been tempted to make a definitive Zelda theory timeline at some point, just to be able to say, no, this is the stuff that's real, and this is the stuff that's fake. Stop it. But I just haven't got around to doing that. My immediate response would be, you what, mate? Exactly. That's basically what happens every time. I see a thumbnail from a new theory that's cropped up on Legend of Zelda, and I gotta be honest, I give these people way too many views because I hate watch them, you know? I just watch the same video over and over and over and over again, picking out all of the little mistakes that they've made, all the things that they've ignored, all the lore that they just, you know, swept to one side so they could make their headcanon fit. And I'm just like, I hate this. Everything about this is wrong. And I start writing a comment explaining everything that's wrong. And then I go back to the beginning and I rewatch it and I add more details. And I go back to the beginning and rewatch it. Realize that I've written like a 10,000 word article and that I can't actually post that comment. And then just delete it and move on with my day. You know? I do this regularly, right? I don't want to. I love Legend of Zelda. I despise some of the trash that comes out of people that think they know what they're talking about. The Sheikah are evil, guys! The Sheikah are evil! I swear it! I swears it! I swears it on the Triforce. They were evil all along. They tried to kill the king and everything. Where's your proof? I made it up! It's my headcanon. You can't question me about my headcanon. It's because it's my opinion. And opinions are never wrong. Opinions might not be wrong, but you bloody well are. Do you know what? I'll do. Yeah, we're gonna call that done. It's really tacky, but it'll do. I need to make a banner for it as well as the block, but we'll just stick with the block for now, so I can get on and actually play this video games today. Hang on. Yeah, I don't want that. Alright, so promo block. I'm gonna add a new promo to it. Let's see. There we go. So it'll be, there we go. Merch store open. You can barely see the text. That's the way I like it. Barely, the text is barely visible. Perfect. Tears of the Kingdom sucks. Yeah, I've seen so many people saying that. Oh, Tears of the Kingdom sucks. But, like, when you actually stop and think about the reason why they say Tears of the Kingdom sucks, the answer is usually, Tears of the Kingdom sucks because it doesn't fit my headcanon. And I've seen so much of that. It's so frustrating. It's like, a bunch of people came up with some theories of like what they wanted to see. There we go, that's better. Now you can see the text. Merch store open. Brilliant. A bunch of people came up with theories for like, oh, this is what's going to happen in the next Zelda game. Tears of the Kingdom is going to be about going back to Skyloft, which I said as well. And I still reckon it's technically Skyloft. It's using the same themes. So, yeah, I'm going to count it. But like they said, it was specifically going to be about Skyloft. It was going to be specifically about Calamity Ganon, like the source of Calamity Ganon. And it kind of was. And it's going to show the Zonai were the real evil tribe. And there's all these kinds of weird and wacky theories that have come up. Like the Barbarian armor. Like, everyone was like, oh, the Barbarian armor, it's an example of the Zonai. So the Zonai must be a barbaric tribe that were wiped out very early on in Hyrule's history. Well, that was wrong, wasn't it? And the problem is that because people came up with all of these predictions for what Tears of the Kingdom was going to be, when it actually released, and it was nothing like that, they immediately started getting offended, you know? They immediately started saying things like, it's just rubbish, it's just crap. Tears of the Kingdom sucks. It sucks because it doesn't confirm everything that I said. My headcanon isn't confirmed, therefore it's bad. And it's like, no, that's not how that works. Sorry, guys. Sorry. No. All right. And I think that's good now. But yeah, a little bit of a Zelda start, because, you know, I've just seen the news, you know, that Echoes of Wisdom is officially in the timeline. It takes place after Triforce Heroes, and it is the first game in the Golden Era. An era of Zelda that's only been referenced, but we've never had an opportunity to explore. So, Echoes of Wisdom is official. It takes place in the Golden Era, which is the period of Hyrule's history prior to the Great Expansion and prior to the downfall. So prior to the Legend of Zelda and Zelda 2. This is fantastic news, because it means that we are going into a period where Zelda can definitely be a lot more prominent, and that this might end up being the Zelda of Legend, you know? The original Legend of Zelda was named after a princess that had been asleep for over 1,000 years. That's where it came from. It wasn't just the Princess Zelda of Zelda 1, Hyrule Fantasy. Zelda 2, it is explained that the reason that all of the children, all the female children of the royal family are named Zelda, is because of the ancient Zelda that is still under a curse and still asleep. And that could end up being the Zelda from Echoes of Wisdom. So I'm really looking forward now to playing Echoes of Wisdom and, you know, playing through and seeing it all the way to the end and seeing how that game plays out, because I think that there's a lot that they're going to be doing in this period, specifically with Zelda. Not so much Link, but with Zelda. And that makes sense, because Zelda is probably the most prominent character in the Golden Era. So this is really cool. This is really cool. It really opens us up for more exploration of the backstory of the original Zelda games. That's awesome. They need the most, right? The original Zelda game had a blurb in the manual. Zelda 2 had a little bit more story, but it was very limited. So the fact that we're exploring and recontextualizing the history and the plot of Hyrule Fantasy and the Adventure of Link, yes please, more of that please. I am really excited for where Zelda might be going in the future, in the next few years, with more top-down Zeldas coming out, and that is definitely confirmed to be happening. So from Zelda history to Atari history, let's jump on in to Atari 50. In fact, let me hit my button to tell me to take a break in 2 hours. And yeah, we'll jump on in. Before we jump on into Atari 50 though, if you are enjoying this stream, if you're enjoying this conversation, do consider joining us over on the Discord. That is where the conversation continues when the stream is over. And if you're liking the stream so far, leave a like. If not, dislike it. I don't care, because YouTube doesn't care. Cool beans. If you're new here, do consider subscribing, because we will be talking about more Zelda in the future. It's practically a weekly topic at this point. And we're probably going to be looking more into gaming history and, you know, into Atari stuff. So if Atari is something that you're interested in, if you'd like to learn more about the gaming heritage that you have as a gamer, then that's something that I'm really excited to go into and look deeper into some of the stories that maybe a lot of people aren't aware of. Atari is one of those ones where there's just been a lot going on in the past few years that most people who aren't paying attention probably don't know much about, you know? And so when we see something like Atari 50, okay, you know what? I will say this. Atari 50 is a really good resource for learning the history of Atari, but it is a little bit biased, right? It does paint a little bit of a golden hue onto Atari. There have been some bad times in Atari history, and they mentioned them, but kind of in passing. We talked about the gaming crash of '86. We talked about you know, after we talked about the Warner Brothers takeover. We talked about the kind of the decline in Atari quality when the Tramiels were in charge, and I feel like the Tramiels did their best. You know, Jack Tramiel, Samuel Tramiel. I think they did their best, but they were looking for something else out of Atari. I don't really have a bad word to say about them. I feel like they did what they could in the era that they were given. And I think the Lynx is actually a really cool piece of hardware. It's not the best, obviously, and it was way too expensive when it first released. But the Atari Lynx is a really cool piece of hardware. The Jaguar, however, less so. Yeah, that wasn't... that was less than perfect. Yeah. But, you know, in retrospect, the Jaguar is doing really well right now. There's a huge fan community around the Jaguar, which is still producing video games to this day. And the Atari 2600 is back, you know, in a huge way. This is one of those things I was talking about day before yesterday. Is like, you can walk into an EB Games or a GameStop now and buy Atari games off the shelf again. You can literally go into a game store and buy an Atari 2600 cartridge. And I think that's phenomenal. I think that's amazing. And I want more of that. I want to see the Atari 2600 back on top. It's never going to be the best console on the market because it's the 2600. It was old hardware when it was released in 1973. 76. It was, you know, it was difficult to work for. It was a piece of junk, but it was the first. And there, as Nolan Bushnell himself said, there's a hallowed place for anyone who is first. And they are. So I like where Atari is right now. I love that they're really coming out of the shadows once again, and they're showing we don't have to make new games. I mean, they are making some new games, but it's like, we don't have to have the best hardware on the market. We can re-release the 2600 and it will still sell in 2024. And they were right. And I love that. That's so cool. And that's why I feel like Atari is, you know, it's one of those things, one of those companies. It is an idea. Atari is a concept. Is fantastic and wonderful and very nostalgic for me. As well as, you know, we talked about the difference between nostalgia and anemoia. It's amazing when you've got a console like the Atari 2600 that I can feel both. I feel nostalgia for when I was a kid playing on my Junior, but I've got anemoia for not being able to play it when it first released in the 70s. That's such an interesting feeling, and I think it doubles up the passion, you know? People are passionate about the things that they're nostalgic for. And being able to go back and be like, man, I'm really nostalgic for this thing that never happened, but I'm also nostalgic for this thing that did happen. It's really cool. It doubles the passion, undoubtedly. It doubles the passion. Yeah, so if you want to hear more about Atari, I will be doing more Atari stuff in the future, not just during Atari Week. We're going to pull out some Atari games throughout the year as well, and we're going to be looking into the history of other companies. Like, the backstory for Sega is really interesting. Like, Nintendo, I think everyone knows Nintendo's backstory. They started off as a Hanafuda company, then they became a toy company, then they started doing electronic toys and TV games, or tele games as they were called back in the day, and then they released the NES, and the rest is history, as they say. Everyone knows the Nintendo story. How many people actually know the Sega story? Like, Sega started off making PCs, or they attempted to make PCs, I should say. Or how about that Sega was actually a company run by the Yakuza? You know, the Yakuza series of games are published by Sega? Yeah, that's not just a game that they're publishing. That is their history. Sonic discovered a device that made it go faster? Question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. Yeah, it was called blast processing, which is, in and of itself, blast processing is bullshit. It's nothing. Blast processing is nothing. It never was. But yeah, I want to do some Sega stuff in the future as well. So, do stick around, and you'll get notified of when I go live if you subscribe to the channel. Maybe even hit that bell. And when the stream is over, do consider coming back and leaving a comment. Comments, I've discovered, are incredibly important. We have had so much more discovery in the past few weeks that I've been pushing comments than we have for the entirety of this channel. It's been a huge difference. So I strongly recommend like going back even. Go back to some of my older streams that you may have already watched and leave a comment. go check the top comment. If I leave a comment and I pin it, I'll ask in a lot of them, I'm asking a question. So go back and answer that question. And, yeah. Leave a comment because it really does mean the most. So thank you very much to everyone who has been commenting. It really has been pushing these streams forward. A lot of people have been discovering the streams, and I think that's wonderful. Thank you so much to everyone who has been supporting me up till now. Lastly, I did mention it in passing, and I was making a banner for it. The merch store is now open. So if you want to get yourself a hoodie or a t-shirt or a mug, do consider checking out the merch store. Links for everything, whether that be the Discord, or for my social media, or for the merch store. All of them are in the description, so please do check that out. Short stream? No. The stream is just starting, my friend. The stream is just starting. And, yeah, let's jump on in to Atari 50. And today we are going to be looking at... There is no sound coming from my headset. There's no sound in general. It's because I haven't pressed start yet. There's the sound. Today we are looking at the first console war. Now, I've got my opinions on console warring. In fact, console warring is probably the most regrettable time of my life. I absolutely, when I look back in retrospect at all the stupid things that I've done in my life, console war was probably the stupidest, because in the end, especially with where I am right now, my personal philosophy when it comes to gaming, and how I want people to experience as many games as possible, and how divisive and damaging I feel that console warring is. To think back to those times and be like, damn, I used to do that. I am embarrassed, but at the same time, I'm not going to deny it. I'm not going to sweep it under the rug and pretend it was something I never did. Unfortunately, it absolutely was. I was a Nintendo kid at the end of the day, you know? And I had people that would take the piss out of me for being a Nintendo kid, while I would take a piss out of them for being Sega kids. And we all used to bully the PC kids because, you know, PC gaming back then wasn't that great. It's not a proud time in my life, and I feel like the console warring, all it really did was create divisions. It put up barriers. It put up walls. Where I declared, I am a Nintendo. I like Nintendo. I'm not gonna touch your silly Sega with your blue hedgehog nonsense. I've got plumbers. And that's better. Because they have mustaches. And to be fair, even today, I can't really shake that argument. That is 100% true. You can't argue with the power of the mustache, right? But it did mean that throughout my childhood, there were so many games that I didn't play. I love my nostalgia. You may have guessed. It is Atari week after all. And because of console war, regretfully, I don't have nostalgia for Sega games at all. Not a single one. Maybe Sonic 2. But I rejected Sega. And I know that through my actions, I caused other people to reject Nintendo. And I strongly regret that. fully regret that. I am very repentant. Because I feel like I've hurt myself, and knowing how much I have hurt myself in that process, knowing full well that I disregarded so many excellent games on the Sega Mega Drive and Master System, that I know if someone is as passionate about gaming as I am, that someone that I knew at the time, but were a Sega kid, I know I put up barriers that made them not want to play Nintendo. And they're going to have the same issue. They're going to be looking back going, damn, I wish I had played some Nintendo games when I was a kid. So knowing how bad I feel, it just makes me feel even worse that I may have pushed people away from being able to find their next favorite game. And maybe something that would have stuck with them even till today. I had Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. Many people didn't, and there were a few people that didn't, purely because we used to make fun of them for being Sega kids. No one's going to buy a Nintendo because you make fun of them. You know, no one is going to explore Nintendo games because you take the mick out of Sega. And the same goes for today. People who use terms like Nintendrone and Xbot and Pony, and ironically, you're all idiots. You really are. Every damn single one of you. Because you're not winning people over to your side, you're pushing people away. People who would love to play Halo are going to be more entrenched in their narrow-minded worldview because you keep calling them a pony. People who would love God of War or Horizon Zero Dawn are not going to play them because you call them an Xbot and you make them more entrenched in their position and their opinions. Because they look at the audience and they say, damn, these ponies, or damn, these Xbots. They're idiots. Look at the way they talk to us. And you don't realize that the same thing is happening on the other side. Just stop with the console wars, please. Just enjoy video games. We don't need to be at each other's throats all the time because of the lump of plastic and circuits that we have underneath our televisions. Gaming is about bringing people together. Cross-platform games are an absolute blessing. I've seen so many people complaining that Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be cross-platform with cross-platform play. It's a good thing. It really is a good thing that we all get to play together. And yet there's so many people out there that think to themselves, man, they want me to play with an Xbot? They want me to play with the PC Master Race? Yeah, I do. I want us all to play together. Gaming is about unity, not about divisions. Hold on a second. I have to deal with an issue. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, I didn't mute. Okay. I just had to, pulverize a spider. It's not coming back from that. I wish I'd used something other than my high score book, though. That was a bad move. Yeah, that was a bad move. I'll clean that later. Anyway. That's my opinions on console war, guys. Please don't console war. Please. It's more fun to play together than it is to play on us by ourselves. For me, I have no intention of buying a PS5, but if I'm visiting a friend and they say, hey, would you like to play this game on my PS5? I will say yes. Exactly. I'm the same. I'm not going to buy a PS5 because there's a lot of things that Sony have been doing recently that I do not like. And, like, one of the things that we haven't actually talked about, but something which is kind of terrifying to me is that Sony are wanting to buy Kadokawa. That's terrifying to me because it means that Sony will have a monopoly on the anime industry. But worse than that, Kadokawa owns FromSoft. Which means that if Sony were to buy Kadokawa, then Souls games will become exclusive to PlayStation. So that concerns me. I don't want to see the difference I feel between Xbox and Sega. Like I was in approval for Xbox buying Activision because I think Activision's leadership was an absolute disaster, and the only way that they were going to solve any of their problems was if someone came in and made changes. And so I didn't care if it was going to be Xbox or Sony, even for that matter, or anyone else coming in and buying Activision, because Activision needed to be dealt with. Right? Bobby Kotick was an absolute crook, and the executive branches of both Blizzard and Activision are full of perverts and not good people, right? So the fact that Microsoft has come in and has started to shake the place up a bit, I'm all for that, right? My reasoning for Microsoft buying Activision is not the same reason that I don't want Sony to buy Kadokawa. Sony have been buying everything anime related. They are trying to corner the market on anime. They are. 100% they are, right? They bought Funimation. They bought Crunchyroll. They bought Anime Lab. They merged all of those things together, and now they want Kadokawa. Kadokawa, which is like the second biggest distributor of anime in Japan. I'm concerned about that because Sony have very political views, let's just say that, right? And they've been doing a lot of censorship recently. And I'm not a fan of that. So I'm afraid of what they might do to anime and video games if they hold a monopoly. Also, Sony are all about exclusivity, whereas Xbox is about playing as many games as you can on as many platforms as you can. So Xbox are not trying to make Activision games exclusive, but Sony would. Sony absolutely would. And so Sony concerns me to a certain degree. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't play PlayStation 5 games if there were any PlayStation 5 games that I thought were interesting to me. You know? If I wanted to play a PlayStation 5 game, I absolutely would. But I don't have a PlayStation, and we don't have a lot of money. We have to make a decision. Do we want to buy an Xbox, or do we want to buy a PlayStation? And for us, personally, Xbox is the better option. And so that's what we've done, is we've bought Xboxes. First time I heard the term console war, I thought people were throwing consoles at each other. It almost got to that point. I have seen an OG Xbox fashioned to Mjolnir. Yeah, actually, there's some really good ones. Like Xbox and PlayStation case mods that look amazing, like genuinely amazing. Might do a thing about that in the future. I don't know, but yeah. That's my opinion on console wars. Don't do it. It's not fun. It's not fun for anyone. And not only are you entrenching people into decisions that maybe they wouldn't normally make because you are attacking them and harassing them and abusing them, but you're also limiting yourself. Sony doesn't know you exist. Microsoft don't know you exist. They don't care about you. Stop defending a piece of plastic and just enjoy some video games. Friends don't like... Thank you, Max. There we go. First bit of sense I've had out of him today. Friends don't let friends throw consoles. And with that in mind, let's jump into the first console war. Atari versus Intellivision. Whose side are you on? What if the company behind the Intellivision also created cartridges for the Atari 2600? The answer was M Network, and the story starts in the late 1970s. Interestingly, this is an interesting one. M Network. Hold on. I want to show you something. Guess who owns the rights to the M Network stuff now? It's Atari. Who won the console war? Atari did. They own M Network. Oh dear. Yes, I will be buying this. Just putting that out there. Yes, I will be buying that. Oh, look at the games though. Hang on a minute. There we go. So a lot of these compilation cartridges are coming out, which I think are fantastic. I love compilation cartridges on Atari because what you get is basically a cartridge with a bunch of dip switches on the top, and or on the back, I should say. And based on what you select is the game that you get to play. And I love that. I love the dip switch mechanics. So we've got Astro Blast, Armor, Ambush, Star Strike, and Frogs and Flies. So this is Astro Blast. Yes, this is Ass Blast. Yes, that is exactly what it is, Ass Blast. Where you're a little tank. It's kind of like a cross between Space Invaders and Missile Command. So you've got to destroy the asteroids as they come crashing down. This is Frogs and Flies. It's a very weird game. I haven't played it myself, but I have seen other people playing it. Where basically you're just a frog and you gotta try to catch flies. This one's Star Strike, which is, can you tell it's the Death Star Trench? Yeah, okay. And this one is Armored Ambush, which is essentially a version of combat. But look at the backgrounds. The backgrounds on these games are gorgeous for the Atari, right? They're using a lot of full color. and you know, it's not like a plain single color background. It's got like bushes, it's got buildings. This is really cool. This is one of the better tank games that came out on the Atari. And so yeah, I definitely want to be picking up the M Network collection because I really want to play Astro Blast, because I get to make a stream saying I'm playing ass blasting, okay? There's nothing more to it than that. I just want to play Ass Blaster on stream, okay? And this version is probably the superior version of games like Combat. And I really want to play it. It looks really fun. But yeah, there you go. Atari ended up winning the console war because now they own M Network. The guys that were their competitors. Amazing. Technically, Infogrames are the ones that won the console war because they bought Atari and are now called Atari and then bought M Network. So, yeah, technically Infogrames won. Right. What if the company behind the Intellivision also created cartridges for the Atari 2600? The answer was M Network, and the story starts in the late 1970s. Mattel Electronics. So Intellivision, yeah, right. So Intellivision was created by Mattel. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, it was. It was created by Mattel, and it started off with small electronic games like Mattel, like these little handheld racing games. But then when Atari got really successful, they started making their own consoles and stuff like that. And, yeah, the rest is history. The rest is Intellivision. A successful toy manufacturer since the mid-1940s, Mattel expanded into handheld electronic games with Auto Race in 1976 and football in 1977. In fact, if I remember correctly, Ashton Kutcher as Kelso is playing Mattel's electronic football in that 70s show. There's an episode where he's playing electronic football. There's also a whole episode about Pong where Red gets a Pong machine and they go into it, and I always used to think this episode was weird, right? Because they went into the Pong machine with a pliers and soldering iron and a screwdriver to make the paddle smaller on the Pong game. And I always used to think that's stupid because that's not how programming works. No, that's how programming works on the Atari and on the Pong. Absolutely, that's exactly how it works. You programmed the Pong devices with a screwdriver and a pliers and a soldering iron. There was no software. It was entirely hardware based. So at the time when I first saw that episode, I laughed along, you know, it was a funny episode. But at the same time, I'm like, that's not how you make video games. No, that's exactly how you made the Atari. That was it. Pliers, soldering iron, and a brick and a piece of string. Absolutely. Just like your Mercedes cars. When both became huge hits, the fledgling Mattel Electronics division looked for the next electronic success. Intelligent television. Atari's success with the VCS led Mattel to consider the potential of a TV-based gaming machine. However, the cutting-edge Intellivision would come from humble beginnings within the toy maker's halls. Now, a friend of mine actually had this one. A friend of mine had this. I only played it like a few times, and I would have loved to have owned one myself. But I was an Atari kid. Funny how that happens, isn't it?
After the success of the Atari VCS, Mattel, as a toy company, looked at this and said, maybe we should consider getting into this business.
They started their Mattel Electronics division releasing handheld games. Their handheld football, which was an LED game, was a smash hit.
Somebody had the idea that the TI, Texas Instruments calculator chip, could also be used for games. It worked in calculators. We could make a game.
Yeah, that's true. It was the TI chip.
I'm like, how is this football? Because the field is only this big. How is this 100 yards? And then, of course, you play it and you realize you have to go multiple times to get a touchdown. But oh man, it was great.
The Atari VCS was being sold in toy stores. Mattel did not like giving up shelf space and consumer dollars in toy stores.
Yeah.
I think as much as anything, it's that sense of holding your position, holding market share in the toy industry.
I think that's a big thing, you know. At the end of the day, a lot of the console war stuff, like some of the best, and I use that term very, very loosely, but some of the best console warring stuff that I've ever seen was between Nintendo and PlayStation in the 90s. Because they stopped, you know, tiptoeing around, and they would literally just call each other out. Like, there was that, if you might remember the advert where someone dressed up in a Crash Bandicoot mascot outfit was recorded outside of Nintendo HQ yelling at Nintendo through a megaphone. Stuff like that's gonna stick with you, right? There was a little bit of back and forth with, like, Sega does what Nintendo don't. But, you know, I don't know, that's a good line, don't get me wrong. But, you know, that was very, very easily, you know, changed because the name is Nintendo, not Nintendo. So, as soon as Sega turns around and says something along the lines of, Sega does what Nintendo don't, you immediately get the response of, but Nintendo does what Sega can't. And it's just like, ooh, oh, nailed them, your mum and your dad. You know? It's one of those things, you know? As soon as you start making insults like that, it's very easy to reverse it. Because Nintendo does what Sega couldn't, and that is produce good sound. Oh no, I'm still doing it, right? I know I said I don't like console warring, but that's still the truth. Sound on the Sega Genesis was pretty awful for the first couple of revisions, but they eventually, you know, they had a better Yamaha chip later on. But yeah, ultimately it comes down to market share. That's it. It's like, if someone is already entrenched in the industry, they don't want to give up their market share. It is that simple. Do you know, can I just bring something up? I want to point out this guy. I love this man's face. He uses his entire mouth to talk. I love this man's face. He is so expressive. Every time he talks, I can't help but, like, focus on his mouth movements. Like, it almost looks like the sound isn't coming from him. It looks like it's, you know, the old Asian movies that get dubbed over, and so the mouth movement doesn't look like it's moving at the same rate as the sound coming out. This guy has got so much excessive movement in his mouth that it looks like he's saying a lot more than what he's actually saying, and I can't help but focus on it. He's got such an expressive face.
And I think as much as anything, it's that sense of holding your position, holding market share in the toy industry. That plus the sense that there was a potential here, I think, is what drove the decision.
Mattel saw that Atari was making lots of money, hand over fist, making video games, and decided to make their own console, which they called the Intellivision.
They had an outside consulting group make a set of initial games for the machine for the playtest.
They contracted with a company run by a man named Glenn Hightower to develop. The
Oh, look at that!
system
Look at the
and
cartridge.
develop cartridges for it.
You can't see this because it's in the side. I'm kind of in the way here. That's where the cartridge slot was. It's a little bit awkward, not gonna lie. Probably would have been better to have put the cartridge slot on the front, or even at the back, you know, so that you could still see the game that you were playing. But yeah, it was one of those systems where the controllers were connected, and the really cool thing about the way that the Intellivision worked was, let me get my pointer back. I moved something that I wasn't supposed to. These were kind of like a D-pad. So it was rotary, but it also had like a D-pad like buttons on it. I think it was actually an 8-way button. And then you've got this number pad, which you could cover with an overlay. It was like a thin plastic overlay. So you could put like names on the buttons of what the different buttons do. And so you weren't like, oh, I need to press 9. Okay, which one's 9? No. It's now being covered up. It's a pause button now. Or, oh, I need to go to hyperspace. What number do I need for hyperspace? Was it 3? I need to press 3? No, there's a hyperspace button now. So every game would come with these little cards that you would put into the controller. And I think that was such a really cool concept. It was kind of like a touch screen. You know, that was one of the things that people would talk about with the 3DS, is that the 3DS bottom touchscreen allowed for the kind of menus that were impossible on other systems. And the same with the Wii U. You know, it was impossible on other systems because the touchscreen allowed the button setup to change depending upon the game that you were playing. So if you were playing Legend of Zelda, you're playing like Twilight Princess on the Wii U, or you're playing Ocarina of Time on the 3DS, the touchscreen becomes your items. So you can click on any item on the touchscreen, and then it moves into your inventory for your quick access, for your ability to use those items. That was not a new concept. Touchscreen, yes. But the idea of having customizable overlays to be able to control your games, that started here. That was the Intellivision. And Atari tried it later on. The Atari 2600, after the Intellivision released, Atari 2600 released a number pad. And they used the number pad with the game Star Raiders. But then for the Atari 5200, the controllers came with a number pad. It looked almost like this one, but with a control stick instead of this D-pad / circle controller thing. And yeah, Atari ended up copying Intellivision, and to a certain extent so did Nintendo, but many years later, and using a touchscreen. So they didn't have to ship overlays anymore. They could just change what was visible on the screen, and then you had access to a plethora of buttons. It completely changed the way that you played games like Monster Hunter and Legend of Zelda. The touchscreen was like a phenomenal addition. The problem with the touchscreen is the sheer amount of space that it takes up. That's the problem. That's the biggest issue with the touchscreen. It takes up so much space and so much power to be able to run it. And I think that's kind of one of the reasons why the Wii U sort of failed, was because, you know, the people didn't want to use the big touchscreen for playing games. They wanted to use a Pro Controller. And that's a shame, because that's really sad to hear. Because the touchscreen added so much to those games that eventually, by the end of the Wii U's lifespan, which wasn't very long compared to other video game lifespans, that even Nintendo stopped using the touchscreen in their games. That's kind of sad, because they definitely were onto something. Nintendo had a great idea with the Wii U. It's just a shame it didn't land. It's so sad. I think the Wii U could have been better, but yeah. It could have been better, but I think people could have been a bit more understanding of it and realizing just how much of a benefit you're getting from the touchscreen.
Run by a man named Glenn Hightower to develop the system and develop cartridges for it. So he ran this company, APH Technology Consultants. Mattel found him and contracted him and his company to...
Oh, there's another example, look, of an overlay.
And in 1979, the end of 1979, they test marketed the Intellivision. And then it went full release in 1980.
They test marketed the Intellivision video game console in Fresno, California, and it tested out great. And this was late 1980, and that was when the radio ad got put on the radio. I was actually driving home from work one day, and I heard an ad on the radio, and the ad said, "Do you want to work in the exciting world of video games?"
Yes.
I didn't know whether to look down at the radio or look up to God. About who to talk to at this point. And would you like to help shape the future?
I know how he feels. Aniron. Listen to me, my child. Do you want to help the games industry? Do you want to make video games? Yes, God. Yes, I do. I completely understand where he's coming from. I didn't know whether to look down at the radio or look up at God, and I'm like, yeah, no, I know where you're coming from, man. we are connecting right now on a deep spiritual level.
Video games. And I didn't know whether to look down at the radio or look up to God that I was being talked to at this point. And would you like to help shape the future of this exciting new entertainment medium?
Hell yeah.
They did not believe that I had been programming video games for 9 years. Eventually they realized I was telling the truth, and I got hired as one of the original 5 in-house programmers at Mattel. So the original 5 team members at Intellivision on day one were Gabriel Baum, who was our manager, Mike Minkoff, John Soule, myself, Rick Levine. The consultants at APH who had been working on the test market games also continued to stay involved, and they also were working on games in parallel to us. But like modern video game companies, Mattel realized they wanted to control the development themselves, and that's why they built an in-house team. If
Yeah.
you were a toy
At the end of the day, that's one of the things, is like, when you produce a platform, if you create a console, right, but you don't have games to put on it yourself, that's a problem. Because you've got to, say now you just put out the Super Nintendo. You've now got to go around to every other company in the world and say, hey, do you want to make games for this? And they're all going to be like, no thanks, Nintendo. We're making plenty of money on the NES, thanks very much. We know how to make games for the NES. We'd have to train a whole new team to change over to the Super Nintendo. We'd have to do, the sort of market research that'll have to go into it. It's going to cost us millions to transition from going from the NES to the Super Nintendo. And therefore, like, the developers would dictate the progression of the industry. Like, some developers, don't get me wrong, some developers will be sitting there going, damn, I really can't get what I want out of this hardware. I wish they would release a new one. Right? But then there's no guarantee that the new hardware that they release is going to be compatible with what you want to make. So, anyway, the platform creators, like your Nintendos, your Sonys, Xboxes, Intellivision, even Apple with the Pippin and 3DO and the, CDI and all these different games consoles that came out, in the 90s as well, because that was such a boom in consoles, was the 80s and the 90s. if they weren't making games themselves, they would have to shop it around and be like, hey, do you want to make a game for this? And the answer would probably be, it would be too expensive to change our development team to be able to work on this new piece of hardware. On the other hand, if your name is Nintendo and you release the Super Nintendo with Super Mario World, you're going to be selling gangbusters from the start. And everyone is going to want a piece of that console. You would no longer be an unknown variable. Your console is selling because you have got one of the greatest games of all time. And not only that, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past is coming, Donkey Kong is coming, F-Zero is coming, Mario Kart is coming. All of these games are in the pipeline to be released for the Super Nintendo. Any developer worth their salt would look at these new games and go, I need to be on that system. I want to see the name of my game alongside Super Mario World. It's a completely different ball game. So a platform holder needs to make their own games, or at very least have a first-party development studio that will produce games, because that sells the console. And that's why Nintendo have done so well. Like, the Wii U was a bit of a botch job. It was a bit of a screw-up. But the reason that Nintendo consoles sell so well, and the reason that they are still the top of the industry after all of these years, is because the games they make are always quality. And people want to see their games placed on a shelf next to Nintendo. There's it's a mental gymnastics sort of thing, that it's like the idea, the feeling of quality rubs off onto the games that's next to it, you know? It's why that there's so many people that say that, oh my goodness, the entire library of the Super Nintendo was amazing. There are some utterly busted games on the Super Nintendo, right? That are basically unplayable. But no one remembers those because of the perceived quality of the rest of the library, right? The rest of the library is so damn good that even some of the less good games, Addams Family is a really good example of this. It's an okay game. It's basically the same game that they released on the NES, just upscale, updated graphics. But that Addams Family game is often touted as being a really good platformer. It's ridiculously, brutally hard and a little bit unfair at times. But it's got this perceived quality because it is on a system that is producing super high quality games like Super Mario All-Stars, like Super Mario World, like Mario Kart, F-Zero, Star Fox. Star Fox was a massive turning point where people were like, oh my goodness, this can do 3D? This console can do 3D? I mean, it couldn't. You needed a special Super Effects chip. But it made people believe that they could. And so that perceived quality was then, it trickled down into all the games that were released for it. So it's really important to have a first-party development group to be able to sell your console. I bet the speedrunners love Addams Family. I honestly don't know. I imagine that there is. I know that there's a little bit of a speedrunning community for Fester's Quest, of all games. That game is terrible, honestly. Fester's Quest is interesting because we talked about when we were talking about soundtracks yesterday. I was saying that the Master Blaster soundtrack is phenomenal. Last night after the stream, I watched the most recent Angry Video Game Nerd. he put out a video on Master Blaster, and he talks about how good the soundtrack is, and I'm like, oh my goodness, what? Talk about synchronicity. I'm thinking about Master Blaster, and Angry Video Game Nerd puts out a bloody video on it. That's amazing. I need to actually get around to playing the Master Blaster Zero games, because those look so much fun. But yeah, Sunsoft, the creators of Master Blaster, are also the creators of Festus Quest, and you can see some of the similarities between the two games, but honestly, Master Blaster is so much better than Festus Quest. I kind of disagree with what Angry Video Game Nerd said about Master Blaster. Because he said that it is brutally difficult. It is a little bit broken in some places, and there's some things about it which aren't fun. And I can kind of understand where he's coming from, but I disagree. I still find the game to be really fun. I can understand why some people wouldn't like it, but I think Master Blaster is an incredible game. I remember playing it like a long time ago. I had an emulator of it, and I'm like, there's a game called Master Blaster. What a cheesy name. And then I put it on, and the music started, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I love this game already. And Master Blaster has been like the influence to so many other games that would come after it. Games like, obviously Master Blaster Zero Collection, which I've got physical copies of. I just haven't got around to playing. And a Panzer Paladin. So that's a neat little indie game, which was heavily, inspired by Master Blaster. And a really good game. I highly recommend Panzer Paladin. It's a really fun game. It's on Nintendo Switch. I believe it's on Steam as well. It's got NES-style graphics. There's a little bit better graphics than what the NES could do, but it's got these NES graphics and an amazing soundtrack, and it's got that fun platforming gameplay where you switch between being the little you and a mech, so you can get in and out of the mech. It's a really fun game, and I strongly recommend it, and I recommend people check it out. But yeah, coming back to where this started, it's really important for a company to have, an in-house development team to be able to use your games and say, hey, look, this is what my hardware can do. It's very hard to sell a console if you haven't got a means of showing what your hardware can do.
An in-house team. If you were a toy designer, or you worked for the toy company, you turned left and you went into what was then a modern office tower. If you turned right, you went down into where we were, except that was a converted warehouse.
The entire
Interesting.
Division, we were in a separate building. And at lunchtime, we were allowed to walk down this middle corridor to the lunchroom, and everybody's doors in the toy company, all the doors were closed. And it was like, you're not allowed to go into any of those doors.
Yeah.
Very secret. And then we
Yes.
would go and we'd have lunch, and then we'd go back. And one day we're walking down that corridor, and some little motorized car was zooming around. It was like, oh, there's life, there's a toy, but it went through a door and it closed. And so it was we were outsiders.
I wouldn't say necessarily. I mean, they kind of were, yes, because they were a completely different development group. But I wouldn't necessarily take it personally, right? One of the things that you would learn if you know anything about the toy industry is that it is super competitive, ridiculously competitive, and it's got some of the most secretive development cycles in all of consumer products. You think about how secretive computers and stuff are. You gotta make sure that you've got the best hardware coming out onto the market. But toys, like, there's a certain element, like, oh, I'm building a new graphics card, and we want to keep the specs a secret. But you still need to tell someone what the specs are to make sure that it actually works, and that future, because everyone's developing stuff at the same time. So if you're making a new graphics card, you need to tell the CPU developers, you need to tell the chip manufacturers, you need to tell the motherboard manufacturers, you need to tell the RAM manufacturers. You need to make sure that everyone knows how your system works so that when it releases, it can be used in a product. Because if you were to develop something completely secretive and then release it to the market and then discover, oh wait, that doesn't work with anything, that would be bad news bears, right? You've just spent millions, possibly billions of dollars developing a product that literally no one is going to buy because it's too different from everything else. So in the PC industry, as secretive as they are, they still share information. The toy industry doesn't. The toy industry straight up does not. And the reason for that is because it is entirely independent. Especially back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the toy industries were putting so much money into development and then putting money into things like TV shows and cartoons to sell the product, that if any word got out that this is a thing that Mattel were working on, or this is a thing that Kenner Toys is working on, they're working on some new Star Wars stuff, then immediately Mattel is going to be like, oh my goodness, we can make some knockoff Star Wars stuff, and we can sell it with a very similar name. Look at what we're talking about right now. Intelligent television. It started off as making knockoff Atari games. The toy industry was so brutal and was so secretive, and there was so much industrial espionage going on that I am not in the slightest bit surprised at how secretive they were, even to people who worked for them, because they were in a different department. You are working on the video games, you do not look at the toys, and you toy people do not look at the video games. It's, like I said, I don't think you could take it personally, but that's just what the toy industry was like at the time. And once again, we have an Intellivision with a slightly, I'm not a big fan of gold, but this has got like a slightly gold finish. It is actually silver, but, it was slightly off silver, like a beige, And then you had the wood finish on the front there. I love this. I want more video game consoles to have wood finish. I've said this a million times, and I will say it a million times more. We need to bring back this style. I want wood finish, I want black plastic, and I want off silver, near gold. I want this. This needs to happen. Again. Let's bring back those retro aesthetics, because I think they are stunning. Playing and programming the Intellivision, interacting with the VCS and the Intellivision felt as different to players as it did to its programmers. Both groups shared their experiences. Now, we've already looked at Atari, and the way that you developed for an Atari 2600 was that you literally had to program the signal to display the graphics on the screen. There were no sprites. It's not like modern video games where there's software. It was all built-in hardware, and it all had to generate a signal that would appear on the screen every frame. I don't know if the Intellivision was done the same way, but I guess we find out. I just want you to know that if/when I look away, that giant black pointer from the corner of my eye keeps making me flinch, thinking there's a fly buzzing near me. Don't worry, I'm going to be changing this. I'm going to be making a new pointer for myself in the future. and I just haven't got around to making it yet. But I think you guys are gonna like it when it's made. I will be making a new pointer. At the moment, it's a little black arrow. I could probably have changed it for a white arrow. Hang on, can I do that right now? There it goes. There you go. Little white arrow now. Cool. So, yeah, I'm going to be changing the pointer because I found that I actually really like having the pointer. So that's something I'm going to keep. And because, of course, I'm a PNG tuber, so I can't really point at things. So I need my little pointer to move around the screen. So, yeah, I'm going to do that at some point. I'm going to make a new pointer. But at this present, you're stuck with the little arrow. Anyway, playing and programming the Intellivision.
Atari developed this joystick, which is just a stick coming up, and you can move it with the Atari in 8 different directions: forward, backward, left, right, and then the 4 diagonals. And that controlled the...
That's technically not... I mean, technically it's correct, I guess, the way that he said it. It is technically 8-directional, but it's not. You know, it's what's called a 4-gate stick. Which means, to begin with, it's a digital pad. So there's no degrees. It's not like an analog stick where you can, move the analog stick slightly in one direction and then your character walks and then you push the stick all the way in one direction and the character runs. It's a digital stick. So if you press left, you've pressed left. If you press right, you've pressed right. It's the same as a D-pad. And actually, the D in D-pad, a lot of people think it means directional. The D in D-pad means digital, not directional. So, yeah, this was a digital stick, not an analog stick. And it had 4 gates, up, down, left, and right. The reason that it was capable of 8 directions was because it would take the signal of both up and left, or up and right, and down and left, and down and right, and it would interpret that as a combination signal. So it would be the 4 additional signals were a combination of the major 4 signals. So I guess they're like the cardinal directions and the ordinal directions. So if you've got 2 cardinal directions that are gated as on, that would output an ordinal signal. So that's the reason that it was technically 8-directional. But of course, that's because it's not like an analog stick. With an analog stick, you've got 365 degrees. 360, not 365. You've got 360 degrees of motion with an analog stick, and all of that can be registered. With these, it's more like an arcade machine or a fight stick, in that it only recognizes the 4 directions. I did mention this as well before, but a lot of I say a lot. There are some modern fight sticks that are actually 8-gate sticks. That means that they've got the 4 cardinal directions and the 4 ordinal directions. And that means that you've got 24 recognizable directions on the stick, which is really cool, but almost wholly unnecessary. There are very few games that you need that degree of control of direction. Most of the time, if you're playing something like Street Fighter, you literally just need the D-pad. You need up, down, left, and right. That's it. Up, down, left, and right, and combinations thereof. So again, cardinal and ordinal. You don't need the extras. So if you think to yourself, man, I'm going to be an epic gamer. I'm going to play Street Fighter. I'm going to be the best there ever was. I'm gonna need an 8-gate stick. No, you're probably spending an additional $100 to $200 for something you absolutely will never use. There are some games that will use an 8-stick. In fact, I believe that Metal Slug uses an 8-gate stick, but you for the most part you don't need it. You genuinely don't need it.
Forward, backward, left, right, and then the 4 diagonals. And that controlled the object on the screen. Mattel decided to go better than that. Mattel controller is a rectangle with this disc on the bottom.
Here we go.
But 12 buttons over it.
Oh, it is. Oh, yeah. Wait.
You press it in any of 16 directions, and that controlled what goes on the screen.
There you go.
If you're used to a joystick, it's difficult to work with.
I didn't like the controller.
So, this is one... Okay, so... if I remember correctly, the reason that 16 directions is a problem... actually, no. It's probably fine. I'm just trying to think, like, because 16 directions would be up, down, left, right, up, left, up, right, down, right, and then tilt those to, like, a slight degree off, you know? So, it probably still had, like, actually 24 directions if it was... if it actually recognized multiple inputs as a combined input. But it was supposedly more, sensitive and better than the control stick, which has just got up, down, left, right. But it also meant that it was more sensitive than a controller that had up, down, left, right, you know? So it has all the benefits and the negatives of that situation.
I didn't like the controller. I didn't like the controller. I didn't like it.
I thought it was a cool idea, but that was about it.
That feels like a video game. This other one felt like an accounting package.
The bad interface versus the joystick. Things like that were just things you would argue over all the time.
It felt maybe even like the games were very soft. They weren't edgy.
I'd say visually the
Ooh, that's a... Do you know what? That's a really good point. It would feel like control of the game was a little bit looser. Can I turn up the volume? Of course I can. There we go.
This other one felt like an accounting package.
The Intellivision had the bad interface versus the joystick. Things like that were just things you would argue over all the time.
It felt maybe even like the games were very soft. They weren't edgy.
Yeah, I like that. I like that comment that they would feel soft, that they didn't have that precision that the Atari joystick would have. Yeah, I get that. I understand where she's coming from. And that comes because the more sensitive that the controller is, the more possibilities you have for making mistakes.
Edgy.
I'd say visually the Intellivision looked a lot better.
Oh yeah, no, the Intellivision looked gorgeous.
Because of its requirement for drawing the screen meant that every game had to run at 60 frames per second.
Like even today we had discussions like, can we get to 60 frames a second? And like every Atari game that exists is 60 frames a second. Because if they didn't, they have to hit that or the screen won't draw. You know, so no Atari game has any sort of lag or anything because they had no option to have lag.
How many 2600 games were made? 600 in the original few years of the console? That was possible because the software controlled everything, and in the Intellivision, the hardware did what it could do and nothing else.
Out of all the systems I've worked on, the one actually that kind of...
Yeah, that's true. So that's a really good point, is that the Atari was basically just a device that converted the programming, the hardware that was in the cartridge into a signal. That was the goal, was that it would it wasn't software based. It didn't have like an OS or anything like that you would expect in a modern day. The Atari was a signal conversion device. The Intellivision being closer to the Fairchild. And we talked about the Fairchild Channel F before as well, that the way that worked was, it was kind of like Schrodinger's console. So everything that the Fairchild could do was on the Fairchild. And the cartridge, the only thing that the cartridge did was turn parts of the Fairchild's computer systems on or off, determined by what the card was, but that meant it couldn't go any further than what the Fairchild's capabilities was. The Atari 2600, they have since been able to expand on the 2600 to make it more capable, to be able to give it more features, and that could be done by adding stuff to the cartridge, not to the system. Intellivision, you couldn't do that. You couldn't upgrade the Intellivision. It was what it was, and it would never be anything more. So if you had an idea for a game and you're like, oh, we'd like to make this kind of game, the Intellivision, the engineers at Intellivision would be like, yeah, we can't do that. Like the console literally cannot do that. Which is an issue, you know? Because when you're in this early era of video games, and this is what they were talking about, like what Gary Kitchen and him. Sorry, I've forgotten what his name is. What they were talking about before was like, and Howard Scott Warshaw was talking about it, Ed Fry was talking about it, is that every single week you were not just creating a new game, but you were creating whole new genres. That's the thing. It wasn't just video games, it was genres. And when you're in that position, when you've got a console that literally can only do what it can do, you are limited by what genres you can come up with. That's a problem. That is a huge problem. Because you're only accounting for the things that you know exist today. You are creating something with the thought pattern in mind of, okay, so we're going to build this and we want to make games like Pong. Well, if Pong is your limitation, you aren't going to be going much further. You might be able to build a Breakout clone. You might be able to build Pong for 4. You might be able to build not Defender. What's it called? Castle. Something Castle. I can't remember. Anyway, where you've got the 4-player thing, and it's like 4-player Breakout. That's a really fun game, actually. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a really fun game. I'm sure it's on here somewhere. You can probably make games like that. But if that's your limitation, you can't make platformers. You can't make racing games. You can't make... you couldn't even make a game like Haunted House. You don't have that capability because the Intellivision could only do what the Intellivision could do. And that is a massive hamstring.
And nothing else.
Out of all the systems I've worked on,
Nothing else. What it could, and controlled every. The software was possible. Console? That was possible.
Crane. I don't remember. Sorry, I don't remember what your name is, Mr. Crane. I can't remember what his first name is. Gary Crane? No, Gary Kitchen and...
games were made. 600 in the original...
sorry, I don't remember what his name is.
Of the console? That was possible because the software controlled everything, and in the Intellivision, the hardware did what it could do.
Oh, it was David Crane. Oh, Damn
Of
it.
all the systems I've worked on, the one
I was
actually
thinking
that's
it's
kinda,
David Crane, but I thought I was
best in
confusing him with David
television
Cage.
because it's such a unique architecture.
The instruction set for the Intellivision was not an 8-bit instruction set.
No.
General Instruments made it 10 bits wide. So when we wrote instructions, we had more opportunities, more things we could do in assembly language because it was 10 bits wide. Basically, it just means we had a book with more pages listing the dictionary of what we could do.
You hear stories about how some engineers just couldn't quite get the Intellivision to do what they wanted. And the reason some of the games are slower is because that understanding of that architecture is very challenging. So games could run really fast on the Intellivision. You just had to do it a certain way. And most people tried to approach programming the Intellivision like they would the Atari 2600 or an old 8-bit.
So it was, right, okay.
In fact, the Intellivision has a very specific way you should be creating games for it.
So it was similar to like early PCs and stuff like that, where you've got that issue that, you know, like the Atari was less limited because you could add chips to the cartridge. 8-bit PCs weren't that limited because you could expand things using the cartridges, but the Intellivision was very limited to it does what it does. Now, what it does is technically better than the Atari, but it's also less understood than the Atari. That's a really interesting position to be in.
So it was made with newer technology. And with that technology, they were capable of making more resolution of backgrounds, more colors, not necessarily better colors, but more. More sprites.
Yeah, they actually had sprites.
Put 8 sprites on the screen.
The Intellivision itself, because they started work on it about 2 years after Atari had started work on the VCS, it had more advanced chips. And so where the Atari was using a 6502 chip, which is a very basic and because of its simplicity, a powerful chip for its time, we were using a GI 1610 chip, which had 16-bit logic in it as opposed to 8-bit.
Look at that. That's really beautiful.
Well, Intellivision was kind of 3 different kinds of bits. We were very confusing.
The thing is, once we programmers started doing tricks and making the Atari 2600 do things that it was not supposed to do, we ended up with more sprites than the Intellivision.
Okay, I think what David Crane is talking about there is he doesn't mean sprites. I want to be absolutely clear about this. He does not mean sprites in what we recognize as being sprites today. Okay, the Atari 2600 was not capable of sprites because it didn't run software. I think what he's referring to is just how many individual images could be displayed on screen at once, right? He's not referring to an actual sprite where if you decompiled the game, you would see a graphical representation of the sprite. The Atari didn't work like that. There were no graphics. What you did was you told it how to build a signal, and the sprite itself would be represented on the screen directly, rather than being something that you could, do. You know, it wasn't something that they drew and then they installed it as a piece of software onto the cartridge.
I did a game called Freeway, and Freeway had 10 moving sprites on the screen.
In many cases, a lot of engineers that were on the Atari went to Intellivision and vice versa. And then many engineers that went out to third parties like Activision and whatnot would end up working on multiple platforms. So they'd work on Intellivision and Atari.
I mean, I was at a CES one day showing Pitfall, and the Intellivision programming crew came around. I remember just kind of standing behind them, and they were saying, "How do you make a swinging vine? Use all 8 of our sprites. There would be nothing left for Pitfall Harry." And so the swinging vine is a trick. It's a programming trick. And without it, Pitfall doesn't exist.
Yep.
All the companies in the Bay Area,
Pitfall is one of my favorite games on the Atari.
Television games were told not to intermingle, not to hang out with people from the other companies because of company secrets being let loose, and nobody wants anybody to know what everybody else is working on.
But occasionally, the programmers would run into each other in the mall, and one of them would say, "I finally figured out how you did that thing," or whatever. There was a little bit of interconnection.
But then hearing that they would all get together for beers at people's houses and play the games they're working on with everybody. And so it was like completely opposite of what they were asked to do. But it was a way for them all to keep sane and also to help each other out. Because once everybody was able to share what they had, even though they weren't supposed to, it really helped everybody understand like how they could improve their games and all stuff with all these great designers in the area.
Yeah, so you gotta take in consideration there that there is a difference between the two sides of Atari and what would be the two sides of Intellivision, or potentially even the three sides of Intellivision, is that ultimately you've got corporate, right? In Atari you had Raycasar, in Mattel you've got corporate Mattel. And Raycasar and corporate Mattel, they're the ones that are telling people, you can't tell other people what you are doing. Because this is a money-making enterprise. This is an industry. And then you've got the developers who are like, yeah, but we're just artists. We want games to be as good as they possibly can be. And so, you know, as developers and as artists, they would go and share with each other, even though technically they weren't supposed to, and they'd be telling, you know, don't steal our idea, but this is how we did it. And I think there were some people that were definitely rats. They were absolutely rats even back then in the industry, but I feel like there was probably a lot more respect that people would turn around and say, you know what? I'm gonna make the same game that you've made, but I'm gonna do it differently. And that was a part of the artistry as well. It's like, how did you make the swinging vine? Well, I'm not gonna tell you how to do that one. That's a secret. And then someone else will go, you know what? I'm gonna make a swinging vine, but I'm gonna do it differently. Or I'm gonna figure out how you did it. You know, it was a part of the challenge. It was a part of the game of game development. And I think that's wonderful. I really do. You may have guessed by now, I'm all about bringing people together and seeing developers, you know, talking about how we used to go around each other's houses and share the games that we were playing, that we were making. I think that's great. That's such a good feel. I wish that there was more of that in the modern game industry. The revolution will be advertised in television, TV, commercials, and print ads featuring sport writer George Plimpton. Plimpton? Okay. Targeted the weakest points of the Atari VCS with remarkable candor. The ads would set the tone of the first console war. This is it. This is where the war started.
I'll try almost anything. So when Mattel Electronics asked me to compare...
I remember these ads. I didn't see them firsthand. I didn't see them on television, but I have seen all of these ads. These are... Yeah. What he's saying with candor, yeah. It's kind of like a very early, respectful version of the Nintendo's... Oh, sorry. Sega does what Nintendo don't. It's kind of like that. It definitely feels like that.
I'll try almost anything. So when Mattel Electronics asked me to compare their Intellivision games with Atari, I gave it a try.
Mattel started making these commercials with George Plimpton, comparing the two systems.
As a writer who was brought in as the spokesperson for Intellivision, he would prop up a 2600 game against an Intellivision game and just ask you... You can tell, basically ask you to tell the difference.
And I think
Do you know what? Atari stole that idea later on as well. Like, I think to the ads about the Atari Jaguar. The do the math ads, you know? It's like, so the Sega Mega Drive is 16 bits, and the PlayStation is 32 bits, and the Super Nintendo is 16 bits, and the Jaguar is 64 bits. Do the math. That sort of thing. Yeah, it's very similar, just like pressing them against one another and being like, see for yourself, look how good we are.
Commercials played that.
The difference.
And I think the commercials played that up. As you said, the commercials, implied you were high and mighty if you could afford a television.
And Atari would imply you were smart if you bought a Jaguar.
Dregs with your Atari machine.
As a generation of kids and adults were told every night on television by our Intellivision ads, it was a clearly superior video game console.
And so you'd see this like really amazing baseball game on the Intellivision that like in our eyes back then looked like real baseball, and then you see like some blocks over on the 2600 and weird sounds coming out, and baseball talks on the Intellivision. 2600 makes beeps. And that sort of thing. So it would beg you to like compare it yourself and
I compared Atari baseball.
So yeah, that's another thing as well. One of the issues that they had with the Atari, because it was limited on how much they could produce in terms of graphics on screen at any one given time, it had a lot of flicker. So what it would do is it would alternate frames of what... I'm going to use the word sprites, even though I've described earlier that it's technically not sprites. So it would alternate in frames which sprites were visible, right? So if there were too many sprites on the screen, it would flicker, and they would put some of the characters on the odd frames, and they'd put some of the characters on the even frames. And that's how you'd get more stuff showing on screen. One of the other things as well that the Intellivision had, and he mentioned it's got like voices. Yeah, the Intellivision actually has a voice synthesizer, whereas the Atari didn't. So that was one of the things that we talked about with Berserk, how later on, Dennis DeBro and Mike Micah, they came up with a new version of Berserk for the Atari 2600, which utilized a voice synthesizer chip didn't actually have a voice synthesizer chip. It utilized specific frequencies that it could generate using the Atari hardware to replicate an approximation of speech. So it wasn't a voice synthesizer chip. It was actually just using the Atari hardware. But they figured it out. They got it working. The Intellivision had a voice synthesizer. So you were getting actual sounds from an Intellivision instead of just beeps and boops and square waves and sine waves.
I compared Atari baseball with Intellivision and found Intellivision played much more like real baseball.
Where the Intellivision, which cost $100 more than the VCS, where it excelled was in the sports games and great graphics.
Our rival television commercials for Intellivision Atari ran each night. And inside the company, we were tracking sales to see how we were doing, and it was very much competition. And of course, we wanted to beat them.
Then they showed the two football games, and the Atari football I've always hated. It doesn't resemble football at all, where the Intellivision version resembles football.
Then I compared
Atari this one, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, that's pretty bad.
Played more like the real game.
The famous
Atari football is pretty bad.
4-on-4, and that was a travesty to football fans. So the Intellivision felt, hey, we can at least, here's a baseball game, you got all the people on the field. Here's a football game, you have a bigger team.
Our emphasis on sports at Intellivision was just recognizing that those were the games that we were doing that people were most responding to. Most of our best sellers were our sports games. And that was the place where we were clearly beating Atari in the marketplace in terms of people's perceptions.
Oh, definitely.
In my opinion, if you try them both, there's only one conclusion you can come to. Intellivision from Mattel Electronics.
The problem was...
See, we've talked about this multiple times. The idea that, graphics don't make a game. But, good gameplay does. There is a point, though, that graphics can impact gameplay. and that they, because it's not so simple. Maybe I've been a little bit too cut and dry on that, to say that, graphics don't matter. It's all about gameplay. And I do think that it's all about gameplay, and I think you don't necessarily need good graphics to make good gameplay. But sometimes there is that point where the two cross over. And there's a little bit of a blurry area between graphics and gameplay, where better graphics can make for a more enjoyable game. Like, a good example of that is, 4 players on the team for playing football, for American football. That doesn't make any sense, right? But you're limited by the fact that you can't have more graphics on the screen. You are limited by the fact that this game is limited to having only 10 sprites on screen, or 10 characters on screen. So if you were going into it and saying, this, we can only have 10 characters on screen, we need some characters for the score, we need a character for the ball, okay, we're down to 8 characters, that means we need 4 on each team. That impacts gameplay. That is a massive and obvious impact on the gameplay. Whereas if you've got better graphical capabilities, maybe you can turn down the graphics a little bit and have more characters. Or maybe you can, do something that allows a better resolution on a particular thing, like a target. Let's say, for example, you've got a target, and because of your resolution, you can only have 3 rings on the target. You've got the bullseye, you've got another ring, and then you've got the outer ring. If you've got a better graphical system, you could have 6 rings, which allows for better gameplay opportunities. So there is that point where graphics and gameplay overlap one another. And you will find that in a lot of very simplistic games, for the very same reason that I say that Atari didn't need good graphics, you will still find that the better graphical capabilities would still improve those games later on. I think a good example of that is probably Asteroids. Asteroids came out right at the beginning, and they had, at the time, it was, you're very limited on how many sprites you could have on screen. And you've got to take into consideration that every asteroid has to split into at least 2 more asteroids. And you've got your little spaceship. So you've got an asteroid coming at you, and your little spaceship, you shoot the asteroid, and it splits into 2. You turn around, you shoot another asteroid, and that splits into 2. Now you got 5 sprites on screen. Okay, so I'm going to shoot one of the big asteroids and split that in 2. Now you've got 7 sprites on screen. You turn around, you shoot another asteroid, you've got 9 sprites on screen. Hang on a minute, there's only 1 more and we've hit our limit. That's 10. What do we do next? So you've got to know how the system is going to respond in those situations. And so I feel like Asteroids was a great example where they used the flickering to full effect. But then later versions of Asteroids was so much better because it had the better graphic capabilities that you could have just more asteroids on screen. If you look at Asteroids Recharged today, obviously that's a way better game, and you can have this absolute asteroid storm happening on screen at any given time, where there literally looks to be 50 asteroids on screen. And it's so hard to navigate, but it is really fun. So yeah, there is a point where graphics and gameplay do overlap, and maybe I've been a little bit too black and white on that and ignoring the gray, but I still believe that good gameplay doesn't necessarily require good graphics. Good graphics can be a bonus, but and certainly good graphics don't save a game with bad gameplay.
You can come to. Intellivision from Mattel Electronics.
The problem was they didn't have any arcade games, and Atari, being an arcade company, excelled in arcade games. And
yes, of course. So Atari also made deals with Stern and with other arcade game developers, as well as Nintendo. Let's not forget that Atari made deals with Nintendo. Nintendo games like not Super Mario Bros, but Mario Bros and Donkey Kong were released on the Atari. So a lot of these games were already monopolized by Atari at this point. So Mattel, that didn't have any arcade cabinets of their own, didn't have arcade games that they could convert. And arcades were a massive selling point. That was your massive advertisement. You're saying I can put a quarter into this machine and find out what this game is going to be like, then walk down the street if I like it and buy it and take it home with me? That is a huge selling point for Atari, but Intellivision didn't have that. You couldn't go down the street and buy Berserk on Intellivision. Didn't exist.
It was a slower system than the VCS because it sacrificed memory for graphics rather than for speed. And so Atari retaliated with their own commercial showing this nerdy-looking kid saying, well, here's Atari's arcade games, and here's Mattel's arcade games, and there are no Mattel arcade games.
As an intelligent consumer, I wanted to compare Atari asteroids with other companies' asteroids. Other companies don't make asteroids.
Atari had point-out games.
I like that. That's a good one. I love that.
As an intelligent consumer, I wanted to compare Atari asteroids with other companies' asteroids. But other companies don't make asteroids.
Atari had point-out games that had great brands that people already knew, and that they could bring those into their home operation. We didn't have that at Mattel. And so we ended up licensing with Data East. But even then, we had more games.
There's a classic company, man, Data East.
Just to try and keep pace with Atari.
I wanted to compare Atari Missile Command with other companies' missile commands. Other companies don't make that either.
Well, it probably didn't help that Intellivision came from a toy company. There's an aura there of softness, and Atari was, video gaming.
But ultimately, when you played the games, you could really tell the difference then, because the Intellivision and the way it presented graphics, the frame rate was pretty slow. It was pretty plotting, and the 2600 had this really fast frame rate. So games that were like shooters, racing games, all that stuff on the 2600 felt great, but they looked really nice on the Intellivision.
And see, that's another great example of graphics versus gameplay. If the gameplay is good, you can forgive the graphics in certain situations. But if you are pushing your system to be able to do better graphics, then what are you sacrificing from other parts of your console? And I think that's a really good example. Is like, okay, so you could have a full team in American football for the Intellivision. That's great, wonderful. Why is it moving so slow? Is it going to get to the point where you've got like a full soccer team or a full American football team or a full baseball team on screen, but then it's unplayable because it's just like, oh my goodness, this ball is moving so slow. Like, you start a game of baseball, the pitcher throws the ball, you go off, do your taxes, and then you come back and you hit the button and score a home run, That's a real serious question. And yeah, it's something that really needs to be addressed. Is like there's a balance point. It's not just a gray area, but it's also a balance point. And something has to be sacrificed for something else to be better. Thankfully, in modern systems like your modern computers and Xboxes and PlayStations and even Nintendo to a certain extent, though you can definitely see where the balance is with Nintendo. They've definitely gone for lower quality of graphics, but for better gameplay. Whereas I feel like PlayStation is really pushing a photorealistic gameplay second perspective. And don't get me wrong, the games look good on PlayStation. I'm not saying that the PlayStation 5 looks bad. And I'm not even necessarily saying that games like The Last of Us is probably a good example. I'm not saying that The Last of Us is bad. But, like, there's a lot of games that have a very similar ethos when you're going into the development process. Okay, Last of Us is about zombies. Dad of War is about, fighting gods. It's a different game. There's definitely more action in Dad of War than there is in The Last of Us, in terms of, like, you're going in ripping and tearing, Doom style. But when you think about it, they are very similar games. It's just the balance of where the gameplay is at. Dad of War is about rushing in, hacking and slashing. It's about combos. It's about, it's an interplay of going from enemy to enemy, discovering who's the biggest threat, who do I have to kill first. But when you take The Last of Us and you're looking, it's a more subdued version of a very similar process. It's, you look at an environment, you look at a situation, you can see the zombies, you can see the infected, and it's the same process in your mind. It's just slower. Maybe it's a little bit more complex, where you're going, okay, I can see that zombie there and that zombie there, but I can see at the back there's an even stronger zombie. That one is going to be a priority and is going to cause a problem if it gets close to me. But this zombie over here is close enough to me to be a problem now. So I need to kill that one first, that one second, and then the mid-range one third. You're looking at the situation, you're calculating your probabilities and your possibilities and what would work best in a given situation. Whereas with Dad of War, it's a lot more snappy. It's the same process, though. It's like, that's a really weak one. I'm going to kill the weak one, kill that weak one, kill that weak one. There's the big one. It's coming at me. I'm going to back off a little bit. Then I'm going to rush him. It's a similar thing. It's all about strategy. It's all about strategizing how you want to take on the puzzle that is in front of you, and the puzzle is the combat. So it's still a very similar sort of process when you think about it. And I feel like because they use a photorealistic art style, there's not enough differentiation between the games. You look at Twilight Princess versus Wind Waker. It's still Zelda, but there's a strong visual difference, between the two games that make you go, oh, okay, there we go. That's interesting. Even between, like, if you look at the graphics as they progressed through, like, Smash Bros. And how they developed, even every Smash Bros. Game has something different it offers in terms of visuals. And quite often, the Nintendo visuals are made in a particular way to hide the fact that it doesn't have particularly good graphics. Like, you take away the cell shading from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, the game doesn't look that good at all. But they make it look good. They use art style to cover it. And they make it into an absolutely beautiful game through use of art style. And that's where I would argue that Nintendo graphics quite often look better than PlayStation, because they don't all look the same. You think about the 3 or even the 4 big games on PlayStation: Spider-Man, Horizon, God of War, and The Last of Us. They all look the same. They're all photorealistic. Like, there's a meme going around right now saying, oh, who's got the better graphics? And it's a close-up on someone's eye. And it's Aloy from Horizon. It's the girl from The Last of Us. it's Senua from Hellblade 2, and I think it's Mary Jane from Spider-Man. It's a joke. They all look exactly the same. There's hardly any difference because it's all photorealistic. But I think that graphical limitations quite often create better art styles. Because when you're limited, you've got to figure out ways to make it look good without going full hog photorealistic. Yeah, and then there's Link. Exactly. And I like games that look like an anime. Do you think I watch Ghibli movies because I want them to make a live action version? No. I would hate for them to do a live action Ghibli movie. Unless it was Tim Burton doing it. Then I'd be fine with it. But like, Studio Ghibli movies, they aren't the most using the newest technology. In fact, most of the time Studio Ghibli uses old technology. It uses old styles of like manually drawing with your hands, and it doesn't have flash animation style body parts that just slide over one another. Everything is hand drawn and painted. Live action Lilo and Stitch got announced. Yeah, I heard about that. I was kind of it was one of the movies that I did say I wouldn't mind them doing a live action, because I like Stitch. I do like Stitch. But I don't know. I kind of feel like I've changed my mind. The more Disney movies, live action Disney movies I see, the less I want to see them.
When it comes to the video games the world wants most, nobody compares to Atari.
That was the game I was talking about.
Nobody compares to Atari.
That's the game I was talking about, the 4-player Breakout. I think it might be called 4 Kings or 4 Princes or something like that. But yeah, that one. That's the one I was talking about.
Atari.
So in a normal world, the Intellivision would have come along and blown the Atari out of the water because it seemed to have 4 times as much capability. That wasn't the reality. That was only the anticipation.
Despite all the TV commercials that Mattel ran every night for years saying how we were better, we never caught Atari in video game sales because of that price difference.
Yes, that's the other thing. Yeah, Kiko, I think you're right. Absence of games is really a compelling argument. I mean, that's basically what's been driving the arguments today with PlayStation and Xbox. Is like, which console has the most games? Nintendo. Like, it's not even a question. Who has got the most high quality games? Well, PlayStation's got 4. Xbox has got about 6 or 7 of like the top ranking games. And then you've got Nintendo with hundreds, literally hundreds. When it comes to quality games that people want to play, it's there on the Switch. PlayStation's been playing catch up, as so has Xbox. And look, this is coming from someone who owns an Xbox. I play Xbox games. I do enjoy the Xbox. I may even be buying a second Xbox, right? But I still feel like as a console with first-party titles, it is severely lacking. And so is PlayStation. Like, PlayStation's not, getting off scot-free here. They don't have a lot of good first-party titles. The first-party titles they have are good, but they only have a few of them. Especially when you're thinking about first-party titles that weren't available on other systems. So, like, I'm not counting The Last of Us 1, which was available on PS4 and PS3. I'm not counting Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man, because that was available on PS4. I'm not counting the first Horizon Zero Dawn, because that was on PS4. It you know, there's only so many games, and unfortunately a lot of the modern systems are lacking. I say a lot of, I mean PlayStation and Xbox are severely lacking. Hey Lainey, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? It comes down to exclusives. It does. I think that's one of the things, like what I was saying earlier about, you know, you need to have games to be able to encourage other developers to make games for your system, because you want other developers to see the kind of games that you've made and be able to say, I want to make one. I want my game sat next to that one on a shelf. You know, that's a big selling point for developers, not for players necessarily, but for developers. I remember having this conversation with a friend of ours way back when he was deciding between a Wii U and PS4. I explained to him like this: which do you want to play more, Destiny or Smash U? That's the argument, isn't it? It's like, congratulations. You've got the answer right there. Do you want to play Smash Brothers or do you want to play Destiny? Oh, well, I don't really care too much about Destiny. Smash it is then. You know? And that is the biggest problem that Intellivision faced, is that all of the big games in this era came from the arcades, and Atari owned all of them. Doing good, finished the bridge. Oh, fantastic. Well done. Man, you made short work of that. Oh, has it got... Oh, it's got the ads. It's got the ads. We're going to watch the ads. Let's watch the ads. He was very tempted by Destiny, but Smash won, obviously. Yeah, exactly. And the same was for me. Like, when I think about where I want to put my money, at the end of the day, if I'm going to be buying a console, I need to know that the things that I buy on that console are going to be things that I enjoy. Right? And that's why for the longest time, I only had a Switch. Because I knew I wanted to play Mario games. I knew I wanted to play Zelda games. I knew I wanted to play Metroid games. So it was obvious for me, I want to play Switch. I have no idea what was going to be coming out on Xbox. Like, Xbox has got Halo, but I don't play shooters on console. I play them on PC. And a friend of mine already bought me Halo Master Chief Collection on Steam a few years ago for my birthday, which I'm going to pay him back and actually play it at some point this year. But I didn't know what was going to be coming out on Xbox. So why would I buy an Xbox? I didn't know what was going to be coming out on PlayStation. So why would I buy a PlayStation? Especially when a lot of those PlayStation games that I actually like Spyro and Crash Bandicoot, are cross-platform now. So what difference does it make? I'm just going to buy them on PC anyway. Lane did a great job. Building in survival is very easy when you have way too much stone. We all have way too much stone, but don't worry, it will get used. It will get used moving forward. I can guarantee that we will have a lot of use for all of that stone. I also want to shout about that one YouTuber who alone hyped up Destiny and Smash Wii U. Making music video trailers. Ooh, I don't know which one you're talking about, but yeah. I mean, there was a lot of really good music videos that were being released at the time. Like there was a lot of really good Smash animated music videos and things like that. One of them was the Fall Out Boy. Oh, right, okay, so it is that one that I was thinking about. The, My Smash Knows What You Did in the Dark. That was so cool. Yeah, that was really awesome. That was, like, genuinely an awesome video. And especially the updated version that came out later. Man, that was great. And it's one of those times as well where, you know, it's one of those memories of Iwata that sticks with me. Yeah. Yeah, so, anyway. I'll try almost anything. George Plimpton excluded the air of a New England... Oh, sorry, exuded, not excluded. Good grief. Yeah, I'm sure we can find you some more cobblestone, Laney. we can refill your warehouse. It's okay. We'll find some. George Plimpton exuded the air of a New England socialite. Refined, intellectual, logical. His straightforward, compare for yourself pitch in Mattel's TV ads helped position in television as not only an educated choice, but an obvious one. That was, like I said, that is the exact same argument that Atari would use years later for the Atari Jaguar. That was it. That was the same thing. Not even going further than that, because, you know, we're talking about the 90s. It was not just the intelligent choice to pick Atari, but you were a total idiot if you picked anything else, you know? That is how Atari did it. That's how Atari went with the Jaguar. But that's the thing, is like, the later console warring was calling people idiots for playing on a different system. And that doesn't really sell games. That entrenches people. Like, people who are already playing PlayStation games, for example, are going to turn around and say, no, you're an idiot, and keep playing PlayStation games. But someone who is already playing Atari is going to be like, ha, those idiots playing something other than an Atari. Ha! You know, and it entrenches them as an Atari fanboy. And I think that's all that, you know, the more public commercial console wars really did, was encourage this attitude of entrenching people, which is really a bad thing, in my opinion, because it divides people, it divides gamers, and it makes it so that gamers lose out on certain things that they want to play later in life. Like, I regret my console warring because I didn't play SEGA games. I could have so many amazing experiences to talk about, but I don't. I have no nostalgia for SEGA games because I was a Nintendo kid. And I hate that. I wish I could look back and go, man, good times playing Landstalker. Man, that was such a good game. You know what? I love playing Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I did play Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Actually, that one doesn't count. But you know what I mean? Like, going through these games and just being like, man, I wish I had that experience, and I never did. And I can never have that experience. Sega can never be nostalgic for me. Unfortunately. As much as I do enjoy playing Sega games today, now that I've caught up to it, it'll never be nostalgic. I have another example, WoW, where the player base is split by faction. I think that's okay, though. I think there's definitely... Oh, no, I definitely agree that there's elitism in faction war, but it still makes you very invested in the game itself. It doesn't matter what side you're on, you are heavily invested in the game. If it was... Do you know... Here's a good example. If World of Warcraft was available on PlayStation and Xbox, but you could only play Horde on Xbox, and you could only play Alliance on PlayStation, that would be division. That would rise to so much horrific elitism. But I think because... Like, there is definitely a lot of elitism. There's definitely... I would even go as far as to say racism between the Alliance and the Horde. You kind of saw that in Guild Wars 2 as well, to a certain extent. As soon as they gave you the ability in Guild Wars 2 to play as the Char, there were a lot of players that were like, Oh, wow, yeah, we can play as the Char now. That's awesome. I love the Char. And I personally, I love the Char. Obviously, they're very terrible people. Or they were once upon a time. They're very warlike race. But at the same time, you know, there were people in Guild Wars 2 that would not let you into their guild if you had a Char character. And they did that because the Char were the bad guys in the first Guild Wars. And the Char did horrific things in the first Guild Wars, like capturing and enslaving children, slaughtering families, burning people to death, you know, by burning people at the stake, at sacrificing people to their version of the gods, which turned out to actually be some ancient, evil, demonic creatures. It turns out the Char gods did actually exist. That was horrid. That was terrible. And when they discovered that not only did their gods exist, but their gods were unquestionably the bad guys, the Char were like, oh, bum. And they kind of switched sides. But, like, there were people at the beginning of Guild Wars 2 that actually turned around and said, we will not allow anyone who plays Char characters into our guild. Because they still, obviously role-playing and everything, but they carried that hatred for the Char into the new game. But I think you've got a good example there, but I think that version of elitism and that faction, that factionality in World of Warcraft, I think that is beneficial to the game as a whole, because it makes people super invested in the game, even if it does divide the player base. What about Soul Calibur with exclusive characters? I think that would be a problem if there wasn't always a clear winner. Like Soul Calibur 2, you had Heihachi, who didn't use weapons in a game about using weapons. You had Spawn, who at the time was like, who's that? Like, there were a lot of people when Spawn was released on Xbox for Soul Calibur 2, they were like, who the hell is Spawn? Wait, was Spawn that horrible movie with the CGI cape? Why the hell is he in this game? And then you had Link. Yeah, Nintendo won that one. There's no question about it. Nintendo won that one. And then for Soul Calibur 3, it was Yoda on Xbox, and it was Darth Vader on PlayStation. Yeah, PlayStation won that one. Yoda was okay. Yoda was very weird to play as, but like Darth Vader, come on now. Imagine having the console and the game version that didn't have Link. Yeah, right? Anyway, let's watch these ads, because I need to go on a break. So, I'm gonna watch these ads, and then we'll take a 5-minute, step. So this is the actual ad.
I'll try almost anything.
I'll try almost
Mattel
anything.
Electronics asked me to compare their Intellivision games with Atari. I gave it a try. I compared Atari baseball with Intellivision and found...
You know full well his room smells of rich mahogany. Look at it. Look at that. You know what that room smells like. It is leather, cigars, brandy, and rich mahogany. Mahogany.
Try.
Oh, there wasn't. You're right.
I get television game Electronics.
Oh, wait.
I'll try almost anything.
Oh, there isn't any.
When Mattel Electronics asked me to compare their Intellivision games with Atari, I gave it a try. I compared Atari baseball with Intellivision and found Intellivision played much more like real baseball. Then I compared Atari football with Intellivision. Again, Intellivision played more like the real game. In my opinion, if you try them both, there's only one conclusion you can come to. Intellivision from Mattel Electronics.
Like, I can definitely see where he's coming from the visual perspective, but you can't beat this argument. Atari's response to Intellivision's swipes of superiority was to have an intelligent consumer point out the 2600 offered arcade hits that Intellivision lacked. It had games.
As an intelligent consumer, I wanted to compare Atari asteroids with other companies' asteroids. But other companies don't make asteroids. I wanted to compare Atari Missile Command with other companies' missile commands. But other companies don't make that either. Finally, I wanted to compare the new Atari Warlords.
Warlords, there we go.
Other companies don't make it. When it comes to the video games the world wants most, nobody compares to Atari.
He's not wrong. That is the ultimate selling point right there. Atari actually has games. The actual games that people want to play. It has Asteroids. It has Missile Command. It has Warlords. It will eventually, was this 1981? It will have Yar's Revenge. It will have Adventure. What were the other? Berserk. Atari doesn't, Intellivision doesn't have those games. What this man has just told me is that he only cares for boring sports, which he can, but to be fair though, I do want to just clarify on that one. To be fair, sports games were huge sellers back then. Like, even I'm looking to collect all the sports games on Atari. But, yeah. Sports were a huge thing because it was still transitional. There weren't really many new franchises yet. So a lot of the electronic gaming market was trying to adapt real-world sports or real-world board games into video games, you know? It was taking things that people knew and recognized. Today, we all know and recognize... Sorry, excuse me. Warcraft, Legend of Zelda, Destiny, Gears of War, Super Mario Bros. You know, these are brands that have been with us for a long time, and we recognize them, and we acknowledge the inbuilt quality in a lot of those long-standing brands. But this was the beginning of video games. The only thing that you could really bank on is that people would know what soccer was. People would know what baseball was. People would know what American football was. And they would release them, and... yeah, you had to figure it out, you know? And not cool spaceships like cool people actually want. Yeah, I think that's the other thing as well, is the adaptation of TV series. So you had things like Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica, Blake 7, Doctor Who. You had a lot of these sci-fi shows as well, which definitely had a place on the space age game platforms, you know? So, yeah, I think you're right. Like, he is more focused on one particular thing, the sports games. And even worse, he's focused on the sports games and how good they look. Whereas they also play very slowly. And he hasn't talked about the games that are really interesting that people actually want, you know? Like, they... a lot of people get their idea of games they want to play, like I said, from the arcades. So if someone goes to an arcade and they're playing Asteroids, they're playing an Atari game. So you're not going to get that on Intellivision. Admittedly, this comes from my viewpoint of playing games of things I can't do in real life. Yeah, exactly. Which is one of the reasons that I don't play GTA, because I can steal cars in real life. But yeah, no, I do agree, but you gotta remember as well, at the time, sports games were a massive thing. They were important to the to the industry. They're a very big part of the industry because the idea of franchises didn't exist yet. So the sort of things that they'd be banking on were sports games because people enjoyed those sports. Oh yeah, I like soccer, I like American football, I like baseball. Let's play some baseball game, you know? And it might be easier, like, that's one of the other things I think that you can definitely say. You can play a baseball game by yourself, you can't play baseball by yourself. So if it's raining and no one wants to go outside and play baseball in the rain, you can still play baseball video games and get something of that experience. Sports are still the leading hobbies of all families at the time. Exactly. That's exactly right. Like, video gaming was definitely in its infancy. Even if people would go to the arcades regularly to do, you know, to spend their quarters, it was still primarily, you know, a lot of people were doing sports. They were doing sports in school. They were doing sports scholarships. We're talking specifically about America because, of course, Atari is an American company. It is an American brand. And in television as well, being a Mattel subsidiary is also very much so based in America. So I think it's important to, like, focus there. I would say that probably sports in America, UK, and Australia are more important than in a lot of places around the world. India has got its cricket, and they do a bloody damn good job of showing everyone up every year. New Zealand as well with the rugby. But like UK was big into cricket and rugby and soccer. Australia's big into soccer, rugby, and cricket. America has got its own list of sports. So you're trying to appeal to people that already have other hobbies. The hidden joke in my comment, though, was spot the normie. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not saying any different, but, like, that's still a big aspect of, you know, you want to appeal to, like, look at Games Workshop. In the past decade, Games Workshop has exploded more than ever before, but not because of miniature sales. It's exploded because it's making really good video games. So it's appealing to people who already have the hobby to get them into buying their product. And that is referring to not the hobby of miniature painting, but the hobby of video games. People who like video games, well, we're gonna put our Space Marines into a video game. And you'll buy them because, one, you like video games, and this is a really badass scenario that you're gonna get to play. And it worked. It's 100% worked. Games Workshop are doing way better than they have done ever before because of their video game division. Technically, not even a video game division. They don't have a video game division as such. They contract them out to other people. But yeah. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. I think we've got, like, loads to go. Yeah, we're not even like I think we're about like a quarter of the way through. So, we're gonna like knuckle down when we come back, and we're gonna get through these. Alrighty, so I will see you all in about 5 minutes. Please don't go anywhere because I certainly won't be, and I will see you in just a moment. Hello, welcome back. Sorry about that. Sorry it took a little bit longer than I thought. I needed to get to like refill my drink, and I've got some snacks. And I sat back down in the office, and I'm like, oh, here we go. I got a Kit Kat here. It was a Kit Kat I still had from yesterday's stream. Yeah, it was from yesterday's stream. And I picked it up, and I think, oh yeah, I'm gonna have this Kit Kat now because I'm actually feeling a little bit hungry. And I picked it up, and as soon as I picked it up, I just felt the packet squidge under my fingers, and I'm like, oh, okay. That's completely melted. Alright, okay. So I'm gonna put that one in the fridge and got another one. So yes, I do have a Kit Kat. I am armed and dangerous with a Kit Kat. So we're gonna jump on back in. We just looked at the Revolution will be advertised. And let's look at some of these advertisements. 2 pictures. Once you compare the 2 systems for challenge, sophistication, and continued interest, says sports journalist and Mattel spokesperson George Plimpton, I'm confident you'll choose Intellivision. Right. Now that's interesting. The only melted Kit Kats allowed are the ones melted against one another. Indeed. We shall melt them all together to make a super Kit Kat. So, the reason that this guy seems to be focusing on the sports games is not just because, you know, every console has sports games, but because he is a sports commentator. Atari versus Intellivision, nothing I could say would be more persuasive than what your own 2 eyes will tell you. But I can't resist telling you more. And you know what? Fair. Honestly, fair. Because the one on the right does look better. It does look more realistic. Like from a 70s perspective of graphics, the one on the right looks better. I don't even know what's going on the one on the left, honestly. But the one on the right has got a full accompaniment of players. You can see the outs, the balls. Major League Baseball does look like a better game than Home Run. Who even is that guy? I'm not familiar with American celebrities. He's a sports commentator, apparently. I don't really know who he is either, but... It's obvious how much more realistic Intellivision graphics are, but take a closer look. Notice the Intellivision players, they've got their arms and legs like real players do. Yeah, that's another thing. Okay, so we... In the modern era, we gamers would be considered the players. Back in those days, the players were the sometimes referring to the characters on the screen. A lot of the terminology that we use these days hasn't become standardized by this point. But yeah, you look at that. You look at the poker game. Atari Casino versus Las Vegas Poker and Blackjack. I mean, the one on the right looks like a more sophisticated game. You look at the characters in Pele's Championship Soccer. Is that even a person? I know what it's supposed to be, but it barely looks like a person. Versus the National American Soccer League for television. They look like people. In fact, this appearance of the Intellivision guy is what he's sometimes referred to as. He's very common. They use the same appearance in all of them, look. So this is like the Intellivision guy. And there you've got you can see the overlays that we were talking about before, where you can slot the overlays in. And they went with similar packaging as well to Atari, as you can see. They use the bright colors that would be very attractive to people to, to see all of that on your shelf, Even that golf game looks really good in Intellivision. And I suppose golf and poker are two games that would make sense to be slower. So I can absolutely see, the benefit of those two being the Intellivision. The Intellivision definitely looks better in that regard. Apparently, George Plimpton isn't the only one who can see the difference. Mr. Plimpton, bless him, has been quick to point out to TV viewers just how wonderful Intellivision graphics and gameplay are. But who better than baseball and football fans to compare Atari sports games with ours? As you can see from independent research figures shown, based on interviews with 300 baseball and 300 football fans who were shown unbranded sequences from 4 video games, 10% supported the other 2 baseball games, and 23% supported the other 2 football games. So, from a blind study of 300 people, only a small amount actually preferred the look of the other games. Okay. It just goes to prove what we've said all along. Intellivision's NFL football and Major League Baseball, hang on, there's a thing on Major League, trademark used under license, okay, fair enough, are the closest thing to the real thing. While we're not on the subject of the real thing, while we're on the subject of the I can't read. Excuse me, I just can't read today. While we're on the subject of the real thing, we'd like to tell you about an exciting new addition that will make playing your Intellivision even more lifelike. Lifelike voices, provided by the new IntelliVoice module. I thought the Intellivision had an internal voice chip. IntelliVoice, sold separately, adds a whole new dimension of reality to our games. I thought that was internal. It's just one of many reasons to buy Intellivision. Already we offer better design system with greater attention to detail. Yeah, but not, utilized to its best advantage. Our lifelike players make our sports games more realistic. Okay, look, I'll tell you that they look better than, Intellivision looks better than Atari. Let's not go down the line of lifelike, okay? Neither of you are winning that award, okay? Our lifelike players make our sports games more realistic than Atari, or as buying and beating the home video games author Ken Uston says, Intellivision graphics are unsurpassed. Just give it a few years. Our sophistication makes the games more challenging. Radio Electronics magazine echoes this. Intellivision has placed more emphasis on strategy and realism than any other game system. And that's true. Because, of course, you've got to appeal to your advantage. And your advantage is, your games are slower. They look better, but they run slower. So you want to focus on the strategy side of things rather than the moment-to-moment gameplay. Our hard controller? Ooh, baby. And our hand controller has 16 positions, so you're able to maneuver players and objects in more directions with greater precision and accuracy. That is not strictly true than with the Atari controller. Our library of cartridges is growing fast, as is our popularity amongst video game experts. And this is one of the things that it's going to be helpful over time, but what we were saying about first-party games, if you don't have particularly good first-party games, your initial drop in the market is going to be limited, But over time, more third-party companies are going to start making games with you. So if you can handle the, the negative effects of having to go up against Atari, they're already selling millions upon millions of units. If you can withstand the first 12 months, you can probably last a decent way, get a decent lifespan out of your system with third parties moving their arcade games to Intellivision. Maybe even get a few exclusives. With special introductions to come, like Tron, Deadly Discs from Walt Disney movie. Oh yeah, that actually was that an exclusive? I don't remember. No, Deadly Discs came out on the Intellivision, the Atari 2600, and the Mattel Aquarius. Now, the Mattel Aquarius is a different direction. It's not quite Intellivision. The Aquarius is basically Mattel's attempt at doing kind of like a PC. But no, Deadly Discs came to Atari as well. As well as Light Cycles. Light Cycles also came to Atari. All this attention to detail makes all the difference in the world to people who already own Intellivision. If you visit your local dealer, because of course you had to get it from your drug dealer, you'll see the difference too. Now you can tell the difference between Intellivision and Atari with your eyes closed. There it is. The voice synthesis module. And that plugs into the cartridge slot, but then also has another cartridge slot. And don't get me wrong, I think this thing looks gorgeous. I think the Intellivision is a beautiful piece of hardware. M Network. It may seem unfathomable to modern gamers, but in 1982, the manufacturer of Intellivision designed and sold games for its biggest rival, Atari 2600. Was the M Network initiative a cunning business decision or a simple sign of surrender? That's a really good question. And you're seeing a lot of that today. Like, now Sony have started releasing a bunch of their PS5 games to PC. Xbox is going to be available on other systems in the future. Maybe not PlayStation, maybe Switch. There's been rumors for years that Xbox and Nintendo have been talking about getting Xbox Game Pass onto a Switch. And with the new upcoming, the new Switch model that's going to be coming out soon, it wouldn't surprise me, honestly, if we didn't see Xbox Game Pass on a Nintendo console. On one hand, you could argue that it was surrendering. But on the other hand, if Atari are making so many more sales than you in terms of hardware, you can still make money on software, you know?
Mattel Electronics had no interest in making cartridges for the Atari 2600. What happened was
that's not a good start.
who made the original cartridges for the Intellivision, he realized he got a bad deal out of it. Whatever games they sold to Mattel, they would get $30,000. Meanwhile, Mattel would turn around and sell like 50,000 copies of the games for a huge amount of money. And so he decided, well, why I should get in on this side. So he had his people reverse engineer the Atari 2600. They started making Atari versions of the Intellivision games.
So I remember when we were in the meeting where we were being told we were going to do this as a company, and we weren't asked, we were told.
It is hard to join a business that there's already 600 products.
Right.
And you're going to try to duplicate
And make a
one of
mark.
them. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty hard.
Most of the executives there didn't want.
I think that's true. Like, you got to take in consideration at this point in time, there was only one games console. You know, the Intellivision just come out, but there's one games console, and there's hundreds of games already on that console. Whereas your Intellivision, you've just released your console, and you got like 5 games. You even if looking at the ads for Intellivision makes you go, you know what, maybe we should get in on this video game stuff, you're gonna look at the selection and be like, well, where's all the Intellivision games? And the guy at the at your drug dealer, he's gonna be like, we don't have any. There's 5. That's it. That's all the games. And then you're gonna look over to, because he's got his jacket open so that you can see all the stuff, all the paraphernalia. And then you're gonna look to the left-hand side of his jacket where he's got all the Atari games, and they're practically overflowing. And you say to your drug dealer, like, yeah, I'll take an Atari 2600. Excuse me. I'll take Asteroids. I'll take Centipede. I'll take River Raid, and a penny bag. You know? It's obvious, because you're looking across at the Intellivision stuff and you're thinking, okay, the graphics are good, but where are the games? And really, the only thing that Intellivision are doing at this point in time is encouraging people that, hey, you know what? Video games may be a thing. You're selling people on the idea of video games, but you're not necessarily selling them on your system. So it's really hard for a new company to come in and say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do really well, but we've got nothing to show for it."
Most of the executives there didn't want to do it. They said, "Why should we sell games for a competing system?" Also, they're worried that people will look down on them, like, they're jumping on.
Please excuse me, I'm eating one of my birthday cakes.
And then Hightower convince them there's 10 million Atari VCSs out there. There's 2 million Intellivisions out there. So instead of selling games just for 2 million consoles, you could sell games for potentially 12 million consoles. And Mattel liked that idea, and that's why they went with it.
That argument right there. That is the best argument, and it remains the best argument against third-party exclusivity deals. It will forever be the best argument against third-party exclusivity deals. I completely understand that Nintendo don't want to put Mario on PlayStation. I completely understand that Halo is probably never going to be on PlayStation. Wow, this is really a PlayStation thing, isn't it? I can understand that why PlayStation wouldn't want to put any of their games on Nintendo or Xbox. Nintendo and Xbox actually have kind of a good relationship, so, that could go either way. But when it comes to third-party developers, the idea of becoming an exclusive developer has to be, like, one of the worst ideas ever. Especially when you're backing a horse and you have to watch as the sales go nowhere. Can you imagine the people that, the publishers and the developers who are building relationships at Sony and being like, yeah, you know what? We're going to make a deal with you, Sony. Let's think Ubisoft for a second. Let's pretend that we give a crap what they have to say. They're making plans with Sony, and like, you know what? We're going to back your horse 100%. We're behind you on this. We are going to be exclusive for the PlayStation. because PS4 has done so well, we're gonna back the PS5 because that's gonna be amazing, right? And then they release the PS5. And it doesn't just stumble at the starting line. It stumbles and breaks its neck at the starting line. Oh, I dropped my controller. It stumbles at the starting line and immediately breaks its neck, and that's it. And you've just got to sit there watching and going, oh my goodness, we signed an exclusivity deal. What have we done? What have we done? We're dead in the water. Nintendo's got 140 million sales on the Switch. PlayStation's cracking maybe 100,000. Actually, what is the sales on the PlayStation 5 right now? $65 million. Admittedly, I am talking about like right to the very beginning when no one could get one, you know? So maybe 1 million of them sold, and they're like, what is happening? What is happening? How do we recover from this? Is this something we can do? So I would say third party exclusivity is like a disaster waiting to happen. It truly is.
That idea, and that's why they went with it.
Once video games really started to take off and become this big boom, we had all of these copycat companies trying to come in from the outside, apart from Atari, Mattel, Activision. And everybody was trying to start a video game company. So you had Games by Apollo, which some investors started up. You had the Quaker Oats.
Oh, yeah, Quaker Oats video game division.
People think, oh, Don's joking.
No.
There really was a Quaker Oats.
There was.
Division. When you have all that kind of stuff going on and people trying to build games for Intellivision and for Atari.
Yeah, definitely.
At a certain point, I think both companies decided, I don't know who went first or who influenced, well, we should probably be making games for each other because it's now at the point. We make games.
Mattel wants to make Atari games. Everybody has an Atari. We want to sell games. That was what they told us.
Yeah.
Atari's
okay. Yeah. So there's some weird stories behind Quaker Oats, because you got to take in consideration who the Quakers are. They're like Amish. They're anti-technology. So they saw the explosion that was video games at the time, and they were like, hey, we can make video games. we like money. And so yeah, they made Quaker Oats a video game division of Quaker Oats. That's 100% legit. That was a thing. Hang on a minute. Oh, right, here we go. So, so it was the U.S. Games Corporation. U.S. Games Corporation was a video game company founded by Donald Yu, which originally produced handheld electronic sports games. It pivoted to focus exclusively on video game software in 1981 and was acquired by cereal company Quaker Oats in 1982 to develop games for the Atari 2600. US Games released their first game, Space Jockey, for the Atari 2600 in January of 1982, followed by 13 more cartridges in 1982 and 83. Space Jockey and their other early titles used the VidTech brand name. And some of the games that they released, let me just go through a couple of names here. Space Jockey, that was the first one they released. Word Zapper, which was like a game where you had to shoot at different letters to make words. Towering Inferno, which is like it's a game where there's a like a skyscraper and it's on fire. There was. Am I just not seeing it? There was a game that I thought was Quaker Oats related. I might be wrong. Was it a game called Quaker Squad, or was that something else? I think that might be something else. But yeah, no, Quaker Oats had video games company. They bought US Games Corporation.
Mattel wants to make Atari games. Everybody has an Atari. We want to sell games. That was what they told us. Atari's everywhere, so let's make games that people will buy because of that.
As the team
understandable, have a great day.
Subdivided, one of the factors was those who had experience on 6502, which was quite a few of our programmers at that point. They tended to migrate more towards the VCS, and those who did not certainly were staying on Intellivision.
And I was hired just to do the VCS, nothing else, because I had learned machine language, in college.
Ah, okay, yeah, that's useful.
VCS runs on machine language.
Some folks just loved the Intellivision and didn't want to go anywhere. For other people, it was kind of like, oh, we get to go head to head with Atari? That would be fun.
There was that added art part, too, of let's be a step above. There was definitely that concept of we're going to be above Astro Smash or whatever those other things were. We're going to be special. High society Atari.
We as a whole.
That's great. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about when it comes to, like, the best artistic expression comes from limitation. So these people, they knew what they wanted to make. They knew the games that they already had as a part of Intellivision. And now they're looking at it from the perspective of, so we need to put one of these onto an Atari. So how do we do these games, many of which already have an equivalent on Atari, but how do we do them better? And this is where, limitation is the mother of invention, or necessity is the mother of invention, is that you keep coming up with new ways to break the system when you need to do something that isn't possible on the system that you have. And you just keep coming up with new ways and discover new things. And that unlocks it for, like, everyone else who comes after you. Once you've figured out how to break the system, someone else is going to be like, oh, you can break it in that way? Interesting. How can I utilize that? And then they find new ways of breaking the system.
We as a whole, as a group, both M Network and Intellivision, felt like we had really good artists. So when I think about that, what Jane is saying rings true. We were good at combining artists and programmers in a way that brought the best out in both the programmers and the artists.
I was the only woman programmer in the whole group of M Network. I was kind of unaware of how unusual it was. So we were just like a bunch of people, and we all cared about video games and the problems of the VCS and conquering it, and we would share, oh crap, my cycles went too long. I mean, it was a team thing.
Somebody told me, that company M Network at CES? That's Mattel. And I said, I don't think so. Found out it was. And I said, oh, okay, so they're giving up.
I just clicked this magazine. It was Electronic Games. But they had this rumor page, and they talked about how Mattel was going to start making games for the Atari 2600. I couldn't get to my friend's house fast enough to be like, victory. Like, there's no way Atari would make games for the Mattel Intellivision, which they would later.
Yeah, they did. They actually did. Yeah.
Intellivision under the Atari soft label and other systems too. So there was definitely a lot of back and forth with all these companies once they started cross-selling games across platforms.
But at the time, they were the first to concede, and so I was
yes.
very excited.
Yeah, it absolutely.
I wanted the games, which
absolutely, it was a concession.
I could actually claim victory over my friends that Intel has to make Atari games to succeed in the game.
See, when Atari made games for the Intellivision, that was just them, you know, they were throwing Intellivision a bone. But when Intellivision made games for the Atari, that was conceding. I completely understand where Mike is coming from here. I 100%, I'm on board with his thought process, you know?
It was just another revenue stream. It was another revenue stream.
Yeah, and that's the realistic version. Yeah, it's another revenue stream.
Because you could play the games on whichever system you chose.
A lot of their library is based on Intellivision games, and the Intellivision was a pretty capable console. Visually it looked different from the 2600, but a lot of the games had a lot of depth to them.
The cartridge shape was basically the Intellivision cartridge, but then they had this 2600 weird adapter they plugged into it at the bottom, and so they didn't bother. They could have, if you think about it, the tooling for the adapter was probably more than enough to make an actual cartridge case, but the defiance to be like, no, we're going to make a real Intellivision cartridge and make it look and be evocative of Intellivision, even though they're using it on a 2600, I thought was a really interesting approach for them.
When I heard they were coming out with Atari games, I was in the camp that, yeah, they know that that's the market leader.
Yeah, exactly.
On the bandwagon.
Exactly.
And there were there must have been at least 2-3 dozen companies at that time producing games for the 2600. So what's another one?
The sports games were fantastic.
100% agree.
At work, and I remember really liking Star Strike on the Intellivision because it felt like the sequence from Star Wars were going to the trench, and that was coming to the 2600.
Oh, there it is.
Secretly, I was super excited that I was going to start getting these Intellivision games on the Atari 2600.
But unfortunately, it was never going to look the same.
Like Astro Smash, which became Astro Blast. I like that game. And I think it was better to play on the Atari with the joystick than it was to play on the Intellivision with the disc.
One game I played a lot of, probably more than any others, and it's a weird outlier, is Frogs and Flies, which is a port of Frog Bog. Dark Cavern.
Oh, I love Dark Cavern. This is the one which I've actually played.
It's one of my favorites, but it was Frogs and Flies. I played a hell of a lot of Frogs and Flies.
They run them.
Yeah, I love Dark Cavern. Such a good game.
But there were a lot of them were based on Intellivision titles that didn't already exist on the 2600. So I think it's great that they did that.
They pushed the limits of the Atari 2600. So games like Bump and Jump or Air Raiders or even like their football and baseball games, they were pretty impressive games. They looked really close to their Intellivision counterparts, but also had their own unique look, and they had no compromises. So for a company to kind of come in and just try to cash in on the Atari craze, that isn't what it felt like. It actually felt like they were coming in here to make a difference and make really good
damn, look at that.
600 games.
So I like to think that we raised the bar. And then maybe others came along and did way better. Who knows? But
yeah, absolutely.
We said, hey, you don't have to do the old hat stuff. You can play with it like it's an instrument. You can pluck the strings different ways.
Yeah, I completely agree with that assessment, that because someone who would come in with a different conceptual basis for making video games, they came in and they're like, we want to make games for the Atari system, but we're going to make games like we make games. And then they eventually figured out how to do that, and they broke the Atari system to be able to make the games the way they like to make them. It allowed other people to then go, hey, you know what? We want to make games too. And you've got stuff like Star Raiders, which it's just an absolutely incredible game. But even more than that, the game Elite Dangerous, the infinite universe that is Elite Dangerous, it started on, games like Atari 2600, or there was at very least an Atari 2600 version of the original Elite. And the idea of having this enormous open world universe, 3D universe on an Atari 2600? Are you kidding? How did they... It's black magic. It has to be. It's the only thing it could be is magic, right? But, yeah, that's what we got, you know? As people started to break the idea, like, how do we do this? How do we do that? Or how do we make this game work? How do we make that game work? Eventually, people would come along and be like, okay, but if we break it in that way, and we tweak this in that way, and we break that one in that way, we can make something that's actually 3D on an Atari 2600. And, yeah, like, the ingenuity of people is just phenomenal. Their logo. Oh, come on. I'll be the judge of that. Oh, my goodness. They're literally coming in and saying, we're gonna make Atari look better. That's what they're doing. They're coming in and they're saying, yeah, okay, you may have bought more Atari games, more Atari consoles than in television, but we'll be the judge of it. Looks like a Master Chief logo. Master Chef logo. I was thinking Master Chief looks like Master Chef. No, you're right. Yeah, Master Chef. Yeah. The M Network. And like I showed you at the beginning of the stream, yeah, Atari now has the right to publish all the M Network stuff. I mean, we can play M Network games right here. Unscramble and win. This deluxe fold-out advertisement not only offered its readers a puzzle to pique their curiosity, but included a chance to win an entire library of M Network games. Excuse you? That is amazing. Okay. Dad new life to Atari. Oh, not dad, add new life to Atari VCS with M Network home video games. See, I can do that. Why can I do that? Why is it that I can't read regular text, but that I can read? Unscramble the M Network video games word jumble for fun and games. Yeah, an opportunity to get an entire library of M Network games. That's amazing. I don't know if that's supposed to be their Pac-Man clone, but that one doesn't look amazing. That looks a little less amazing. Because it looks like Welsh. Wait, hold on a minute. Shut up. It does. No. It kind of does. Oh, no. Okay. A surprising effect. This advertisement makes it clear M Network intended to raise the visual bar on the 2600. Our graphics don't move, they perform. Ooh, that's a good line for the 80s. Oh my goodness. Our graphics don't move, they perform. That's a good line. I like that line. That's a very 80s line. I love it. Our graphics don't move, they perform, and our challenging gameplay makes every performance spectacular. So what you're getting, basically, with M Network games on the Atari 2600 is you're getting the visual fidelity of M Network, but you're getting the snappy gameplay of the Atari 2600. This is like the best of both worlds. It's also a tall claim. I imagine that they would be able to live up to that claim. Because M Network video games will now put life into your Atari into your Atari VCS. There's a library of M Network video games to choose from, and many more games to come. So if you want to get more out of your Atari VCS, put our games into it. I can't argue with that advertising. That's awesome. Amazing new life forms are taking over Atari. That's cool. These video games are so exciting. Oh, I'm glad that someone off screen was telling me that. I like this ad, though. So this is Space Attack. The cartridge of, obviously. This is what the cartridges look like. So, yeah, so as they were talking about in the video that we just watched, essentially, as you can see, the top half of the cartridge is a, this is the Intellivision cartridge. And this is just an adapter that they attached onto the bottom so it would work with Atari. I mean, the chips inside were gonna be, you know, obviously this isn't just an Intellivision game, but like in terms of the cartridge itself, this is just an Intellivision cartridge, and this is an adapter. I like that. That's funny. M Network cartridges started appearing in stores in late summer 1982. Facing a crowded market, developers attempted to set a high standard for 2600 software with a lineup of visually striking titles and diverse gameplay. And we've got Ass Blast, which we can play some Ass Blast. Let's play a little bit of Ass Blast. Oh my goodness, that's so quick. Oh my goodness, that moves so quickly. Oh my goodness. All right. That is so jerky. I imagine this would be a lot easier, like, on, immediately get destroyed. This would be a lot easier with a control stick, I think. Yeah, it's so hard to, like, It's hard to get the stick to, you know, get your tank in line because it's a little bit jerky. Oh, and I immediately blow myself up. Okay, restart. Yeah, I didn't want to go that far, but it just kind of did. Oh, I just realized something. My points go up. Hang on, my points go up when I shoot asteroids, but the points go down if the asteroids hit the floor. What's that? I don't know, but give me a lot of points. And then I lose a ton of points if I get hit. Yeah, I think this game would be a lot easier with a traditional joystick. Oh my goodness, that's fast. Oh, I couldn't get out of the way of that. This game is actually really hard because of the whole losing points It requires you to be very precise, which is not easy to do, to be fair. I'm not going for that one. That was going way too fast. Oh, no! Oh. This is kind of like, it's got a very similar sort of, feel to it as, I was moving way too quick. It's got a similar feel to it as Missile Command. Because, like, with Missile Command, like, the whole point of Missile Command is that, if you do a nuclear war, you've already lost. There is no winning Missile Command. There's just surviving for longer, you know? And this feels like it's got a very similar sort of feel to it, in that the more that you play, you're still, you know, you're gaining points, but you're losing them. It's a war against nature, and there's nothing you can do about it, you know? It's a really interesting concept. Star Strike. So this is the Death Star Trench game. I'm gonna give this one a shot too. Pilot your starship down the trench of an alien space station and knock out enemy silos in fast-paced blaster. Unlike other games, you only have one life. So to avoid crashing, keep an eye on your spaceship's shadow. Interesting. So do I just have to... Oh. I've got no control. I'm not in control. Okay. And they just destroyed the Earth. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what was going on there, because at one point I was actually in control, and then I didn't. Then it was just doing stuff on its own. Yeah, I'm in control now. I can't seem to be able to shoot that thing, though. It's coming up behind me. Yeah, now I've got no control again. Look, it's pulling me over to the one side. That was weird. I don't know what this is, but it's like, it's pulling control away from me. Yeah, I've got, yep, no control. That's it. Oh, I blew up the... No, missed that one. Damn it, it hit me. Yeah, it's like... I think it's when those yellow things hit you, they you lose all control. So I think I just need to avoid them rather than actually shooting them. I think that's another one coming. It is. Yeah, I think I gotta avoid the yellow things. Like that. Yep, doing quite well. Missed. Oh, and I blew up. Okay. Okay, I think I understand this one. There he goes. Yeah, I think the yellow things are actually shots. So I was trying to shoot the yellow things, but instead they were crashing into me. And the Earth is destroyed once again. Oh, well. But this game doesn't seem to have, like, a point score or anything. It's just travel down, avoid being shot at, and then blow up these little pylons that appear along the way. Okay. Interesting. Armor Ambush. So this is the one which I really like the look of. It's basically the same as Combat, where you play as a tank. And, oh, it is 2-player only, of course, because, you know, AI wasn't really a thing as such. 2 players face off in military combat with 2 tanks per player on the battlefield. Switching between them is a part of Armor Ambush's strategic challenge. Note that tanks move faster on roads, but slower through groves and trees and bodies of water. That's cool. Let's have a look at the game variation. Ricochet on or ricochet off? Okay. So obviously, I'm currently just playing as... So this is the regular terrain. That's slower because it's like trees. And then, yeah, you move faster. Oh, that's, you're faster on roads. That's cool. And of course, it is tank controls, like literally tank controls. So left and right is rotate. Up is up. Down is... Wait. Down appears to be... swap to the other tank? Like, swap your location with the other tank? Maybe that other tank is like a, like an automatic tank or something, but pressing down allows you to... like that, I guess. I'm curious now, because I don't understand what the second tank does. Like, it doesn't fire automatically or anything. Interesting. Okay. Again, I think a lot of these, there are a lot of games that just feel, I think it's just 2 tanks to control as needed. I seemingly can't control the second tank, though. Like, if I press down, I move to this other tank. But, I still control the, I still control the first one. This was peak gaming when you were 7? It's peak gaming now. I can't shoot there, I'm hitting the wall on the edge of the bridge. I like that there's like a little bit of recoil. That's really cool. I like the recoil on it. That when you fire, you turn slightly. Okay. So, welcome to the stream, Circus Brains. Yes, we are currently going through Atari Week. This is kind of in television at the moment, but you know what? It's close enough. Yeah, so I'm going to be picking up the M Network games that they've just... they're currently available for pre-order for the Atari 2600 Plus. So I'm definitely going to be picking up the M Network games collection, and we'll probably play this at some point in the future on, you know, not original hardware, but actual Atari hardware. Dark Cavern. This is a fantastic game. I love Dark Cavern. Oh, it got me. So Dark Cavern is kind of like Berserk in a way, I guess. Oh, he can see me. Ah, he got me. It's kind of like Berserk, but with more of like a Pac-Man sort of... Like a Pac-Man sort of mechanic. Like you never actually stop running, right? So it's like Pac-Man in that regard. You can kind of stop yourself from running by standing yourself into a corner, but if you press like left or right or something, you will always keep moving in that direction until you hit a wall. So, like I said, similar in many ways to Pac-Man. Oh, I should say, it's not similar to Pac-Man in the sense that it's anything like Pac-Man. It's a Pac-Man-like maze. It's got similar controls, but it plays more like a Berserk. Darn it. That's not bad, 15,000 points. First time I've played this in years. But that's Dark Cavern, and yeah, it's a load of fun. I've spent hours playing this game. This was one of the games that, like I said, a friend of mine actually had in Intellivision. He had a copy of this, and I played this on Intellivision, on an Intellivision system. Way back. And later on, I played this myself using an emulator. But, yeah, I haven't played Dark Cavern in years. Like, at least 10 years. Such memories, though. Damn. Obviously, it looked a little bit different in the actual Intellivision version. But still, it's quite clear what you're dealing with at the moment. You know, just from seeing what you're seeing. You got the little pink guys. They're like little robots on a wheel. You've got the spiders, which are moving around. Actually, I don't think you guys can necessarily see the flickering You could just see kind of a... Sometimes you can see the flickering, sometimes it's just static. That's because of the frame rate. This is a cool... This is such a classic game. I'll probably do something with this at some point in the future. I'd love to play, like, go for a high score or something. I know that the world record is, like, in the millions. Pink dudes look like they're running Sonic. Oh my goodness, they do. You're right. They do, but they look like they're running in reverse. Ah! That was quick. I need ammo. No, actually I'm on 18. I'm actually pretty good. Oh heck. Oh, he got me. We killed each other. Oh! I thought I had the upper hand there, but no, he got me first. And the swirly thing going up. At 15,000 again? Really? Okay, so I'm destined to always die at 15,000 apparently. That's the way it is. Unfortunately, there's nothing more I can do. Frogs on flies? Air Raiders. Okay, so this is the flight simulator game that we just looked at. Select game variation. Easy or hard? Okay, we'll go with easy because, you know, first time playing. So we got altitude, hits, and ammo. Okay. Cool. Didn't even make it off the runway. Sweet. Okay. Am I missing something? So I'm just gonna hold the B button and not press up or down. And I die anyway. Okay. I need to know what the controls are first. Instruction manual, thank you. Let's see. Push down to make the plane climb. Alright. Take off. When you start a game, after you refuel, press the red button. The runway lights appear to move as your plane starts to move. When you gain speed, after about 4 seconds, pull back on the joystick. Okay. Alright. Let's try this again. Ah, there we go. That last one is just being a pain, isn't he? Oh. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Oh, okay. Okay, so... Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, I'm out of ammo, so how do I land? Okay. Instruction manual. Watch the gauges. It's important to keep an eye on gauges. You can fly to a maximum altitude of 40. That's 40,000 feet. There aren't many enemy planes at this altitude. Be extra careful when you dive. You'll lose altitude fast. Get down under 10 and you'll be able to climb out before you crash. Once you're airborne, you begin using fuel. Climbing uses about 4 times as much fuel as diving, and about twice as much as flying level. Okay. Land and refuel and take off again. You can land at any time, but you can only refuel and take off again if you've made at least 10 hits. Right. Wait until you're really low on fuel, then fly down to 0 altitude. Wait for a runway to appear, approximately 4 seconds. Push forward on the joystick until your horizontal... so your horizon's all the way up, and then release the joystick and you've landed. Okay. Let's give that one another shot. Oops, that's a waste. I'm being shot at. I'm assuming there's something behind me, but I can't seem to find him. Where is he? Oh, there they are. Ooh, ooh, I can't get out of the way. I got 10 hits, which means I can refuel and repair and all that. Oh! I didn't pull up in time, and I just nosedived straight into the floor. Whoops. Okay. Let's see what it says. Let me read that again. Wait until you're really low on fuel, then fly down to 0. Yeah, okay, so I flew down too low and I crashed into the floor. That's essentially what happened. Hey, this is fun though. I like these classic the classic airplane dogfighting games are always fun. Nice. Ooh, come here. Where'd you go? There you are. I think that's the one that's... Okay. Oh, no. I survived. I survived. There they are. I know there's another one. I know there's... There he is. Oh, there's 3 of them. Okay. Oh, no, I crashed. Okay. Okay, that's really fun. I like that one. I really like that one, in fact. I wonder, is that one going to be one of the ones that's in the M Network package? I'm going to have to take a look at that one. What was it? Ass Blaster? Hang on. We got Ass Blaster. Star Strike, Armor, Ambush, and Frogs and Flies. Okay, so, this one isn't actually in the set. Football for Atari, it's fine, we don't need to necessarily play that one. Baseball for Atari, and soccer for Atari. The Lost Library. M-Network published 17 cartridges, with another 19 in various stages of development, before Mattel Electronics' closure. Fans and historians have done their best to preserve screens, playable code, and memories of these unreleased games. Oh wow, okay. Ant Bear. Looks like is that an aardvark? Never officially released, Ant Bear makes its debut for the first time here. Okay, well we have to play that one. That's like a must. Ant Bear tasks players with carefully navigating an anthill with their very long tongue and grabbing insects for points. Hold the fire button to quickly retract your tongue and avoid enemies. Wait, no, too far. I went too far. Yeah, this, you are literally playing as an anteater. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, so the oh, I died. That music is actually really good. Right, so I want to avoid the green ones and collect the ants. Don't eat worms. That's what I'm learning. Oh! Okay, I guess I don't... I thought the white ant was gonna actually be a, you know, special one, get lots of points, but apparently not. I do like its use of music. Like, not a lot of Atari games had music back in the day, you know? Right, so I don't want to eat the green worms, and I don't want to eat the white ant. Oops. Wait, I ate the... what? I'm confused. I just ate one of the worms. I got it. Oh wait, I can eat them. What? No, I didn't eat that one. I'm confused. Hang on. Let's have a look. Let's have another look at the instruction manual. Or a look at the instruction manual to begin with. Hungry for a challenge, dive deep into a series of anthills with your ant bear's sticky tongue and carefully devour ants, larvae, and worms for a tasty, snack. Okay. Right, okay. Ants are your primary target, after all, you're an ant bear, and can be collected from any direction with the tip of your tongue. Worm, you'll need to sneak up on worms as they can only be eaten from behind. There we go. Larvae, scattered around the layers of the anthill. You'll need to eat all of these to move to the next level. Ant Queen, she moves fast and she only appears in the lowest layer of the anthill, but if you can catch her, you'll clear the current board of ants and worms, giving you some room to move. Right. Okay. Well, now I know. Loving the music, honestly. Like, this is really impressive for the time. So I can eat the worm, but only from behind. And I need to be cautious not to let the worms, you know... I assume I can't let them touch the side of my tongue. Yeah, okay, if they touch the side of your tongue, you die. Alright, gotcha. This has got a surprising amount of challenge to it, not gonna lie. You know, as a puzzle game, it's an odd concept to say the least. But you know, it's pretty cool though. Like it's an interesting idea. Damn. Getting your tongue down to the lower levels is really hard. Especially when there's, you know, ants and worms that you gotta watch from the layers above. It becomes a challenge of just like gunning it and hoping for the best. You know? Can I go down? Oh, there we go. And hopefully not, you know, getting my tongue bitten off. That's also, you know, a great incentive. I never expected that there would be a game called Ant Bear. And I would be like, hey, this is actually really good. Oh, there we go. I fed the ant bear. It's so weird, but at the same time, I kind of like it. Oh, I turned around. He turned around and got me. I'm starting to understand the tactics of this game. Oh, you sneaky! Oh, he came in at the last second and just stood in my way and was like, you shall not pass. Alright, fine. Let's see where you're coming from. So I kind of want to eat the ant, but not the worm, so that I can get the larvae. Oh, wait, he turned around and came back. An what anteater shrivels up and dies because a caterpillar bites their tongue? Must be weak, like rabbits. Definitely looks weak like rabbits. Ah, perfect. Ooh. Ah! There's another one coming. I don't want to... No, go away. Go away, worm! Yes! That music, though. I like the music. I really like the music, actually. I think they've done a great job. Ooh. I've got one left to grab. And I foresee myself doing this the long way around. No! What? Damn it! That was too close. That was way too close. I didn't like that. I'm nearly at level 3. Wait. Sir? You... Oh, that was game over. Okay. I'm like, excuse me, sir? You're supposed to stop at the hole so I can keep eating ants? Is like, what's going on here? What are you doing? What world is this? Stop. Stop, Anteater, stop. You're drunk. But no, it was I that was drunk all along. Alright, I actually really like that game. I think that's really fun. That's a real shame that it didn't come out. In Search of the Golden Skull, programmer Jerry Lawson, who designed Fairchild Channel F's console, we've been talking about the Fairchild a few times, also created this treasure hunt adventure game that was never finished. Its large ROM and RAM requirements would have made it expensive to produce. Interesting. Sea Battle. A favorite of Intellivision players, Sea Battle needed to be simplified for the 2600 debut in both gameplay, depth, and visuals, but still offers a strategic naval challenge for 2 players. It remained unpublished until 2000, and then only in limited quantities, and now it's available in Atari 50, so you can own a piece of history. Sword Fight. The glowing weapon suggests Steve Tatsumi took at least some inspiration for his tactical combat game from science fiction films. Unfortunately, Sword Fight's 2-player nature caused it to remain unreleased, save for a limited production run in 2000. Okay, so there was there like a Intellivision revival in 2000 that I completely missed? Well, I suppose I would have missed it. I wasn't really looking for Intellivision stuff in the year 2000, but still. I'm curious. 2 futuristic knights face off on a battle, in a battle of blades in this head-to-head fighting game. Each player has 3 offensive and 3 defensive moves. When a fighter takes a hit, a layer of their platform is removed. Now, obviously, this is 2-player, so I can't play a proper game. But, gee, I wonder if that's a Star Wars... Alright, I literally can't start the game. Yeah, I literally can't start the game unless it's a 2nd player. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, this is definitely Star Wars. Tower of Mystery. Tower of Mystery, based on Dungeons and Dragons, was created by Jane Tu-Young. Is it Tu-Young or Tu-Jung? I imagine it's Tu-Young. Was created by Jane Tu-Young when then modified by Mike Sanders. This prototype includes a special setting that limits the game to only 4 levels. It is believed this was created for demo use at the January 1984 Consumer Electronics Show. Interesting. I had been told that I was going to get to work on the Dungeons and Dragons game. D&D was my whole life. I ate, drank, and slept D&D, so I was really chomping at the bit to work on it. As said by Jane Tu-Young. there's the EEPROM. So that's what it looks like on the inside, or what it would have looked like on the inside of the cartridge. Unlike retail cartridge, oh, okay, so this is, oh yeah, of course, yeah, this is the EEPROM, which is erasable. So this is the development kit. Allows programmers to remove, replace, or rewrite the data on the chips during development. This Tower of Mystery EEPROM is from Jane Young's personal collection. So she kept a copy of it? That's cool. In April 2024, Jane Young worked with Video Game History Foundation to preserve one of the only known copies of Tower of Mystery. She was able to play her creation for the first time in 40 years. That's incredible. That is amazing. I want to take a look at this. Magical objects aid players as they battle fantasy monsters in this early action RPG. This recently rescued one-player prototype uses 2 joysticks, one for player control and the other for consulting the map and the current status of the quest. Interesting. I wonder how that works. So we're going to go with the small tower, just to see what we got. Oh, wrong button. Welcome to the Tower of Mystery. Oh, wait, I choose my name from the start? Hang on, how many letters can I put in here? Ah, just one short. Literally just one short. Okay. That's still 6 letters, though. 6 letters is a lot. For games like... Oh, I fell. So, hang on. I need to know what my controls are, because it's supposedly... Oh, I see. So they're using the extra buttons. Okay. Quick menu is R. That's action. Status screen, map screen. Okay. Map. Status. You've even got stats? This is tracking stats? Can I not open that? Hang on, let me have a look at the instruction manual. Okay. Before your adventure begins, history must know your name, so the bards can one day sing songs of your bravery. Move the joystick left and right to select up to 6 letters, and press up on the joystick screen to select each one. Erase the letter, press down. Okay, pretty straightforward. Begin the game stranded atop the tower itself. Each floor of the tower is a 4x4 grid, with a maximum of 16 rooms per floor. By exploring each floor, you will discover various weapons and magical items to help you survive. Okay. Using the left joystick to direct your adventurer through the tower, walking over items collects it. Your inventory of weapons and magical items appears at the bottom of the screen. To select one, hold the action button and move the dot. Oh, that's what I was doing. Because I was doing like... Wait, I can't do it now. Yeah, apparently I've gone and dumped a bunch of stuff into this wall by the looks of it. So let's do a restart on that one. Oh, Anab. There we go. Oh, I see it's one of those games. That's a key. Oh, is that a whip? Okay, so if I press... if I hold the action button, I can move to a different item, like across the bottom. Okay, so... Hang on, does the instruction manual actually tell me... Ah, it does! Okay. So I've got the boots. It doesn't tell you what they do, though. So I've got a key. I've got a hat of vision. Oh, okay. And I've got boots. I don't know what they do, though. Oh, you can pick them up by right, okay. So you can discard things by... you can discard things, but you can also pick them back up. Okay. You may find multiples of some items, but you can only carry one of each at any time. Weapons used in battle against Tower Guardians. These need to be selected as the active item in your inventory to be used in combat. Right. Equipables also need to be selected in your inventory to have any effect. For instance, equipping the boots of speed will let you move quickly. I figured that one out. While equipping the hat of vision lets you see invisible dangers such as lightning traps. Right. Okay. So I don't really care too much about speed. I'm more interested in being able to not die. I think that's a bag of holding. Bag. It just says bag. A sword. The dancing sword. If you acquire a bag of holding, you can store items. So then, yeah. You will face fierce guardians of the Tower of Mystery during your journey. During battle, move your adventurer around with a joystick. If you have a weapon equipped, press up on the joystick to shoot arrows. But not all foes may be fought. Try offering a bribe. Okay. Oh, wait, what did I just do? Oh no, what did I just do? I put the sword... There we go. No, okay. Okay, so it looks like I can't actually use the sword unless I'm fighting an enemy. Okay, so that's the second key I found now. There's another hat. Apparently you can't carry more than one of a single item, so I can't have two of these hats. But I do want to keep the hat on because it allows me to see, It allows me to see dangers. So what is that? Oh, that was a staircase. Okay. That looks like incense. Press the wrong button. I pressed start instead of select. Oh, no. That's once again become my bane. Pressing start instead of select. I wanted to really try this one too. I can see this being frustrating. Damn it. Okay, so I started in a room with a hat. But I've already got a hat. Ooh, a key. Take that. And that looks like a... Okay, apparently I can't use the key on it. Alright. Ooh, a shield. I don't know what that does. Does that increase... Wait. Does that increase my stats? It does look. So I've got a shield at the bottom of the stats screen. That's a lightning trap. Okay, yeah, I don't want to walk into that. What is this? Why does it keep moving? That's a hole. I don't think I want to be running through the lightning trap, honestly. Oh, wait, can I use the key on this door? I can. What's this? It's our map. What was that? Hang on. A scroll. Consumables don't appear in your inventory. These include arrows, which are stored for use in combat, and stat boost items, which are used immediately upon pickup. Treasures are simply used for scoring and will add to your treasure count when grabbed. Power-ups grant your adventure special abilities and persist until you pick up a different item to replace it. For instance, the scroll allows you to see the status screen in a game using the standard difficulty. So, it's completely useless to me and I just lost my shield. There are 6 different power-ups, only 4 of which can be carried at once. Picking up the 5th one will replace one of your power-ups at random. You can see which power-up you have on the status screen when you have the Hat of Vision equipped. Oh, I see. So my shield didn't go away, I've just got a shield and a scroll. Okay, gotcha. So how do I get out to you? That's the big question. It doesn't appear to be an alternate exit. It just feels like... Right. That trap didn't even actually kill me. It just put me in a different place. Mm-hmm. I got zapped anyway. Wait, where am I? Oh. Wait, how do I get out then? That's actually kind of funny. Yep. So what's this? I thought that this might be a, hang on, maybe like a chest? Chest, yeah, it says chest. Uh... It doesn't really... It doesn't actually say, how to open a chest. Okay. So, yeah, I think I might be in an unwinnable scenario here. Because the only direction I seem to be able to go is... Oh! Wait, what's this? Whoa, 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 whoa! So that teleportation trap puts you in a random room in the dungeon. So it just put me in a room that I hadn't been to yet. Interesting. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm gonna head on down the stairs. We got a candle here. I'm gonna put my hat back on. Shoes. I have shoes. Thank you. Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? Oh, why is it coming at me? Where are you? It's a beholder. That was a beholder. Oh no. Ah! Go. You need a J-shaped key to open the chest. Oh, okay. Is that a bow? That is a bow. Ah, damn it. I keep doing that. There we go. Ooh, I got a key. I could probably open that locked door. Ah, it's fine. I don't need it anyway. Pixel Souls. Oh, it feels like that, yeah. Oh. Right. Okay, I think I know how to do combat. That is not how you do combat. Wait. Oh! I rescued... That was the princess. I read it in the guide. It says that there's a princess. If you find the princess, you can escape immediately. Cool. I winned. That's fun, though. You know what? I might actually do a video on this game. do a few runs in it. That did not seem... No, I didn't. The sound was very ominous, wasn't it? It's like, hang on a second. That's scary. Is that some kind of demon? Is that death? It kind of looked like a Grim Reaper to me, but sure, if... I mean, skeletons can be pretty too. The ominous fart noise. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that, yeah. Beautiful transitions, though. Like, wow. Okay, get a scroll. Which I don't need, but it's fine. There's a key. That's a special key. Nope. Can I use the special key to open this unspecial door? Ooh, bag of holding. Nice. Did I go up? I did go up. Okay, let's go this way. No. Ah, I don't have a weapon. That's a weapon. That is a weapon. The dancing sword. Right, okay. Now, I want to see if I understand combat. I think I've got to attack, like, you know, like JRPGs, where you walk into an enemy and then the combat starts. I think that's how this works. I was correct. Try not to get hit, that's another good thing. I'm out of arrows. Why do I need arrows to use my sword? Oh. Thou art free. Okay. I guess I defeated it. There's a staircase. What's the... Okay. That's a glove. So that gives me strength increase, perhaps? Why have I got Charisma 12? That's like the least useful stat ever. I've got Strength, Stamina, and Charisma. Like, what? Why Charisma? Do I look like a bard to you? Okay, so it looks like there is a way past the teleporting ray. So I can just get myself... Alright. Oh, what's that? I don't know what that was. Oh, wait, was there a treasure? That was a treasure. Okay. Pro tip, if you have the J key, you don't need the L key. J key will open doors and chests. So what's the difference? I pressed the start button again. Alright, so... Whoa. Okay. Take the shoes off. Whoa, I sprinted like crazy. They look like an L or a J. Oh, I see. The direction in which they're facing. That's a teleportation spell. So the one there is an L, and I'm assuming this one's the J. Okay. So I need this one, but I don't need that one. And with this one, I can open up chests. Oh, what was I came looking here for a reason. Oh, it's a rope. Ah, right, okay. I don't know what the rope does. Resume. We can go through this door. There's more shoes. I don't need more shoes. I'm running pretty fast as it is. You always need rope when adventuring. Oh yeah, no, I know that much. It's just that I don't know what the rope is actually for. It's not a gauntlet. Oh wait, I suppose it's not another gauntlet, is it? It's a gauntlet because I accidentally deleted my last attempt. I could have sworn there was a chest around you. Something. There it is. That is not. That looks to be a monster of some kind. Okay, well at least I know where the staircase is. I can just head on up there. Okay, that's a trap. Ooh, candelabra, so that's treasure. At least I assume that's treasure. Yeah, treasure 1. Cool. Is that a crossbow? Nice. Oh, I can't pick that up. I already have one. Another bag? How many bags of holding can I carry? Oh, right. Yeah, 1. Okay, gotcha. That's another hand or glove. Oh, it's the maiden. Yay! I guess that is pretty easy. I do have it set to easy mode, so maybe I'll have to play this in hard mode at some point in the future, but this one's really fun. I like this one. I really like this one. I want to play more of this. Alright, so we'll keep moving forward. What else we got? I had been told... Oh yeah, no, we looked at this. Right, got it. After the 1983 games industry crash... I said 1986 earlier, didn't I? I am an idiot. I just realized it was 1983 that the American games industry crash. Yeah. After 1983 games industry crash, the world's largest toy company suddenly found itself in grave danger with a negative net worth. Yeah, that's not the best thing in the world. Mattel closed the electronics division in February of 1984 and quickly sold the Intellivision asset to a group of investors led by Mattel executive Terry Velasquez. Okay. Under new ownership, a group of Intellivision programmers... Sorry, I'm eating my cake again. A group of Intellivision programmers led by Keith Robinson bought Intellivision's library of games in 1997 and made them available for more than a decade. Atari acquired Intellivision's assets in May 2024. There we go. Bringing both brands under the same stewardship. So, like I've explained before, modern Atari isn't Atari. In actuality, it's Infogrames. And so, Atari, the name, the brand Atari, was bought by Infogrames. And Infogrames renamed themselves to Atari. And then this year, 2024, the modern Atari bought Intellivision. Finally, after 50 years, ending the console war. Technically, neither Atari nor Intellivision won. Infogrames won. But after all of that, it just goes to show, doesn't it? Ultimately, it's not the piece of plastic that matters, it's the ideas. And Intellivision and Atari both had such an important role to play in the creation of the video games industry. So, I don't want people to necessarily look at this and be like, Intellivision lost, lol. You know, it's not about that. It's not about that. That's a misunderstanding of the point. I joke about it, but that's not the point. The point is ultimately that the idea continues. Atari, Intellivision, Infogrames, they are all one and the same now. And that's probably a good thing. It means that there are people, like, if I think about the people who are currently in charge of Atari, I think about people who genuinely care about the history, the legacy of Atari. And I wouldn't want anyone else, you know, someone who is dedicated to that heritage, I wouldn't want anyone else in control, you know? I think modern Atari have done a lot to win over old Atari fans. And I feel like they've done a really good job of convincing me, at very least me, I don't know about other people, but they've managed to convince me that they actually care. And that's a good thing. That can only be a good thing. And so if they're the ones that are looking after Intellivision as well, that can again only be a good thing. At very least, they'd be doing a much better job than the previous people who were looking after Intellivision. I don't think I have to... Well, maybe I do, but you may or may not have heard of the Intellivision Amico. And the Amico was an absolute dumpster fire of a project. People who paid for the Amico have not seen their product, and they probably never will. But the Intellivision Amico was a project that was run into the ground by professional egotist Tommy Tallarico. He's probably going to sue me for saying that, but go on. Whatever. The Intellivision Amico, I don't think the Amico started life as being a scam, but it very quickly became one, you know? It seemed that Tommy Tallarico himself had no idea what he was going to be doing with the Intellivision brand or with the Amico itself. The people that were in charge of running it clearly had no idea what they were doing, and the whole thing has ended up being a huge scam with people who have paid, not like individually, but collectively have paid millions of dollars for a console, a rebirth of the Intellivision, and it's just gone. All that money's gone. It's never coming back. It's never coming out. It might take a little while before Atari actually fully follow up on what Intellivision has done, if they even do so. But who knows? There was a new version of Dark Caverns, which was in production, and I don't know if it ever released. Let me take a quick little look. Dark Caverns. Okay. Dark Caverns. What is happening? All I'm seeing is, like, Minecraft mods. Oh, it's just cavern, not caverns. Yeah, so it doesn't look like the new Dark Cavern is actually released. Yeah, so Dark Cavern was gonna release for the Amico, but it doesn't look like it's gonna release. I can't find any information on it. There's an Intellivision YouTube account. There's like a version of Night Stalker. I think there'd be Cloudy as well. Intellivision Cloudy Mountain. There we go. So Cloudy Mountain is like a very early like adventure game where you're kind of exploring a cave. And Cloudy Mountain was also going to be getting a new game on the Amico. Yet another game that is not going to release. By the looks of it. Yeah, it looks like Dark Cavern, Cloudy Mountain. Yeah, none of these new, they kind of look like recharged versions of games, you know? But it looks like they're not going to release. Let me show you. Hang on, I've got a, oh. I've got a video here. Hang on. Hold on. I can't see my, I can't get back to, OBS. Hold on. So this was gonna be the new Cloudy Mountain, but it just clearly hasn't been, you know, nothing, it hasn't gone further than this. This is a trailer from like 4 years ago. Yeah, what do I say? It looks like it could have been really fun, but we might never see this, sadly. So that's disappointing. I'll be honest, a lot of the stuff that I saw that was going to be coming out for the Amico didn't look very good. But a lot of the Intellivision stuff, like Cloudy Mountain and Dark Cavern and Night Stalker, they looked good, you know? In the same way that a lot of the Atari Recharge stuff looks good, the Intellivision stuff looks good as well. But then you've got some other games which look kind of boring, look very crappy. They looked like browser games, you know? They weren't very... They look like the sort of crap you'd get on a like a plug and play game that you bought for like $10 to give to a child, you know? No idea of quality goes into it. It promises to have 1,000 games, and you plug it in, it's just 1,000 copies of the same 5 games, you know? And a lot of them looked bad. There was some good ones, like I said, mostly the Intellivision ones, honestly. I think they look really good. Cloudy Mountain looked fantastic. Night Stalker looked pretty good. I'm pretty sure they did mention that there would be a Dark Caverns, but I'm not sure if they actually showed footage of it. I'd have to look that up. But yeah, a lot of that work that's gone into the games that would have been releasing for the Amico, well, we may never see them. I have no idea if Atari are thinking about actually releasing them. I kind of hope that they do, but at the same time, I'm just thinking to myself, yeah, but they probably won't, will they? I would love to see a new version of Cloudy Mountain, especially seeing as it is a 4-player co-op game. I think that would be really fun to play, especially on stream, you know? But it is what it is. Yeah, we can only wait. We can only wait and hope. And that's about it, really. The first console war, what we now call the console wars, started in earnest when Atari and Mattel battled for the hearts and the wallets of early 1980s gamers. In this video, players and participants on both sides reflect on the 50-year-old rivalry.
It's been noted over the years that when there are at least 2 and sometimes 3 consoles fighting it out is when the video game business is its healthiest.
I would agree.
I think they were only some of the business.
I would actually agree with that one, and I mean that healthiest, not necessarily from a money-making perspective, which it is as well. You know, competition breeds, you know, that entrenchment that I was talking about, where people are going to be very dedicated to a console. But I think healthy is a really good way of describing it, because we're also talking about healthy in terms of competition. You know, you have to have a good competition to keep the executives honest. The executives are always going to look at video games as a money-making machine. Okay, it doesn't matter. They could be your favorite company. They could be your least favorite company. We could be talking about Sony. We could be talking about Nintendo. We could be talking about Xbox. It doesn't matter. While I may have a preference for Nintendo, Nintendo still makes some really shitty decisions. And while I still prefer Xbox, Microsoft still makes some pretty shitty decisions. And, you know, the shitty decisions are the reason why I don't like Sony that much, because they seem to make the most of them. But I think when you've got a lot of different, not too many, we've seen like in the late 80s, early 90s, there were too many consoles. Like everyone wanted to have a console, right? But as a lot of those wannabes kind of disappeared, we were left with 3 or 4 major brands, and that was PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, and Sega. And Sega went by the wayside. There's been some rumors that there will be a new Sega system coming out in the future, that it was supposedly it's going to be announced in 2025. I don't see that happening. I've heard rumors, but I don't see that happening, honestly. If it does happen, I'd be very excited. I'm very happy to see more from Sega in the future. We've got Atari making a massive comeback now that they're releasing consoles like the 2600 Plus and the 7800 Plus. That's amazing. That's great stuff. And you know, we still got Sony and we still got Xbox. So those companies are doing well. But you need to have competition, because if there was only one company, let's say, for example, now, after the release of the PS2, Nintendo went, you know what, we can't keep up with that. And they gave up. And they went to a point where they were only making games. They weren't making consoles, they were just making games. Same as Sega. Sega threw in the towel. They're like, we can't keep up, we're throwing in the towel. And because of everyone dropping out the industry, Xbox went, ooh, hold on a second. The industry looks a bit too volatile right now. We're not going to make an Xbox. And so they didn't make an Xbox. And so the only console out there is Sony. They can make some of the most disgusting anti-consumer decisions, and they will have no repercussions because of it. They might make something that is so bad that no one wants to buy their system, but you wouldn't have anything to compare it to. When you've got PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X on the market, you can look at those and go, well, I kind of like the games that are on Xbox over PlayStation. But if you don't have an Xbox on the market, it's buy PlayStation or don't play video games. That's your options. And because Sony would have a monopoly, they would be able to muscle other people out of the market. They would have been making money hand over fist for decades, just earning money from game sales and from console sales without competition, without anyone to split the user base. And on one hand, you could look at it from a perspective of, oh yeah, gamers unite, hashtag gamers unite. But that's not a healthy environment for the games industry. That is a bad thing for gamers. Because Sony can do whatever they want. We're putting DRM in every single game, so you have to be online to be able to play any of your video games. Also, you have to pay the subscription service to be able to check your DRM. So you have to buy a PS5, you have to pay for the subscription, and you have to buy the games. They could do that. And if they did it slowly enough, people would get used to it. It's like the boiling the frog analogy. If you put a frog in cold water and you put it on a low heat, the frog doesn't realize that the water is getting hotter until it boils. You don't notice that the temperature is going up. You don't realize that in the games industry, things are getting worse and worse and worse for us because it's being offered to us slowly. You get stuff like abusive DRM. You get stuff like abusive use of loot boxes and battle passes and stuff like that. They'll have, if it was just one company, they'd be able to dictate this is the price of video games. So you'd be paying like $100 per game, and they've got no competition with which they need to keep their prices lower than, If Sony were to turn around tomorrow and say, as of 2025, all video games will be $120 as standard, and Xbox were to turn around and say, all games will be $100 as standard, and then Nintendo were to come out and say, no, we're sticking to our $60, $70, so that's going to be it, $70 standard for Nintendo games, then Xbox and PlayStation would have to do something, or everyone would just look at them and go, I can buy this version, it's going to be slightly lower quality on Nintendo, and spend $70. Alternatively, I could buy it on PS4 or PS5 and I'd be charged an additional $50. What am I getting for that additional $50? Well, it'll look nicer. It might run at 60 FPS instead of 30. if that's worth $50 to you, all power to you. But to me, that's not worth it. You know? So if PlayStation were the only thing on the market, they could dictate the market. They would be the market. So it would be a choice of either agree with us and buy our games, and pay our prices, or get nothing. Piracy would be through the roof. Just to begin with, piracy would be through the roof. And there'd be no one to keep Sony in check. So yeah, when there is more than one company on the market, especially when those companies are very corporate heavy, you got to take in consideration when Atari first hit the market, they were artists. They wanted to make money, obviously, but they weren't going into it like, oh, how can we scrounge as much money? How can we bleed the customer base dry? You know, they weren't going into it for those reasons. These were people that wanted to make video games. They wanted to do something really interesting with this new technology. So they weren't doing it to nickel and dime people. Today, so many games are the same that the only way to really get attention is with woo. And what I mean by woo is, shiny things that really amount to nothing. Oh, if you buy this version on PlayStation, you get an extra skin. Woo. Oh, if you buy this version on Xbox, we'll give you 1 month of Battle Pass for free. Woo. It's nothing. It's free stuff that you shouldn't have to pay for anyway in a lot of cases. There's no limited amount. What is the limited number on a digital skin? I can tell you exactly what the limited number is on a digital skin. However many the company are willing to sell. So when they turn around and they say, oh, you can buy this limited edition skin for $500, you can make your gun blue. Just remember, they probably spent like an hour at most making that skin. And they are telling you that it's worth $500, which it isn't. And they are telling you that it's limited, which it isn't. That's woo. That's jingling the keys so you don't notice the massive anti-consumer bullshit that's being dropped on your porch. It's like, look at the keys, look at the keys. Look at how shiny they are. Go on, put the manure on the back porch. No problem. Go for it. Look, I got him with the keys. Oh, look at the keys. That's how video game publishers and certain platform producers, that's how they see you. That's how they look at the consumer. Someone who consumes and moves on. And that's not healthy. And it is better when there are companies that are keeping each other in check. Because as bad as it is now, if we only had Sony, it would be a lot worse. As bad as it is now, if we only had Xbox, it would be a lot worse. And as bad as it is now, if we only had Nintendo, SEGA, Atari, Intellivision, whatever, Panasonic, Konami, whoever's making consoles at this point in time, if it was only one, it would be a lot worse. So yeah, absolutely. The healthiest time in video games not just in the business, but from a consumer standpoint, is when there's competition to tell the companies and to tell the executives and the corporate rats at the top that would bleed us for every single dime. You can't do that and get away with it. That's why consoles fighting each other makes sure that the business is healthy, because they keep each other in check.
I think they were only some of the business people for whom it was war. And even though I'm the one who started saying cartridge wars, that was a turn of phrase as a metaphor as opposed to and let's draw blood. Inside the toy industry, they really did think that way. Maybe it was mid-November of '82. And so we do it.
Well, actually, I mentioned that earlier as well, didn't I? Like, the toy industry was genuinely cutthroat. Like, you would, in the video games industry, someone might say, oh, I'm out for blood, you know? But in the toy industry, I wouldn't be surprised to see someone actually bleeding.
Maybe it was mid-November of '82. And so we do a demo, but the VP of marketing, his fancy suit, in there. The VP turns his head very slowly and he looks at me and he goes, "What you have to understand, young man, is that we are at war. We are at war with Atari," which tells you the attitudes of Mattel.
Yep, that's the executives.
That we make takes something away from Atari and gives it to us. And even if I can't sell it now, I can stop somebody from buying an Atari now with this game. And that's why we're putting it on television. And you have to understand that this is a war.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I 100% believe this. Yeah, that is exactly right. It's not about selling games, it's about preventing the other company from selling games. This cutthroat attitude was huge in the 80s and 90s. And during the, I guess, I'm going to use a turn of phrase from wrestling, during the Attitude Era, so that was like the mid to late 90s, you know? Actually, maybe even early to, pretty much the entirety of the 90s, okay? During the Attitude Era, being cocky, being aggressive, and, clowning on people was seen as a positive, even from corporations. So these companies that definitely see this as being an actual war, like a legitimate war, they would get the gamers on their side by using the attitude framework, by being edgy, by using like drug references, sexual references, stuff like that in their advertising, by outright attacking the opposition. It started with Atari and television with yes, well, I'm better than you, and if you want to be good as well, then you must buy in television, But by the Attitude Era, it was, suck it, Nintendo! Woo! Hey, Mary, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Brainy XE needs replacement? Oh dear. But yeah, this attitude here is like 100% unbelievable. I completely see where he's coming from.
And he looks at me and he goes, "What you have to understand, young man, is that we are at war. We are at war with Atari," which tells you the attitudes of Mattel. "Every sale that we make takes something away from Atari and gives it to us. And even if I can't sell it now, I can stop somebody from buying an Atari now with this game. And that's why we're putting it on television. And you have to understand that this is a war. I don't know if I can get my eyelids as close as low as his. But so we got the speech.
To Atari, it was a console.
That is a shocking. Like, I don't think it was. Like, there's nothing about that which is unbelievable. But at the same time, it's still shocking that they would literally use words like that to describe selling a games console. It shows that, you know, these corporate types, these executives that are at the top, that are running the companies, don't care about the artistry necessarily. They don't care about the consumers. They just care about destroying the other company. That whole attitude of every sale we make is taking something from Atari. Well, that's not even necessarily true. I mean, not today, at least. Like, today, you could have an Xbox, a PlayStation, and a Nintendo Switch, and you could be buying games for all of them. Back in the Atari Intellivision days, that's not the case. An Atari cost $200. An Intellivision cost $300. Take into consideration the value change from the 80s to now. $300 was well over $1,000 in today's money. And we're talking about American money here. Hang on, I can do an inflation conversion. Hang on. Inflation conversion. Ah, it's a pyrocynical website. No, that's not what I was looking for. Damn. Inflation calculator, that's what I'm looking for. Right, so $300 in 1982 today. Calculate. So that's just $1,000. $981.34. American. Actually, let's use the actual specific date. We can use February because we know that's when it released. Calculate. Yeah, $1,001. That is the inflation. $300 from 1982 equates to $1,001.05. That's crazy. So yes, it actually was a case of if someone was to buy an Intellivision, they couldn't afford to buy an Atari as well. We think about it today because, you know, admittedly, even with the inflation the way it has been in recent years, we can still afford to buy games consoles, you know? And sometimes we can afford to buy more than one, especially if we're dedicated gamers. If that's our primary hobby, it is worth the investment to be able to buy more than one console. Back then, that's $1,000. That's way more than people would be necessarily willing to spend on a console. That's not very far away from the sort of money that people would spend on PCs in this time. So, yeah. Buying an Intellivision was taking something away from Atari because people couldn't have both. And I think that's something, like, we are very privileged in our modern society that we can afford to buy a Nintendo Switch. We can afford to buy an Xbox. I'm considering going out and buying another Xbox. I'm considering buying the Atari 7800 Plus that is going to be released in December. You know, all of these things, I can actually stop and think to myself, yeah, I've got the money to do that. And I wouldn't say that we are particularly rich either. It's just that gaming is our primary hobby, so it is worth it to us. If I had $300 in 1982, that money needs to last us a month. It's just shocking.
To Atari, it was a console war. To Mattel's Intellivision, it was a console war. To Activision, it was an opportunity.
Absolutely. Of course, all of the arms manufacturers become the richest in war. Absolutely. 100%. The arms manufacturers become the richest people in war. Every single time.
We didn't care at all. I would go over friends' houses to play ColecoVision, and I was amazed. Like Donkey Kong was amazing. The controllers sucked, but the games were still a blast to play, and we just ignored that. And same thing with television. Tons of fun games in the television. The controllers sucked, but we didn't care. We were having fun playing the games.
It's just ironic that there's much less of a console war now, because I mean, how many different consoles can you play Call of Duty on? All of them? Right.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even work that way anymore.
I strongly disagree with that. The console war still exists, and it's a battleground that's fought maybe not in the same way, because of course, like, this is very much so, console wars in modern era is about exclusives. Who's got the best exclusives? Well, in my personal opinion, that's Nintendo, right? So especially right now with the Switch. With the Wii U, it was a little bit touch and go there. There was definitely some better things on PlayStation, but Nintendo right now, I think, have the best exclusives. Or at very least, they have the most exclusives that I want to play. That's another aspect of it. Do you have enough exclusives? So, yeah, that's another part of it. And for me, it's Nintendo. It has been for a very long time. It takes a lot to get me to buy something other than a Nintendo console. Like, Nintendo, I'm generally going to believe, okay, whatever Nintendo's putting out is probably going to be good. You're going to have to convince me with a PlayStation or an Xbox. But I think the console war does still exist in a way. Like, it's not about the cross-platform games, it's about the exclusives. And the console war has really shifted as well. It's less about, what you might call the standing armies fighting, It's not the people, the corporate people that are doing the console warring. Instead, the console warring has been shifted off onto the consumer. It's been turned into a guerrilla warfare, It's about taking snide jabs at each other on social media, to own the ponies, or to own the Xbots, or to own the Nintendrones, It's stupid. It's so stupid. And it really shouldn't be that way. Those companies do not give a crap if you fight for their piece of plastic. They don't care. Every single one of them profiting. Also, you might have one game on Switch and on PlayStation, but due to the size of the game, you prefer to play it on PlayStation. Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, absolutely. So the capabilities of the console really comes into play as well. And we were talking about that earlier, as like, because the Intellivision was a better console in terms of its graphical output, but the PlayStation was faster. So it's like the PlayStation was faster. The Atari 2600 was faster. So it's kind of like your difference between fidelity mode and performance mode, right? Except it was two different companies, two different consoles. Atari was performance, and Intellivision was fidelity. And so it was up to you. Did you want a game that looked more like you were playing baseball? Or do you want a game that felt more like you were playing baseball? You know, that's it's an interesting question. What personally do you get more enjoyment out of? And that would probably delineate whether or not you played on Atari or played on Intellivision more. But the reality is that because of price, it really was more of a war back then. You could only have one. Pick carefully. You know?
All of them? Right.
But I wouldn't say that there is no console war. Like, even back in the Atari versus Intellivision era, Activision were still producing games for both. And for Commodore. Like, you know, Activision were making games for Atari, they were making games for Intellivision, they were making games for Coleco, they were making games for Commodore. Those still existed, you know, even if it was a little bit different, that maybe the games were more significantly different than they are today. I would grant that. Like, if you played, like, Donkey Kong was a great example just then of playing Donkey Kong on Coleco. The Coleco version of Donkey Kong was probably the best console port of the original Donkey Kong until the NES released. Because the Atari version was crap. And, like, this guy, right? This guy with the amazing grin there, Gary Kitchen. He made Donkey Kong for Atari. He's the one that made it. And even he says it was crap. The fact that they could even get it to run in the first place was a miracle. But later on, you know, better versions of the game came out. Intellivision got a version, which wasn't good. It was very slow and clunky. ColecoVision got the best console port. And then later, you know, the NES would release, and the NES had Donkey Kong. The Donkey Kong. By Nintendo. The best version that you can play that isn't the original arcade. And if I may be so bold, I personally prefer the NES version to the arcade version. But that's just me.
Right. So it doesn't even work that way anymore. But if you wanted to play a particular game, if you wanted to play Plimpton's Baseball or whatever they called it, you had to have the Intellivision. There was no other way. And that certainly did make it a battle.
If you go back and you look at the old Intellivision and Atari commercials, and how they duel in different ways and sometimes make fun of each other and so on, you see the height of it as far as the public was concerned.
It was definitely a console war between the two console makers, but we could use any console we wanted, and in fact would occasionally do that. We would say this game would work so much better on the Intellivision, let's put it over on the Intellivision shelf and work on it when we can. So yes, there was a console war, but there were those of us who benefited from it.
I mean, Atari
Yeah,
was
absolutely.
So far ahead in sales. I don't think they really
Like I said, the arms dealers are the ones that get rich in war.
Those of us who benefited from it.
I mean, Atari was so far ahead in sales. I don't think they really worried about the Intel. Maybe at first they did, but they were outselling it.
Yes, it was a war, but I think that the money was so heavily on the Atari side that, you know, Mattel was fighting a losing battle out the door.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well.
Sold about
Yeah, definitely.
27.5 million VCSs. But that's between 1977 and 1991. Oh, I don't know if that's
I own
the
two.
numbers for the Intellivision are from just Mattel Electronics, but their total run was about 3 million.
Well, you know, they say that history goes to the victors. As the guy who coined the term console war, I would say actually that Atari won the first console war, because as much as I hate to say it, we never caught Atari in sales. We never sold as many games, we never sold as many consoles.
Yep.
Making money in this business is something that you have to do in order to keep making games. We're driven by passion, we have a love of making games. In the end, console wars are the business part of it. We as game makers never felt like we were at war. We're just trying to build great games that will sell.
And that's a great attitude to have. That is absolutely wonderful. And I feel like I wish that attitude existed today, not just in the development side of things, because that is still the way it works. At the end of the day, if Capcom wants to make something, they'll make a game and they'll put it on whatever console works the best for. It's why I'm terrified about so many of these companies that are trying to build monopolies against each other. They're trying to buy all third-party developers. Like Sony currently, they're trying to buy Kadokawa. Now, they're buying Kadokawa for the anime side of things, but it still means that they'll own From Software. That's not good. I don't want in fact, I think they might own Spike Chunsoft as well. Hang on. No, I want the wiki page. Thank you. Parent company is Dwango. And Dwango is a company, is a derivative of, or subsidiary, sorry, of Kadokawa. There we go. Okay, so Spike Chunsoft is owned by Dwango, and Dwango is a subsidiary of Kadokawa, which means that Kadokawa owns Spike Chunsoft. So, if Sony were to buy Kadokawa, they would get all of the anime that Kadokawa put out, because that's what they're after. Sony seemed to want to make a huge move on locking down and owning every possible means of producing anime and making it something that only they are allowed to do, because they keep trying to enforce censorship into anime. And recently there was a bunch of movement in Japanese politics that they were going to repeal a bunch of censorship laws that meant that, stuff like, pornography and stuff like that doesn't need to be censored. That's kind of the point of pornography, if you're watching pornography, you're watching it because you don't want it to be censored. But it's currently illegal to make uncensored pornography in Japan. And that applies to anime as well, right? Anime and manga, it has to be censored if it's sold on a shelf. So, as dumb as that is when you think about it, but it seems like with the government really pushing hard to try to remove censorship, or certain people within the Japanese government trying to remove all this censorship and give free speech back to the people, or to the people for the first time in the case of Japan, Sony, on the other hand, are trying to buy up everything they can so they can censor the crap out of it. Because Sony would be a private company. They'd be allowed to censor everything. That's not fun, And I don't necessarily need to be looking at, anime pornography or anything like that. But I can guarantee you that I prefer uncensored anime to these ridiculous beams of light that appear everywhere should a character happen to show their breasts, It's so offensive to the eyes that you're watching an anime, then suddenly half the screen is covered in a white bar. And it's just not fun to watch. It really takes you out of the anime. And that's the sort of thing that Sony were doing. They started doing it in 2015, 2016, where they were going back through a bunch of anime-based games that they had on the PS4. And for people, you gotta remember, people had already bought and paid for these games. And they were bought and paid for with the understanding that it was an 18+ game and that there was some nudity in it. And there are people who want that, and that's up to them. I have no doubt that there are some people out there that are thinking, stupid weeboo chuds, Fine, but they're allowed to be. That's their right. And if they bought it for that reason, then Sony doesn't really have the right to come in after the fact, after you've put your money down and bought something, and then censor it. They don't have that right. Or they shouldn't. Can you imagine if something that you bought today was considered offensive tomorrow, and so it was censored, and someone came into your house and said, you can't read this book anymore? Look at the way that Dungeons & Dragons is going right now. This pathetic attitude that orcs are a racial stereotype of black people. How did they fix that? Do you want to know how D&D fixed this idea that orcs were a racial stereotype of black people? I spelled that wrong. Oh, I can't find the actual, I can't find the actual, oh, hang on, I think I found it. Right, okay. Alright. Let me just get this image. So, orcs are green. They're also not black humans. They're orcs. Exactly. Well, yeah, obviously, that's what I believe. That's how I look at it. See, this is the thing. You can call me racist for saying this if you really, really want to. You'd be an idiot if you did. But, see, when I look at orcs, I don't think, man, that's a horrible stereotype of black people. Because when I look at orcs, I don't think black people. Call me racist. But when I look at this, I don't look at that and I go, oh yeah, that's a black person. I don't see that. You know? But what did they do? What did Wizards of the Coast do to solve this problem that the orcs were just a horrible racist stereotype of black people? I have saved an image which I cannot load. Oh yeah, here we go. Here you go. So what did they do? You know, this orc, horrible racial stereotype. It's basically a mockery of black people because, you know, they're so savage and everything. Just, you know, this isn't me saying this. This is Wizards of the Coast saying that orcs are clearly just supposed to be a caricature of black people because, you know, orcs are savage and uneducated and violent, you know, just like black people. That's how Wizards of the Coast see it. So instead, they decided to take this angry, savage, violent race of beings in D&D, and they didn't want them to be black stereotypes anymore. So instead, they made them into Mexicans. Okay, see, now that's better, you know? Now that's better. See, they're not black anymore, they're just Mexicans. Now they can be angry, evil, savage, and violent. No, it makes perfect sense now. Yeah, no, that's fully acceptable. Yeah, like, I don't think I've ever met a Mexican that wasn't wearing a necklace of skulls. You know, I've never seen a Mexican that wasn't carrying a war axe. You know, that's so much better. So this is the problem, is that if someone were to turn around and say, orcs are racial stereotypes. Orcs are racist and they're black people. And you need to stop being a racist. Like, personally, I'd be going, I've never considered orcs to be black people. You might. You might think orcs are black. I don't. But you know what? Fine. If that's what you say, good luck, mate. Right? But then if they were to come into my house and steal my copy of Lord of the Rings, and they say, you can't read this anymore, or they take away the movies and they burn the movies because you can't watch those movies anymore because they're filled with black stereotypes. And you know, orcs are seen as evils, and they're clearly meant to be black, you know. You can't do that. You can't come into my house after I have bought something and say, you're not allowed to use that anymore. You're not allowed to read that book anymore. You're not allowed to watch that movie anymore. So I've got a question, like a really, really serious question here. Why does Sony think they have the right to do that with video games? I don't really care if you agree or disagree with the content of the game, right? There are some vile games out there, don't get me wrong. Don't misunderstand, don't get it twisted. And if they were gonna make something like that illegal, the government was actually gonna come in and say, we're gonna make this game illegal, or games that portray this kind of action, and you know which kind of action I'm talking about. Obviously I can't say it on YouTube, but you can put 2 and 2 together. When a man and a woman don't love each other very much, you know? I could understand if the government were to say, no, we're not going to allow depictions of that. Fine. I appreciate that. I can understand. However, the company coming out, releasing a game that includes nudity and sexual scenarios with anime characters that are of legal age and are consenting in the sexual activity, and you have bought that game because that's something you want, to have that then censored a year or 2 years or even 3 years later, which is what Sony did, should be illegal. It should just straight up be illegal. They shouldn't be able to come in with a bottle of Tipp-Ex and start removing things from the books that they don't like. They shouldn't be able to come in and scratch up your DVDs so that you can't watch the movies that they don't like. And they shouldn't be able to retroactively change the game to take out the stuff that you've bought it for. You might think of them as incel chuds. I don't care. I think of them as people who have bought a product, and then that product, the functionality of the product, was taken away. Here we go. You can buy this all-in-one kettle, tea maker, and coffee maker, all in one thing. Fantastic. And then you buy it and you think, man, this is amazing. I can make tea, I can make coffee, I can make hot chocolate, and I can just boil water, all in one machine. And then they come in with a hammer and they smack the boiler. And they say, actually, we changed our mind. You're not allowed to use the boiler anymore. You can use the tea making, the coffee making, and the hot chocolate making, but you're not allowed to use the boiler anymore. And they literally come into your house and they remove it with a hammer. That's what they're doing. That is exactly what Sony are doing. And that is why I'm terrified of Sony owning Kadokawa. Because they will censor all of the anime. All of it. They will censor anything that they dislike. And they will do the same thing for Spike Chunsoft games. They will do the same for FromSoft games. Heaven forbid. Can you imagine Sony turning around and saying, FromSoft, you have to include an easy mode in your game. We own you now. You have to make an easy mode. This is why competition is necessary. This is why monopolies are bad. Sometimes it's very hard to understand that. There's a lot of people, I know that it is. I didn't understand it really for a long time. I just figured, you know what, if someone has the capability of buying a company, that should be allowed. We've got the money, they've got the company, we want their company, we should be able to buy them. That's a little bit too simplistic, however, because a lot of negativity can come out of that. People who create monopolies do so because then they can control the entire medium. And that's what Sony wants. And that's why I don't like Sony. And that's the reason why I won't buy a PlayStation 5. Because I don't trust them. And I don't like what they are doing. I don't like that they're buying up all of the anime companies. And just to be clear, for anyone who doesn't know this, Sony owns Funimation, Crunchyroll, Anime Lab, and now they recently bought another one. What was the other company that Sony own? I'll just quickly go to the Wikipedia because they'll probably show what they own. TV shows. Video games, continued research and development, audio, video, yeah. Computing, games, anime. Okay, Sony's entering into the Japanese animation or anime business. Oh, they own Aniplex. That's the other one. Happened in 1995 when Sony Music Entertainment Japan division established Aniplex. So they created Aniplex as a subsidiary managing creative productions, which it founded A1 Pictures. So they own Aniplex, they own A1. Since then, through group-wide and international ventures, Sony has solidified its position in the industry, elevating the business to what is called the fourth pillar of entertainment portfolio. Alright, cool. Anime business operations of Sony are scattered around the group. Mainly, it is in pictures and music, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Cloverworks, A1, Aniplex, Animax, Kid Station, Sony Pictures, obviously, Crunchyroll, Funimation, Wakanim, what's that one? Oh, Wakanim was absorbed into Crunchyroll, Madman Anime, which is a publisher here in Australia as well, and now they are looking to buy Kadokawa. So they are just gobbling up as many anime industry publishers as they can. But unfortunately, a lot of these companies also own game developers and game development studios. Like I said, Spike Chunsoft and FromSoft are two great examples of amazing development studios that Sony will soon own if the Kadokawa purchase goes through. And that's frightening, because then they'll have no one to tell them no. And that's the benefit of having multiple companies. That's the reason why monopolies are bad. Because you need someone to tell you no. Peace, love, and games. In the end, console wars are the business part. We as game makers never felt like we were at war. We're just trying to build great games. That's from Don Duglow, which we just saw saying those very words in the last video. That's the point. That was the point, is that the console war should have stayed between the companies. Sadly, even though one console war between Atari and Intellivision has come to an end, with the purchase of both, Infogrames owns Atari and Intellivision now. It means that that war is over, finally. However, there is still a war that's raging on social media. And that sucks. Because I would prefer to see gamers coming together and saying that they just want to play video games. I have a certain reverence for video games. I referred to myself earlier this week as, last week, sorry, as something of a techno-pagan, you know? I believe in video games. But I don't believe in the plastic box that sits at the side of my screen. I believe in the idea. I believe in the concept. Much like how... I don't want to compare necessarily to actual religions, but like, if you think about the way that Catholics have icons, religious icons, images of saints, images of popes that they keep in their rooms, in their lounge rooms, whatever. They don't think that that picture is actually the Pope. You know, it's a picture of the Pope, but it's still just a picture. They wouldn't walk through fire to retrieve a painting or a picture of a saint, because it's just a picture. Yes, the picture represents someone who is important to them and important to their faith, but they wouldn't... It's just a picture. As far as I'm concerned, the consoles are just consoles. You know? There's nothing holy. They're not relics. They're not special. They're just hunks of plastic and circuitry. It's the idea behind the games that matter. It's the idea behind what they represent that matters to me. So I've got no loyalty to any one brand or any one piece of plastic. That's not how it works. It's the idea that's important. And that's why I say, altogether, we should be gamers united. All we should care about... Why should we care about what number it says on, you know, next to the name of the console? What does it matter what the name of the console is? A rose by any name would smell just as sweet. I came up with that on the spot. I'm a genius. You know, a Nintendo by any other name would play just Mario just as well. And in fact, I can prove that. Because I've got a Nintendo 64 up on my shelf. And it's not called a Nintendo 64, it's called an IQ. Proof. And in fact, the IQ actually plays N64 games a little bit better. Right? A Switch can be called anything else, and it would still be a Switch. It's the idea, it's the concept, it is the games that we get to play. It's not the individual cartridges, though those are important for a different reason. Those are important because they are our physical media. They are the things that we can continue to use long into the distance when those companies are no longer selling them. Nintendo isn't going to bring back every game for the NES, so if you've got a cartridge of it and it still works, that's worth something. That I might be more inclined to walk through fire to protect. But not the console. consoles come and go. I could create a device for dumping ROM files. I could protect those games in any number of ways, but it's the games that matter. Not necessarily the cartridge or the artwork on that cartridge. That's all. That's just the physical matter. I care about the data, the games, and I care that we get to play them. Not just me, but all of us together. And that's the reason why console warring is so stupid. Because not only are you dividing yourself against everyone else, but you're entrenching yourself and other people against you. You want people to play Xbox games? Then tell them how good Xbox games are without telling them how much they suck for playing PlayStation. If you want someone to believe how good PlayStation games are, show people how good PlayStation games are without telling people how much they are idiots for having an Xbox. It's stupid. It's divisive. It's immature. And it only hurts you and the other people that may have enjoyed those games. Like I said right at the very beginning, I've got very strong opinions about console warring because I was an idiot once. And I ruined my capabilities to have nostalgic memories of Sega games because I thought, I'm a Nintendo kid, I don't like Sega. And later on, I'm a Nintendo kid still, I've got N64, I don't care about PlayStation. PlayStation's stupid. I was stupid. And if that's still your attitude, screw Xbox, Xbox are just for idiots, then you're stupid too. If you're thinking, PlayStation's just for idiots, you're an idiot. If you're thinking that Nintendo, it's just for morons, you're a moron. Stop limiting yourself. Stop making barriers for yourself. Just play video games and enjoy them, for goodness sake. I've hurt myself and enough other people to know that I hate console wars. This was an incredibly fascinating story to look into, because it's one that I wasn't really that knowledgeable on. You know, the Intellivision war, the Atari Intellivision war kept going, ended way before I, before I was even born, to a certain extent. And so it's fascinating. And in that respect, I do love, quote-unquote, console wars. I like reading about them. I like understanding them. The same way that I enjoy reading World War II. I wouldn't want to be in it. I don't agree with, the no-no Germans, but it's a fascinating subject. I hate both Xbox and PlayStation, mainly for being too damn expensive. Yeah, and that's one of the things that we were talking about as well. Like the price of things. The reason that the one thing that you need to understand as well about inflation is that even though it's kind of like it's an idea more than anything. It's an idea of the spending value or the spending power of the dollar, right? So you say that $1,000 or $200 in 1973 is about $1,000 or just over $1,000 today, right? So if you wanted to buy an Atari, you were basically spending 1,000 American dollars to buy an Atari 2600, right? That sounds ludicrous, but that is true. That is what the value was. But you've also got to take into consideration that the spending power was divided differently. People were able to afford to buy a house rather than rent. These days, people can't afford to buy houses, so you've got to pay that weekly rent. My parents, my grandparents, had obviously paid off, I mean, my parents have as well now, have paid off their mortgage, right? Which means that they don't have to continue paying rent. Oh, I do. I'm nearly 40 and I'm still paying rent. Excuse me. Oh, I say I'm nearly 40. I've got another year. Like, literally a year. And if I had bought a house 10 years ago, I would have paid it off by now. So I would no longer be paying rent. I wouldn't even be paying off the mortgage. And because there's so many people who are renting these days instead of actually, buying, because they can't afford to buy, the down payment is too high. There are more people with more expenditures. The value of the dollar, the actual value, what can you buy? How much is a cabbage? How much is a tomato? Those things you can look at and you say, oh, well, you used to be able to buy a cabbage for like 10 cents and now you got to pay like $4, right? And you can look at that and you say, that's the inflation. And that is literally the inflation. But there's a difference between the inflation of the value versus the inflation of the expenditures. Expenditures have inflated more than inflation, right? What I mean by that is people need to spend more money on more different things to actually be able to survive on a day-to-day basis. You've got more things that you are renting rather than purchasing upfront. It's very easy. If you walk into a shop and you look at a CD on the shelf and go, oh wow, that new CD is out. And then you look in your wallet and you don't have any money. You can go, bugger, I can't buy it this week. I'll buy it next week. No problem. Or next month or whatever. You'll eventually have the money and you'll be able to buy it. But your decision is based on, what do I have in my wallet? Today there's Spotify. And that promises you instant access to everything. And it seems like a great deal. Until you turn around and you look at it and you go, you know what, I can't afford a bunch of stuff. I need to find some money somewhere. So I think I'm going to cancel my Spotify account. And then you realize how much money you've put into Spotify. And you're like, oh man, over the past couple of years, I've spent over $1,000 on Spotify. If I cancel my Spotify right now, I'm losing $1,000 in all of that music. So there's a sunk cost fallacy that tries to keep you locked on the platform. That's why rent is more important, because it keeps you renting. That's why you get so much more money, because you don't own anything. You're paying for a service. That doesn't cost Spotify anything. It's free money. It's what I was saying about DLC and battle passes and, buying a new skin for your gun. Congratulations, your gun's now blue. How much did that cost you? $20 for blue? You paid $20 for blue? It didn't cost them anything to make it blue. But you just paid $20. And you're not the only one. There are like a million other idiots out there that just spent $20 for blue. So what you're saying is EA just made $20 million off the color blue. Really? Minimum effort, maximum profit. Corpo rat shenanigans. $20 blue. $20 blue! Back in my day, blue skins were $45. Horse armor all over again. But yeah, this is why competition is good. This is why there should be more than one games company. This is why monopolies are bad. Because they should hold each other to account. These days, they just kind of agree with each other. They get together in a boardroom and like, yeah, we want to raise the price on video games. And someone else is like, yeah, that sounds good. And they all raise the price of video games by $10. That's called, insider, what's it called? I can't remember. It is technically illegal. It is technically illegal, but they do it anyway. I've seen $79 for blue. $79 for blue? That better be some good blue. If I paid $79 for blue, I want that gun to never miss. And I want that gun to be 100% kill rate. Every single time I pull the trigger, the bullet finds someone to hit. Right? At $79 for blue, I want that gun to be the best gun I've ever seen. It shoots through terrain. It tracks other enemies. That's what I want. That's what I want for $79. I want the perfect gun for $79. That's what I want. But at the same time, I don't want that either, because I don't want pay-to-win mechanics. So no, I don't want anything for blue. You know what? If you want to do like a couple of dollars, if you want to say, all right, you know what? We're gonna charge you $1 for blue. I'm okay with that. You know what? It's entirely aesthetic. It doesn't mean anything. If you want to charge $1 for blue, charge $1 for blue. That's fine. I'm not gonna argue with you. But when people start putting up the prices and they make it limited quantity for a digital asset which has no quantity, then I'm gonna start wondering why the hell am I spending $45 or $70 for blue? So there we have it. Console wars should remain between the platform holders, and us as gamers should focus on coming together and telling those console holders we are not paying $79 for blue. Hashtag gamers unite. Hashtag gamers rise up. Please just stop. Please just stop. When they tell you that there's a limited edition skin that is absolutely not limited, and they could definitely make more of, infinite amounts of, in fact, please stop buying that. I know I can't, look, I know I can't talk to Xbox, Nintendo, Sony, EA, Ubisoft, Konami. I can't talk to those people. Those people ain't gonna listen. All they see is dollars in their eyes. Right? That's all they see, is dollar signs. They look at you and they don't see a person, they see a dollar. They see a bank account and they're like, how do I extract all of the money from that? Right? That's what they're corporal rats at the end of the day, right? Every single one of them. Even the ones that I like, you know, and their mum and your dad, right? That's all they care about. They see you as a bank account they want to extract money from. I'm okay with that. At least I know where I stand. So, my appeal goes out to you guys. My appeal goes out to the gamers. You've heard me rant already. You probably already clicked off by now. But you've heard me rant about this time and time again. It comes down to us. We are the ones that can make a difference. We are the ones that can make a difference by telling them no. They put out a game and they say, oh, we've released a game. Here it is, $70. And you go, oh, cool, it's a $70 game. Ah, yeah, but if you buy the $70 version of the game, you don't get to fight the final boss. I'm sorry, what? Oh, yeah. This is the $70 version of the game, but you only get chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, and 12. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, that's the base version of the game. You gotta buy the deluxe edition if you want all of the missions from the first mission up to 12. So you're saying I should buy the deluxe edition for the complete package? Oh, no. If you want the complete package, that's $230 and you get chapter 13 and 14. And you think I'm joking? There are games that have done that. Metal Gear Solid is a good example of that. Where a number of Metal Gear, was it number 5? Phantom Pain? Where there were a number of missions that were included story elements which were locked behind a paywall. That, of course, wasn't Kojima's doing. That was entirely Konami. But that actually happened. They put out a game and they said, well, if you want to see the whole story, you have to pay extra. No. As gamers, we have the right, and not only the right, but the responsibility to say no. If you put a pile of chocolate in front of a 2-year-old, they're going to eat every single piece of chocolate, right? And they're going to be sick. And they're going to throw up everywhere. As an adult, we have the knowledge and the responsibility to say to ourselves, I'm going to only have one piece of chocolate today. Because you know full well that if you eat the whole thing, you're going to be sick. And that's going to have a knock-on effect on all the other things in your life. Paying $80 for Blue, that's eating the whole pile of chocolate. And that's going to have a knock-on effect, not just for you, for the next skin that's going to cost $80, but for every other gamer out there that is like looking at these things going, oh my goodness, because so many people bought Blue, now they're charging us for Red. I think people misunderstand the importance of balance when it comes to rights and responsibilities. Yes, you absolutely have every right to buy a game, and I'm not even going to shame you for doing so. If it's a game that you genuinely think you love, then that's up to you. It's entirely up to your own consciences. I'm never going to tell someone you're an idiot for buying that game because it's just a scam. You know, I'm not going to call you an idiot. I'm going to tell you it's a scam. But if you enjoy it, that's ultimately what matters. Or is it? I'm not going to judge you. But I am asking you to make a responsible decision. Stop console warring. Come together. Gamers unite. Gamers rise up. And tell those companies no. Because otherwise they're going to keep doing it. Right, I'm going to take us over to the chat screen. Hello. Hello. It's Atari week. Did you realize it was Atari week? We've been talking about Atari stuff all week. It's been really fun. I am absolutely dripping wet right now because it is so hot in here. I think it's about time I called it for this evening. Oh boy, am I warm. But thank you to everyone who's joined me for this journey through the extra chapters of Atari 50. It's been absolutely wonderful to go back in and look at all the new stuff that they've added. And, you know, there's so many games that they've added to the list. It's really cool to see the Intellivision games that are now added to Atari 50. That's wonderful. I'd love to see more. I'd like to see what modern Atari are going to buy next. I know we've been talking about, you know, we shouldn't allow Sony to buy everything, and we absolutely shouldn't. But this is kind of where I was coming from. Was at the end of the day, I feel like Atari truly understand and respect the heritage of Atari. Modern Atari respect the heritage of old Atari and Intellivision, and of course there used to be Infogrames, which they now reusing as a publisher label. I'm really excited to see where they go with this, and if Atari wants to buy Coleco and stuff like that, I'm okay with that. You know, I'm really interested in Tower of Mystery. Yeah, that one's really got my attention. I've never played Tower of Mystery. Obviously, it didn't release, but now that there is a released version, I think I'm gonna have to play that for a little bit. It looks really fun, and this is ultimately, okay, I know I've gonna ruin the mood again by talking about responsibility, and oh my goodness, how dare you remind me that I have responsibility. I know, I get it. But ultimately, this whole thing, I hope that you have enjoyed looking back at the history of Atari. There's a lot here, and now there's 2 more chapters, and that's 2 more chapters that we've looked through. I've learned a lot, and I hope that you guys have too, and more importantly, I hope that you've learned an appreciation, because there's a lot of things that can be appreciated in like an interactive documentary like this. You could watch a documentary on Netflix, and we've talked about this before, like the difference between movies and video games. But an interactive documentary, you can watch a documentary. I suggest that you go and watch the documentary. What was it called? Oh, excuse me. Hang on a minute. I recommend that you go watch the documentary. Where is it? It was on Howard Scott Warshaw's Atari page, right? I seem to have misplaced it. I can't find it. There was a documentary that was written, and it suddenly disappeared. E.T. the Extra. Oh, actually, it might be on the Wikipedia page for that one. Hang on a minute. Hang on. E.T. There we go. Got it. No! I was looking for the video game. Bloody hell. It's gone. Where's it gone? Where did the... I can't remember what it's called. I'm sorry. There was a documentary... Oh, Atari Game Over. That's what it's called. I highly recommend that you check out Atari Game Over. It's a really good documentary. and it talks about the crash of Atari in the early 80s, and there's also the Angry Video Game Nerd, the movie, also did that, and Howard Scott Warshaw was in that movie as well with the Angry Video Game Nerd. I recommend checking them out because those are really good. But as good as they are as documentaries, they are nowhere near as good as Atari 50. Because Atari 50 not only tells us the story of these games, but then gives us an opportunity to try them. Gives us an opportunity to see what was the best game that year. Well, you can play it. Here it is. Enjoy. And the fact that, like I've said, Atari 50 has got over 140 games. And it's got 147 in total. The fact that it's got 147 games makes it one of the best places to discover Atari games, in television games now as well, and not just the classics, but the reimaginings, the enhanced editions, and all kinds of things which you can now find all a part of this one collection, Atari 50, the anniversary celebration. And I think that's absolutely fantastic. And you get to learn so much by experiencing it that you can't learn just by listening, just by watching, just by reading. So do consider checking out Atari 50 for yourself. It is available on Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, and PC? He says, uncertainly. Hang on. Let me Google it. Atari 50. Atari 50. It is available on Atari VCS. I've already said my bit about that. Never mind, moving on. Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Windows, Xbox One, and Xbox Series. So, yeah, it is basically available everywhere, and I strongly recommend that you check it out for yourself so that you can not only go through it like I have, and, you know, you can do it without my commentary, you can play the games for yourself, and you can experience what that history was. That is a place to be able to experience history in a legitimate way. I've been to all kinds of places that are historically relevant and historically interesting to myself. I've been to places in the US, I've been to places in the UK. I haven't really been to many places here in Australia, really. But there are places with historical significance that you can go and you can see them, but you can only see them as they are. The ruins that they are. The destroyed castles. The shapes in the ground where a building used to be. You know, you can go to these places that are historical and you can go, ah, cool. And that's about it, really. You can see them firsthand, but you're never going to experience them the way that they were. You could go to Flanders and see the field of poppies. But you're never going to have the experience of being there in a trench with people shooting at you, you know? And maybe that's a good thing. But you can experience these Atari games the way they were always meant to be experienced. And you can go back and be like, well, I want to know where we came from. Where did gamers start? What was our origins? And that's why interactive documentaries like Atari 50 are important, and why I would love to see one made for Intellivision, and why I would love to see one for Coleco and for Nintendo. Like, come on, Nintendo. You can do one of these. You could probably do an even better one. I really like this. But I reckon Nintendo could put a lot of money behind it and make an absolutely fantastic anniversary celebration. You know, do like a 50-year celebration of the NES. And do a documentary like this, just going over the years that the NES were relevant. Nintendo want you to visit their museum? Sure, and I will. But I also want to have an interactive documentary that tells us the story of all of these amazing products that we've had over the years. I hope this encourages more development studios and more publishers to do documentaries based on those games. Hell, I would buy a documentary, an interactive documentary, if they just focused on one game. Like, I just tried to think about the history of Donkey Kong speedrunning. You know? Would it be interesting enough? I mean, I've watched The King of Kong multiple times. And I think that I would watch a history of Donkey Kong speedrunning. If it was an interactive, you know, documentary, I definitely would play through that. I would love that. I'd pay for it. I'd pay for for something that's just focused on one game. Definitely. That sounds worth it. That sounds interesting to me. And I hope in a lot of you guys that I've sparked that interest. That maybe I've awakened a little something that makes you want to go and check out these games and find out where we started as gamers. That's the whole point of Atari Week. It's not just for me to, you know, use this platform as a means of saying, oh, well, I like Atari and you're going to listen to me. That's not the point. The point is because I want you guys to experience these things and maybe grow an appreciation for them and an understanding of where we started as gamers. Because we've gone from being the outcast to being an acceptable hobby, to being a subculture of entertainment, to being a dominant culture in the entertainment landscape. It all started with Atari, and here we are today. Video games are the highest grossing industry, entertainment industry in the world. Pokemon earns more money per year than the next 5 companies combined. I believe it's the next 5. I could be wrong, actually. I'm saying that out loud, like, and confidently, because I think that that's correct. But if I'm, it might not be the next 5. But I know that Pokemon earns so much more than the likes of Lego, Hello Kitty, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter. All of these other mediums are dwarfed by video games. And a lot of those other franchises that I talked about, they make a lot of their money from the games industry, you know, like Hogwarts Legends. Sorry, Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legends would be a very different game. And games companies often don't find value in making movies because they're going to make more money on the games anyway. It's amazing that Sonic the Hedgehog and Mario have been as good as they were. Let's be real about that, right? Most people that make video game related movies just make whatever, so long as it turns a profit, that's all they care about. U-Ball, for example, and the Resident Evil movies, and the Monster Hunter movie, and pretty much every other movie that has his wife in it. Mila Jovovich. I couldn't remember her name for a second. But yeah. Actually, no, U-Ball... Wait, no, U-Ball is... No, sorry, I made a mistake there. That's the wrong person. It's not U-Ball. It's, Resident Evil movie. Paul W.S. Anderson. That's right, not Ubal. Sorry. My apologies, Ubal. Because, yeah. It was Paul W.S. Anderson. But yeah, I want people to discover new things. I want people to look at these, you know, the amazing start that we had in the world only just a few years ago. 50 years ago. Think about that. Books, like novels and things like that, much older. Movies, even movies are decently older. Stage plays, even older still. They go back thousands of years. Video games appeared out of nowhere in the 1970s, and 50 years later they are the most dominant form of entertainment in the world. We've gone from being the underdog, the hideous chud nerds that live in our basements, to being the successors of one of the greatest entertainment mediums that the world has ever seen. It's important to understand out where we started and where we're going. And I hope I've awakened something of an appreciation in you all. At very least, I've tried. And I think we're going to call it there for this evening. I'm going to be back tomorrow with Caverns of Mars, old versus new. We're going to play the original Caverns of Mars for the Atari 400. I did say previously for the Atari 2600, but I'm playing the Atari 400 version, I believe. I think that's the version I'm playing. If I look at, if I go back to Atari 50, I closed Atari 50, so I have to turn it back on now. Hold on. Yes, Atari 50. Hang on. Why do opening credits for video games take so long? Okay, hang on. So it's definitely in the Dawn of the PCs section. So I would imagine it is the hang on. Caverns of Mars. Yes. So it is the Atari XE, which was the Atari 400, if I remember correctly. Was the XE just another version of the 400? The XEGS. Yeah, that's the one. Sorry, my apologies for that. The Atari XE video game system, or the XEGS, was one of the Atari's 8-bit computers. Yeah, I know that. Which one was it? Yeah, I think it was the Atari 400. Either way, you could play Caverns of Mars on the XEGS or the XE or the XL. So it's the Atari 400 or the Atari 800. Yeah. So it's one of the computer games, not one of the console games. So we're going to be playing the original Caverns of Mars, and then later on we're going to be playing Caverns of Mars Recharged. And we're going to see, like, what... We're going to compare and contrast, and this isn't going to be quite so obvious of, well, Recharged is new, therefore it's way better. Because when it came to Yar's Revenge, I actually kind of prefer the original in certain aspects, and I believe the cultural and historical significance of the original Yar's Revenge elevates it above the Recharge version. But, you know, we're going to play them both, we're going to have fun with both of them, and we're going to see how that goes. And, yeah, we'll compare and contrast them fairly, you know, against one another, but with the understanding in mind that, you know, this is a much older game, and this is a much newer game. So they're not going to be, you know, perfect comparisons. So we'll be fair about it. But if you want to come and watch me play Caverns of Mars tomorrow, please do so. I'm looking forward to it. And if you've enjoyed this stream, do consider leaving a like and a comparison with... Yeah, exactly, that's right. A comparison with context. That's a really good way of putting it. So yeah, if you've enjoyed this stream, thank you so much for... okay, hang on a minute, I'm not going to be able to end. Max, yes? What? I love you too, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for, like, you guys, like, not Max especially, like, he's a good friend of ours. Especially now, you know, like, my birthday was yesterday. Technically it was 2 days ago at this point, but to just have so many people supporting me all this time, not just with the streaming, but like in real life as well. Actual mental and emotional support. That didn't you say happy birthday to me on the Discord? I thought you did. If you didn't, I'm very disappointed. But like having everyone's support for the past year and a bit has been, well, incredible, genuinely. Your calendar has it for next week? No, it's November, not December. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I don't really... to be honest... Can I be real with you guys? There's a reason that I do Atari Week. Oh, there's a few reasons. Did I change it? Yeah, I changed my birthday date. I went to the doctor and had them shave a few weeks off my life. One of the reasons that I do Atari Week is so that I can celebrate my birthday without celebrating my birthday. You know? I don't like making a big fuss about myself. Sometimes I like to have, you know, when I turned 30, it was nice to have a nice big birthday, right? But I'm 39 now. I don't really care. I'm not that interested. I might want a big one next year. Hint, hint. Right? But I think one of the reasons that I do Atari Week is so that I can celebrate my birthday without celebrating me. You know? It's something fun that I can do. It looks back at my history. It allows me to turn around and say, oh, hey, it's my birthday this week. You know? And people can be like, oh, happy birthday. Anyway, let's get on with the Atari stuff. And that's where I would... honestly, that's where I kind of prefer. Yeah, it would be nice, you know? It'd be nice to just be able to chill and do something for myself in a very selfish way. And I do understand that, you know, doing the Atari stuff is kind of selfish. But I do it because I have a passion for gaming history, and I want to try to get other people passionate for gaming history as well. And that's what Atari Week is for. Maybe I can find a game that you've never heard of, and maybe it could become your next favorite game. Even if it is 50 years old. It could still be your next favorite game. That's entirely possible. And if you are one of the people out there thinking to yourself, nah, I don't think I could ever call a game from 50 years ago my favorite game. I still got you to watch though, didn't I? So maybe I haven't opened the door to you just yet. But it was worth it just to crack the window. Indelible, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Unfortunately, we are about to finish soon, but welcome to the stream. So, yeah. I hope this week, and there's still one more day to go. We're still going to be playing some more Atari tomorrow. I hope this week has at very least cracked that window for you. It gives you just a little bit of a sniff of what it lies in store for fans of Atari. And I hope that you enjoy it. You're playing Cosmic Arc for real? Let me just quickly. I don't think we covered Cosmic Arc in this, so I want to try and get a video for I want to try and get a video for it. I just want a video, YouTube. Seriously. we haven't covered Cosmic Arc this this week. So I don't think we covered it before either. It was one of Full Up's games. I want a good video. Oh, I got one. I've got Gen X Classic Gaming. Is that actually going to be a... Yeah, okay, cool. Here we go. There we go. I'll take us back to the gaming screen. And I can put on the browser. There we go. So this is Cosmic Arc by Rob Fulop. I don't think it's going to have sound, unfortunately, but yeah, this is Cosmic Arc. It's a really fun game. Wow, okay. You're lucky that there isn't sound. So you are controlling... Hang on a minute, let me get back to... that's really loud. So you control the little UFOs collecting the peoples. So you're shooting away asteroids that are coming from different directions. And then you go to the planet and you abduct the peoples. It's a really fun little game. Really enjoyable. Little screaming tumbleweeds. It's so loud. I don't know if you... I don't think I've got the sound on so you guys can't see the sound. I can't hear the... I hope you can't see the sound. That's a major problem. You need to see a doctor at once. But yeah, it's really loud actually, and kind of you're aching. But yeah, you're collecting people. You're going up... Oh, that isn't what I wanted to do. You're abducting people and running away with them. I can hear colors, yeah. It's an iMagic game? Yeah, that's right. So, Rob Fulop at the time was... I think he's the founder of iMagic, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, actually, okay, so the ability to see sounds or hear colors is actually an illness. You get the wires crossed in your head, and your ears connect to your visual cortex, and your eyes connect to your auditory processing. And what happens is, when you hear things, you see colors. I can't remember what the illness is called, but hearing colors. Synesthesia. That's what it's called. Synesthesia. But yeah, if you can hear colors, that's a problem. How are you, by the way? I'm new here. This place looks awesome. Oh, well, thank you. I'm doing pretty good. It's been a really good week. I've been doing a lot of Atari stuff this week. And, I guess I should shill. I should shill. That's kind of the point. We are at the end of today's stream, unfortunately, but, I will shill. You gave my subscription. Thank you so much. We're definitely going to be doing some more Atari stuff in the future. I'm not going to be limiting it to just 1 week in the future. We're going to be playing some Pac-Man. Like, I don't know if you can see this, but if I go back to the gaming screen again. Let me go back to the gaming screen. Hang on. I've still got Cosmic Arc. Hold on. There we go. As you can see, like, one of the games I've been playing recently was the Pac-Man Museum. I may have spent a good 2 hours just grinding out stages on original Pac-Man. So there's going to be Pac-Man coming up in the future. I'm kind of practicing. We're going to be playing some Atari Recharge stuff. I love Yars Revenge, or Yars Recharge, actually. So we're going to be playing some of that. Currently, I am quite content with my position of being number 16 in the world at Yars Recharge. But we will be doing more with that. I will be doing grinding up. I want to hit top 10 this year. So, not this year, like the coming year, between now and my next birthday. But, yeah, big thank you to everyone who's joined me. Big thank you to everyone who has wished me a warm, happy birthday for the, during this past week. Your support emotionally is like everything that you guys are doing out there. I was originally saying this to Max, who said that he loves me and I love him too, because we're like brothers. And then he goes and says that he forgot my birthday, and it's like, oh, right, okay. Some brother I turned out to be. But no, like, every one of you guys who have supported me over the past few years that I've been streaming, I can't even begin to tell you how much I appreciate. You didn't forget. No, your calendar forgot. That's right. Can I believe it? You changed it. Yeah, I did. I went to the doctors and I had them shave off a couple of weeks off my life to change my date of birth. But no, it's genuinely wonderful, and thank you so much to not just everyone who's been here, because we've got folks that have been here from the beginning. Obviously, Kiko, who is my wife and my head moderator. Max, who's been here from the beginning. We've known each other for years now. Mary, we've known each other for years. Pat. There's so many people that I've known way before I even started streaming. To have you guys support this entire time. Kay as well. Man, there's just so many people to name. It's almost impossible to go through everyone who's been supporting me. And it's just a big thank you to everyone who has been here from before the beginning, to everyone who's been here since I started streaming on YouTube, to everyone who is new to the channel. It's only been discovering the channel the past few weeks. Your support is so greatly appreciated, because what it shows me and what it tells me is that people are finding the channel, and we've gone a few months where I felt like my growth had stagnated and we started to lose subscribers, but then in the past few weeks it's just been booming, and that's been wonderful. So it's been such a positive thing for me, in my mind space, because I'm sitting here thinking, is this worth it? Should I just say screw this and get a job? But to have you guys find the channel and show up and be like, hey, this place seems awesome. We want to play some Atari games together. That just means the world to me. It means that I didn't make a mistake. It means that I made the right decision. And you guys are proof of that. So, truly, to everyone who's been here for the past 20 years that I've known you, like Kiko and Pat Pat, all the way up until Indelible Hawk that just arrived today. Thank you. Thank you for making me feel like this has always been worth it. It really does mean the most to me. I can't begin to tell you what it feels like to be in a position, the position that I have been for years, undiagnosed with depression and various things that have made my life a hell. And then being able to turn that around, not just with medication, but because you guys are here. That you give me a new lease on life. At the age of... I'm 39. I just turned 39. And suddenly I've got this second wind to keep going. To keep pressing forward. So thank you everyone for everything. You will never truly understand how much all of you as a collective, as a community, have given me this past year. This past 2 years. So thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Now go buy a shirt. Oh, my bum. Ow. Yeah, I need to move from you. I say go buy a shirt, though. I just realized something. I don't think I have the link in the description for the merch store just yet. So let me. I'll add it to the description at the end, and I'll also mention it in a post, in like a comment. But thank you so much, everyone, for being here for this week. We've got one more day to go for Atari Week. We're going to be playing Caverns of Mars. I'm really looking forward to it. That's a game that I have only played a little bit of, so it's going to be practically new and fresh going forward. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. Caverns of Mars and Caverns of Mars Recharge looks incredible. Like, it genuinely looks like an amazing game, and I'm really excited for it. Can't wait to play it tomorrow. And starting from next week, we've got a whole new schedule because Atari Week will unfortunately be over. But we will be playing Monster Hunter World. We'll be starting Monster Hunter World on Tuesday next week. And also, we are going to be starting Guild Wars 2 on December 2nd, so that'll be on Monday. So I hope you'll come to join us for that one. If you're already playing Guild Wars 2, do consider joining us. We're going to be making a Char Warband so that we can play through the game together. And we're going to be playing that like every Monday. And then if you haven't got Guild Wars 2, there is two things that you can do. If you just want to play along with us, you can get a free version of Guild Wars 2. You will have to make an account because it's an online game, but you can play a free version of Guild Wars 2. There are limitations, like you can't message people from your friends list because it's a free account. You can join the guild, but you won't be able to, like, there's a bunch of other stuff that you won't be able to do, like trade with people. So if you need like a new weapon or something, and someone gets a drop that you won't be able to trade with them. But that is the free version. The not free version, however, is currently 75% off for Black Friday sales. Why are the Black Friday sales a week after Black Friday? Don't ask. That's ArenaNet for you. But if you did want to join us for Guild Wars 2, come join us on Monday. Literally anyone can join because it's an MMO. Literally anyone can join us. So because capitalism, yeah, that's the thing. It's like if you spend all your money, or I guess it's kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Competition. You know, if you've got your Black Friday sales on Black Friday, who's going to notice because there's so many sales? So you do your Black Friday sales the week before or the week after, so that everyone can see that you're the only one doing Black Friday sales at that time. It's actually not a bad idea, honestly, from a business perspective. But yeah, if you want to join us for some Guild Wars 2, I think it's like $15? $15 for the original one. That might be 15 American, or something like that. But you can join us. You can play Guild Wars with us. And we're going to be starting that next week. We're going to be starting Monster Hunter World next week. And what else are we doing? Stardew Valley? Yes, Stardew Valley next week on Wednesday. Wednesday will be Stardew Valley. So, thank you again, everyone, for coming for these past 2 years. I know this stream has been really long, 2 years. And I look forward to seeing you all again in the future. We're going to have a lot more games happening. We're going to have a lot more multiplayer stuff happening in the future. So I hope that you will join us for that one. If you want to follow me off of YouTube, you can find me on Blue Sky and on Twitter. It doesn't matter which one, you will get the same information from me in both of them. Both links in the description. Alternatively, you can also join our Discord. It's free to join. You may as well. And that's where we continue the conversation when the stream is over. So do consider signing up to our Discord. And from our Discord, you will be able to join our Minecraft server. We've got a lot going on. Hey, this Dimension Tripper and Iron Plays virtual fantastic thing has kind of gotten a bit out of hand. I'm going to need to hire people to look after everything for me because, well, I ain't doing it. So, do consider joining all of those. All the links, everything is in the description. And if you do have a particular affection for me, if you would like to wear some of my merch, you can find shirts available on the new merch store. There will be a link in the description when the stream ends, and there will be a link in the top comment, the pinned comment. So hopefully I will see you again in the future. Be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more Atari games, and until I see you, I wish you all peace and high scores. Good night, everyone.